Hello, this is J.N.S. Happy Friday, guys. It's been a minute and I'm so glad and hoping that you guys are doing well, but I'm glad to be back. It's been I think the last live I did was New Year's, right? And so I want to make sure, we're good in all aspects because we are on Rumble and we are on YouTube and Twitter, and so I want to make sure that the sound is good. But nonetheless, we do have an important topic to discuss as it relates to the Nakhti order and political governance and philosophy. And we've been doing this series for a minute, and I wanted to get back on track. I know the holidays kind of, I would say, distracted us all, but the holidays, people wanted to be more in a chill mode, and so I wanted to focus on topics that related to the holidays. But now I want to get back on track to the Nakhti order in terms of getting out the rest of that information before we go more local and underground, to be quite frank. But nonetheless, I hope you guys are enjoying your Friday and your week. Where I'm at, there's supposed to be like the storm, so I wanted to start early just in case power goes out because there's going to be, it's already starting to get pretty bad. But like the schools are shut down. What else? Like the online apps where you get the delivery and all that stuff, that's all shut down and whatnot because they're bracing for like this huge storm. And so, wish me luck. I just moved into a new house, and I'm still trying to get the swing of things. It was a little stressful, so I'm adjusting, to being by myself, but worrying about lawn care and all this stuff and metering out like electricity, and I didn't got like some solar lamps and stuff and solar stuff to kind of offset the electricity bill or whatnot. But it's a new experience for me, so I am adjusting, and it was, I would say, stressful. Some of it is more psychological. Like I don't think there's actually anything to be quite stressed about. It's just an adjustment period, and so I needed that 10 days to adjust in the new year. And I'm very grateful, and there's many things to be grateful for. I have to say, I've got into like this chalk therapy, and that's pretty much like I have whoever uh, designed or whoever renovated this house, they put a huge, massive chalkboard that's like the size of a door attached onto a door. So like one of the doors is literally just a chalkboard, and you could see where they had written stuff in the past, but it's definitely a chalkboard. And so I bought some chalk and would, draw little memos and flowers and, nice little pick me ups and quotes and stuff to remind me out throughout the day. So I'm like, you know what? I'm enjoying this little chalk therapy. I'm like, this is so dope. Like whoever decided to install that that chalkboard on that door like that. I'm actually, like, okay, well, I think it's dope. But nonetheless, we want to get to what we've came here to discuss. I just want to make sure that this sound is good, and we are off to the races because today we are discussing economy. Now, again, when we're doing this, the Nakhti order as the Umbra governance and advisory board over the U.S. Corporation of North America. And so when we talk about governance, we are talking about the philosophy of governance. And what does that mean? That means the philosophy of civic affairs, of how to run civilizations and how to run government. And then we get into the aspects, obviously, with that comes the topic of politics, esoteric politics, as well as esoteric politics. Excuse me. And we also discuss constitutional studies in terms of the frameworks and founding documents that guide governance, that guide a government, that guide a nation. And so the Nakhti University, we do and we will be starting a philosophy governance program. And again, we're going to be covering constitutional studies, esoteric politics, uh, I also want to do something maybe with even the idea of intelligence analysis of governance. And then we want to get into, I know I had it written out, but we want to, like, we talking about like full blown curriculum. Obviously, the main frame would be, the one of the courses of the curriculum would be the constitutional studies. And again, Nike University does open does operate more so as open source, and so a lot of a lot of that will be out available, just like how the Center for Sexual Health and Family Planning content and lectures, as well as the Research Center for the Research Center for Black Americans. That those lectures are also available. So when we start the military science department, as well as the governance of philosophy department, I'm trying to figure out like what's the proper name: governance philosophy, philosophy of governance. We will be covering uh, again the philosophy of government with constitutional studies, esoteric politics, and intelligence governance and intelligence agencies. I also want to have all of that churned out, and then that's going to be some of the I would say the backdrop of even what the Nakhti Order focuses on as a high society and as a think tank, and umbra governance. And so I'm excited about that because again, I'm telling you, this idea that this paradigm that we're going into, it is going to require people to refresh their memory on the Constitution. Is gonna, hey, Royal Deluxe. Oh my gosh. Okay, so I didn't think you were gonna be here so early because I know people. I wonder if is the weather good where you're at? Do they have a storm by any chance? I know there's a storm where I'm at. Yeah, good morning. I know it's pretty early. Normally I have to say we're not really it's not even 12 p.m. yet, but I said, I don't know how bad this storm is going to get, if what's going to be knocked out, if electricity or anything's going to be locked out. So I said, well, if I start early, you know, at least we get something done because it's been quite a while since I've done a stream. And so, and you said you have a chalkboard too in your house. It reminds me of a school. Yeah, and so like, I've been using that chalkboard. And again, I bought one of them Crayola crayon box, and that have flowers drawn, pretty pink flowers and purple flowers and different memos, like know thyself and make sure you watch the water. Because again, I've never had a utility bill in my name. I never had to worry about utilities, and so I don't know the cost of these things. I've had to go and look online. I had to go and see, learn about solar panels. Like I'm like, okay, what is, this photovoltaic, the energy. I'm learning the basics of that and the cells that get trapped in those PV grids and how they generate electrons. I find it so freaking fascinating. So I bought like these lamps that already have the solar panels attached to them. All you got to do is set them out in the sun, and they're about 5,000 milliamperes per hour. So I would say that's pretty decent. One is 3,000, but I want to get some that's like 10,000, 20,000. And I know I'm a late bloomer and a beginner, and when it comes to this, I know there's people that are way more advanced than me when it comes to the solar panel. Like I was looking at one black guy, he has a $5,000 solar generator that can attach dishwashers, heaters, all at the same time. Like, and he got three of them. And I'm like, okay, I can't afford no $5,000 solar generator. And this man got three of them. And he's on his own land. He does the off grid thing. He bought one for his uncle. They live in like one of them it's not a module home, container homes. So I've been learning a lot from him. I'm learning from, people who already got their stuff that's already way ahead of the game. But I have to say, I am a late bloomer and a beginner to this solar energy and understanding it. But I'm excited because it's like, okay, all I had to do was buy these lamps that already have the solar panels attached. I do have some solar panel, well, what's it called, portable chargers or whatnot. And all you can do is sit that out in the sun, and then you bring it in at night, and then you have light. You have, I don't have to no longer flick on these lights. I mean, I do because I do still, because obviously the 5,000 milliamperes per hour is not that bright. Let's be frank. So that's an adjustment compared to having like these LED bright lights. And I can settle for that. Like I can settle for dimmer lights and whatnot, knowing that it's comes straight from the sun. It's cordless lamps. I mean, you can charge the lamps, but they're cordless. You just sit them out in the sun, bring them in at night, and turn it on. And so I think that's freaking dope. But I was like, man, like when I saw that brother with $5,000 solar panel generators, like I'm like, he got three of them. I'm like, where'd you get $15,000 from to spend on that? I'm like, I need me one of those in my life. But I'm like, man, it's fascinating. It's so fascinating, I feel more connected with the sun, so to speak, because I've never had to think about electricity in that sense, not in the sense of having to pay for it. And so I'm like, okay, what is, I'm just like, what is this photovoltaic, and I learned that, that it brings the DC current in. Well, the sun, uh, brings in those electrons on the panel, on the solar panel, and then it inverts it to AC current. And then that's how you get the electricity. It hits the cells, and those are electrons. And again, as we talk about electromagnetism and the negative to the positive, and it shows it. I'm like looking at the video, and I'm like, this is what I saw in my mind's eye when I wrote the book, The Law of Gender, when I broke down the scientific esoteric definition of electromagnetism and electricity. It's literally the way the sun operates. And I said, you know what? I'll be damned. I'm like, I knew I wasn't tripping. And just to see it right in front of my eyes, like how the electrons were being is an inverter and then being turned into a DC current. And I was just like, you know what? I can do this. And so, um, I do have to say that that's been really interesting for me. I want to learn more as much as I can. I've been finding different heating methods that beyond just butane and propane and what's the other one, kerosene. They had some really cool ones with just a fire gel. I don't know if you guys heard about the fire gel camps. They're fire gel cans rather, and some of them last for 6 hours. They're getting better. They're getting more advanced. Because at first I think they were like emergency where it's only like lasts you an hour or two, but now you're getting like 6 hours. They don't have some cool inventions that are indoor use for indoor, just in case like the heat goes out, the power goes out. Like there's all types of stuff out there that's so cool. And I done bought mylar foil, all types of that reflects 90% of it, traps 90% of body heat, but it goes beyond just body heat. Like mylar foil will, if you attach it to windows and to doors, it will trap heat as well. It's still in the room. So it will concentrate the heat. It pretty much just reflects it back into the room instead of going out through the drafts. You know how people have poor insulation sometimes with the windows, and you see those drafts from the windows. I've been using that mylar foil. I swear by it. And I had bought it years ago as far as emergency for one of my, when I was into this like preppers doomsday, when I was into the prepper stuff. I had bought those years ago, but emergency had came where it, well, in my mind, because I was cold, and where I was at, I didn't have control over the heat. And so I put these mylar and put them all on the, where there was draft coming through, on the door, on the windows. And it trapped, when I say it trapped that heat back into the room, I'm telling you, it was a night and day difference. I kid you not. I kid you not. So Mylar foil, you can get you like 10 of those on Amazon for like $7. You could probably get you a 50, you could probably get you 50 of them, what, $20? And I'm telling you, they're called Mylar foil emergency covers, the heating blankets, right? But I'm saying, like, even though you can sleep with it, you can put that as an emergency insulator over the doors in the winter time, and again, it also works if it's for air conditioning too. Like it will trap whatever method you're trying to get. So if you're trying to cool a room down, you can use that on the windows to trap in the air conditioner uh air, or you could do it with heat too, but I only tested it with heat, and I know for a fact it was a night and day difference. I am thoroughly impressed, so I would encourage you guys to get the mylar foil for just as an emergency, just to keep it on. It's only $7. And also, if you guys can get some of those solar panel lamps that already have the solar panels attached to the lamp, if you guys can do that, that will also be awesome for you, because again, you just throw that outside. You got a small porch. And again, this is for beginners and late bloomers. I already know that there's people that got their whole house decked out with the solar panels on top. Obviously I'm not there yet. So I'm not referring to, for those that's already way advanced ahead of the game. This is for beginners, those that's trying to save on electricity. You may be, in an apartment complex. You may got, whatever. You got a little patio. You still, you maybe a new college student, that just got on your own. So probably like this, well, this advice is probably for maybe somebody 29 and under, and then late bloomers, like myself. Um, you want to get you some of them solar panel lamps with the panels already attached. And that'd be a good introduction to solar panel energy. And it's a real easy introduction too, because you got to learn when you get the bigger solar panels, you have to learn those different the cords and all of that. That may be a little intimidating. So for beginners, I would say that you already just get the lamps with they already have it attached on there. The solar panels are attached on the top of the lamp. And so all you got to do is sit that bad boy right outside, whether you got a nice little patio, a patio, or if you don't have outside, but if you got a window where that sun comes in, as long as the sun hits it, you're good. It can actually generate electrons from the moonlight too. So don't think just because the sun's out it won't charge. It will still get a little bit of energy from the moon as well. But the sun, that's your big bet. So even if you got a window, in my back window, the sun just hits for like hours on end. So I don't have to necessarily just go out there and put it out there, but it has been charging just even behind a window, just from the sun. And again, 5,000 milliamperes per hour. That's the lighting. That's the brightness of the light. Again, it's efficient. It's efficient, especially for someone that's trying to save on their electricity bill or something. Oh, it's sufficient. You're gonna have light. You see inside your room? Can you see and make sure and know which one is which and what can you read? Long as you can read that to me is sufficient lighting. It's not gonna be no bright incandescent or LED, but it is sufficient to me. And then you could double up and then I found a solar light that's 10,000 milliamperes per hour. And so I'll definitely be getting that bad boy as well. And that's even brighter. And that one, they was showing it, they did pitch black and then they put it in the kitchen. Is it got a magnet on it? Put it on the kitchen refrigerator, and they showed how bright it get. Now that bad boy get bright. Like I was like, now that's like an actual, incandescent. Not the incandescent, the LED. That's like that was pretty bright. So I said, well, I'm gonna be getting into that as well. So I just wanted to share that tidbit. You can go to Amazon, just type in solar panel lamps. Mylar foil. It's spelled MYLAR FOIL. You type that in Amazon, get that. Those are excellent emergency uh products, if nothing else. But if you are like me, that a cheapskate when it comes to utilities, and you might want to just use that as your electricity source too, as far as those those solar panel lamps. When I get it, when I get up, I'm gonna be really getting solar panel generators. I don't know if I'm gonna get that $5,000 one like that brother got, but I know I can get me, $150, $200 one, and to start and to get me really on that path, because I was like, man, that's so dope. And people they building these homes with energy efficiency now with the solar panels already. Like it increases your home value. And I used to work at TurboTax last year, for TurboTax, like it was like an independent contract thing. And I remember like there's a huge tax credit that you can use if you do get the solar panels. And I want to say, let me see what it is this year. I want to say last year, wasn't it like $30,000 tax credit? What's the tax credit for the solar panels this year? I just want to Google that real quick before we get into. I know we're on the tangent, but tax credit solar panels for the income limit. Let's see. So there's no income limit to qualify, but okay. Here we go. It says the solar panel tax credit allows filers to a tax credit equal to 30% of the eligible costs. Okay, so it's 30% of eligible cost. So if you spend 20,000 on just getting solar panels at your house and all this shit and really decking it up, you can get up to 30% of the eligible cost. And I remember quite a people, when we were calling in, and we were helping them with that deduction and helping them with that. I remember seeing that quite a bit actually, and then you can get it over several years too. You know, Yep, sure can. So that's just a tidbit that I wanted to share for those that's curious. That's what I've been up to. My mind's been on that. I just moved. And so I just moved into a house, and so just been looking for ways to to save on utilities, and that's just been one of. Let's see what else you said. You said no shame. I'm standing on my own. Have a few solar panels for USB electronics. At least I'll be entertained and have lights. Exactly. Yeah, and get extended range Wi-Fi. I got some of those too. I got like four of those. Get an extended range Wi-Fi antenna and borrow your local free Wi-Fi. Right. Yep. And again, like I said, like it's been an adjustment for me being on my own because, like I said, for the last since 20, I want to say 20, like even before then, like even, I would say as long as I can remember, I've never lived by myself or had utilities in my name or anything. Like I was really reflecting. I'm like, didn't even had to do my own laundry. No, no lie. One of my landlords, they did eventually install a washer for me. But prior to that, I'm telling you, like the landlords would literally do my laundry, like everywhere that I had been. No lie, like I would even when I was in undergrad, when I lived with my sister in undergrad, she did my laundry. She didn't trust me to because I wouldn't separate my colors right, and I was she said I was very heavy handed. She said, "You're very heavy handed, and I think you're going to break my washer and my dryer, and you don't separate your clothes correctly. You don't separate your brights from your lights, and or your colors from your brights." Like she likes to literally, do the whole shindig, the fabric softener, folding it up, separating whites from the lights and the bright. I honestly don't even do none of that. I'm not even gonna hold you. And so it really annoyed her. So she was like, you know what? I'll do your laundry. Don't touch my washer, my dryer, because you're gonna break it because you're too heavy handed. And I'm like, oh, I wasn't gonna break it, but I'm like, we're talking about like 20 years old, 21, and she's doing my laundry. And then even when I would say even at 29, one of my landlords was doing my laundry. Even when I turned 30 and I lived one of them was doing my laundry, at 30 years old. And I didn't even realize that was like, I didn't, it was just, I didn't have access to the washer and dryers. And they were just like, hey, if you want, I'll wash your clothes for you. You just put them in the bag, set them on the stairs. I'll come get them, wash them, put it back on the stairs. It was that type of thing. So I'm like, and then utilities being included. And so this is so new for me. It really is. And then I remember one place that I stayed. Now that one I have to say that was very temporary, but it was still, I was still staying there. And this lady would every 2 weeks come up the stairs and clean, change out the covers, sheets, covers, mop the floors, vacuum the floors, and clean the bathroom, and to switch out the towels and stuff. And she would do that every 2 weeks. Now I thought she just wanted to check on the condition of her place and didn't want to, because I didn't understand. Like I'm like, I mean, obviously I didn't care because I'm like, shoot, somebody's gonna clean. Now she didn't wash my clothes. I had to wash my own clothes, but I thought, I mean, that was dope service. I'm like, when I say like it would be mopped out, clean to a T. And either she would work around me and we would have a conversation and talk while she was cleaning, or I could leave and I'll come back and if I wanted to leave and have her just do her little thing, but it would be spotless. It was clean, And so I'm like, when I think about, I'm like, I've been really sheltered. I've been really sheltered. And I was wondering, why did that lady want it? Why did she insist on coming up every 2 weeks to clean the place? I could have cleaned it myself. Like I was literally 31. I was 30 years old at that time. It wasn't like I was, 18, 16. I was 30 years old. And I was thinking about it because I'm like, that lady, she actually came upstairs one day on Christmas morning and she had pancakes, bacon for me, eggs. So she cooked a whole breakfast with the platter out with mimosas, like a little mini champagne bottle with the mimosas. And I'm like, man, I really like to thank that lady. I forgot her name. I know I could probably look it up again because I know I have receipts to, of when I stayed with her briefly. Uh, but like I would really like to thank that lady because I didn't now that I see how people can be over the year and even have to do everything myself now completely now. I'm like, I would like to go back and write her and say I truly thank you for that service, that for doing that for me. And you didn't have to. She didn't have to clean my place every 2 weeks. She didn't have to cook me breakfast like on that Christmas and like it was a huge storm in Buffalo at this time. And she came up the stairs and it was pancakes, bacon, eggs, mimosas, orange juice with the champagne in a wine bottle. And she said, you know, Merry Christmas. And then she had a little miniature tree in there that she didn't put in there and cleaned out everything. And I'm like, man, I don't have none of that now. I gotta do everything on my own. I gotta do my own laundry, I gotta do my own lawn care, I gotta pay the utilities. So like I said, like God was telling me, you got what you wanted, but you lost what you had. You wanted to be by yourself, you wanted to be independent, you wanted a whole house to yourself, you got it. But now you lost what you had because now you got to do your own laundry. I got to get a damn line, a washer. I'm probably not gonna get a dryer. I'll probably just fold. I don't know. This had a old school. Uh, and I gotta get a damn lawnmower. So, like I said, like God told me, you got what you wanted, but you lost what you had. We want to hear it. You asked for it. You wanted a house by yourself. You wanted complete independence, no noise. You wanted it just you. You got it. So I'm grateful for the past and for now. I'll say that. So let's get started. I belabored my point quite a bit as far as the tangents that I wanted to talk about, and even the products that I wanted to touch upon. Um, the Nakhti Barter exchange platform. So um, again, when we talk about political and philosophical governance of civic affairs and of humans and of civilizations, obviously we know that the issue of supply and demand is going to come up, and the issue of economics is going to inevitably come up. And so when we see ourselves at a precipice now, take it we're in 2025 and there's a lot going on, and we've come to the realization, at least those that are on our side, we realize that these two-party systems, they are all in together. There is some sort of shadow government going on. There is some hidden hands going on. There is both sides are working together. They have an agenda that doesn't really necessarily include the values of the American people and of humanity. And so with that understanding, we realize we know that there will be a day when other Americans come to that same realization. It's already happening so fast. I thought that it would take to 2026. And so people are realizing like, hey, this is nothing but the old vanguard or a whole new the old vanguard under a new world order, and both sides are pretty much promising that you're going to be walked to the slaughterhouse, in terms of your rights, stripping of more freedoms, whether that be a technocracy, 15-minute city, a chip in your motherfucking head, whether that be um, social credit score, massive censorship and social media. Both sides are engaging in these behaviors, whether it be Republican, Democrats, it's big corporations, big oligarchy, big monarchy, obviously hidden hands of secret societies, the Jesuits, all those things. This is the stuff that we already know. People, they like to say that we're being conspiratorial, but we have enough evidence, and we know what's going on. And then there's big major influence now with these intelligence agencies over whole governments, and particularly in the U.S. And that's going to be coming out more. I can see it. I called it in Big Chief CR's room. It was a recorded space, and I started talking about Palantir and Peter Thiel and the CIA and all that stuff. And I know I lost it. At that time, there's nothing but Black Americans in there, and they were like, "What the hell are you talking about? Or you're trying to fearmonger us? Or you?" And it wasn't. So then Whitney Webb comes out, and she wrote the book. She's a best-selling author that wrote the book One Nation Under Black Law. She comes out this week and says the exact same thing. But she knows way more than I know about this whole intelligence apparatus in America. She wrote a book on it, but I saw it a month ago. I'm like, okay, Palantir, Trump, JD Vance. I said, okay, they got a whole play. Like they about to really, that's defense contracting. That's CIA. And so I was trying to explain that to Black Americans, and they were like, "Get the heck out of here! We ain't want none of that." And then Whitney Webb comes out. I want to say, yeah, she came out this week, less than a couple of days ago, and she says, hey guys, she started breaking down Palantir, she started breaking down the TIA program. And see, I was like, see, this is what, because she has a platform, with me, I'm shadow banned and blacklisted. And so like when somebody with a big platform goes out and says the same thing that I said in a recorded space a month ago, and it gets signal boosted like that, I was just like so grateful, because I'm like, oh, finally people can see like what I've been seeing. I'm like, and so there's major regime changes that's going to take place in America. And um I mean, it's still it's a new world order that they're trying to usher in, but there's other agendas that other societies have, that other power players envision for America. So it's not going to just be an easy one straight shot to usher in what they want, whether it be a technocracy, social credit score, digital ID, digital federal currency, cryptocurrency, and whatnot. It's not going to be an easy walk in the park, as far as what they may think. Let me see if I can get this full screen layout. There we go. I want to make sure that you guys can at least see the full screen, because we do got to cover this material. It's not going to be an easy walk in the park for them to just do that. There will be pushback. There will be um, other powerful entities that also push back, as well as the American people themselves. They're not just going to willingly, blindly follow the Trojan horse just because it's Trump and Elon, just because it's the people that we felt more comfortable with in office. They're actually going to be under more scrutiny, and they're under more scrutiny now precisely because we've noticed a bait and switch. We notice, you know, um, the switch on even just HB1 visas and immigration just that quick. The switch up, and I called that 3 weeks before the election too. Um, and it came to pass very quickly. I thought it would take about a year for people to see what I was seeing. I'm like, man, I'm gonna have to look crazy for a whole year, and only for people to see. But it happened so much quicker, as far as the other people with way bigger platforms, and including the MAGA conservatives themselves, noticing the bait and switch that I talked about 3 weeks before the election. They're all on it. They jumped on it. They realized the switch. Even with we're going to talk about controlled opposition and how they dragging the hell out of Alex Jones. Um, and I also want to give some advice to truthers. I want to actually write that down, because I don't want to forget that, because I want to talk to some of the truther accounts that are out there, those that do the work of dismantling controlled opposition and whatnot. I want to also give some advice, because they're coming strong. They're going to come very strong after those type of platforms. They're already starting to, but I want to give some strategy on how to kind of combat that a little later on. But again, people are not just going to walk to the slaughter, and so we know that as the Nakhti order, and it's like, okay, well, here's some blueprints, here's some frameworks, and here's how we can look out for ourselves if anything happens. If anything, if the they close down that stock market, or there's a there's a run on the market, or they manipulate crypto to wipe out retail traders, or to wipe out people who jumped on board because they thought the government and the hedge funds were going to look out for them. Like what are the things that we can do as an American people? Things that are constitutional, but things that allow for organized governance when the rest of society crashes out, when the rest of society runs amok, just like in the movie, what's it called? Leave the World Behind. um there'll be a group of us that are sophisticated enough, competent enough, and organized enough, and trustworthy, and have enough integrity enough to get our own, to look out for our crew, and whoever else wanted to fuck what we were doing on a governance level. But that day, I don't see a complete total breakdown. I'm just saying, like, there's going to be a lot of disagreement in governance in America, even within states, possible succession, arguments between governors, big time brawls between governors and the mayors, and like just drama, because there's a breakdown in the paradigm in the matrix, but they need to convince people of their legitimacy in governance, even as they violate the Constitution, even as they violate even American citizens in terms of things that we want to see and policies that we want to see. We saw that the homeless situation in America. We see the homeless situation in America. We see the situation with education in America, infrastructure, jobs. We want to bring back apprenticeships. We want to bring back the ability to earn while you learn, to and cut out it will rather kill two birds with one stone with education plus experience, and apprenticeships offer that, paid apprenticeships at that. And so, like, there's a lot of restructure that has to be done, and no one is brave enough in politics and in that cabal, in that system, in that matrix system, to challenge that system and to create those frameworks and those parallel infrastructures themselves. They're either too cowardly, they don't want to do it, or they're being paid not to, or they don't know how to. And I'm not judging, and I don't mean to come so harsh, but it is frustrating to see the writing on the wall, and for other people to just play dumb. Because at that point, you're just playing dumb. You do know that there's a clear fundamental breakdown, um, even in the structural governance systems, not just in America, but just quite global, to be frank. But this is because this is this intransigence to try to force all what they call y'all sheep, they call all humanity into box and into a new world order. And that's for their agenda, for more control and for more power and for money. But that doesn't mean they care about you. And so that schism is going to be big. The divide between the wealthy and the poor, uh, completely dismantling of middle class, even dismantling of economic mobility, the chance at economic mobility, the chance to own, the chance to have this financial freedom, time and location freedom. They want to clamor down on it. That's why they want to get rid of remote work and all this stuff. And so with Doji even told you to your face they want to get rid of remote work and hope that you quit your job if we force y'all to come back in. This is like that level of wanting to control another human. These oligarchies don't give a shit about humanity. And I told them you're gonna fall on your own sword if you don't find a way to bridge a gap between corporations and sustainability and public interest and governance itself, if you know that you influence the government. And so I've told them that a year ago. I said it at least 5 times. I do know this YouTube channel is monitored by powerful think tanks, that those that have access to some of those powerful secret societies. I already know that this channel is monitored by those type of agencies. So it's like, why are you not following I guess they want the chaos. I guess they want, the agenda is to kind of agitate the people to an extent. I'm not sure what the goal is. um but nonetheless, we know that we should develop our own barter economy apps. And I don't know if it's necessarily private sector, but again, this is definitely on a communal level. But we're talking about, like, the idea of tradition, stuff that works. Barter economy has always worked. It's the oldest economy. But dated with an app. Now, I was thinking of, like, how could we, obviously this would be like more decentralized, but if we took the idea of the barter economy and put it on a digital app, obviously to exchange services for service for points, or uh, service for actual cash. So there's different layers to it. You can offer a service in exchange for another service. And we're talking about like a marketplace. So we're talking about being able to search by category, being able to search by location, name, service, obviously, but the category, whether that be entertainment, lawn care, child care, whatever those services is, hair care, pet care. And you would go and look for that particular service, see what they're, and then you could funnel by what are they looking for. Do they want points? So you're gonna look for, oh, do they want to complete a service in exchange for points? Do they want to complete a service in exchange for a service that you offer? Or do you want to complete a service in exchange for just cash or money? fiat currency or even cryptocurrency, right? Um, so we're talking about a Nakhti Barter exchange platform that you just download on your phone, and again, you're building it out as a marketplace. And I talked about that. I want to say in where's that book at? This I did a very lightweight version, very lightweight version of that. And the Queen Mothership Part Two: Enterprise Architecture: A Guide to Rebuilding Black America. So this book was published in 2023, as you can see, and I talked about the barter app in this book. However, I have to say that it was more so for local intentional communities, like a local city or say a group. It could be a church, organization that set the way that it's written in this book. But the way that's going to be written in the Nakhti order, this is something that could be statewide. This could be something that is a state initiative. Because when we're talking about, like, say, a state, like I'm telling you, there's going to be like states that start succeeding in the U.S. Or even, there's going to be disagreements between cities and states. It's just going to be a lot. And again, I'm a little early on this, but we're thinking of like the Nakhti Barter App Exchange Act on a state level for a state that needed to run efficiently if they get cut off or sanctioned by the federal government because they don't want to implement, say, some new censorship protocol or some new policy protocol that infringes against the Constitution, right? In the event of something like that, a state would have to, and again, we're just merely talking about philosophical governance and esoteric politics, predictive probability distribution science as well, a little bit for those who when we talk about predicting what's going to happen. But I would say we have to know that this is philosophy of governance, and so we're talking about civic affairs and backups for governance apparatuses, and economy is just one of those backups. Like, what happens if society goes to shit, or succeeding and succession, all this stuff? Well, we're talking about the Nakhti Barter Exchange platform. you know and so again, we're talking like this could use digital solutions, that with service exchange and research sharing within micro cities. And we talk about the historical barter programs are that were already in existence, but for this one, we're thinking, you could probably do a secure QR code technology and then built-in point-based systems. This allows the users to easily trade skills and resources and knowledge without relying on traditional currency. If you were to get locked out, if the government says, you know what, we're pulling a plug on your digital currency and your digital, but your social credit score is not high enough. Your social credit score. This whole segment of this whole community right here, you're cut off. Then what? What would we do? What would you do? That's when we talk about the barter economy. You actually do this very local. You don't need technology at all to do it. But we're saying, how do we do it? We would add, adding the technology in because it's easy to get a private server and build it. I can do this. I have a background in technology management, but I could set this up myself. If the money came in to get it built, I could probably get it done for under 10K. It wouldn't have all the bells and whistles necessarily, but we can get the basics of this done. The QR code technology, the you setting up the membership profile, the subscription profile, where you have your user profiles and your verified community trust rate. So you would create an account. Obviously, you have verified community trust rating comes. You won't have that when you initially get on, but you create a profile. You're going to detail the services that you offer, which is your skills, your available resources, and the services that you seek. Whether that could be childcare, that could be you want a haircut every 2 weeks, and instead you do lawn care. You say, I offer lawn care, and what I'm seeking is uh barber, a haircut. And now that allows the algorithm to sort of filter through, to actually show you what you're actually looking for as well. Or you can go and manually search via the categories. Like, when you go on Amazon, you can sort for low price to high price, and what categories you can search. This would be the same thing, you know, or whether you will click through categories manually, or the algorithm based on the services that you seek that you put in your profile will also be shown to you. Okay. And so a community driven rating system ensures the accountability and encourage trust within the platform. Okay. So obviously the users with the earning ratings and high rating means you're reliable, you offer your good service or good product or whatever the barter that you wanted. Because again, you could also do what we'll have is service for service, but also again, service for points, service for cash, and then service then it'd probably be a section for product, like an actual, it doesn't have to just be services. It could be product exchange, laptop for chair or whatever. Now that would probably be, um, you would have to probably toggle between app. Like, so it would be like, I wouldn't say it'd be two apps, but you would need to definitely toggle whether you're doing service for service or product for product. I would say it needs to be separate just for cleaner user interface. Okay, and so again, we're talking about multi-layered exchange options. So you can offer a service or resource in exchange for another. You can earn points by completing tasks or offering services. Say you don't have a service that you want to give, or maybe you don't have a resource that you want to exchange, but you want to do a service and you just want to earn the points. And you can go and cash in those points, and you're transferring your points that you earn over to another person's and giving them those points. Okay, when you get your service, you can redeem those points for services or resources. Okay, and but again, you would be earning those points. You would have to offer the service and complete the task first, then get those points, and then you would redeem those points using other services. Say a haircut could be, these points, whatever the points would, whatever it is in dollar amounts, you would do that. I would say we could probably keep it simple and do that in point amount. Okay, now we're talking about this barter aspect. So I want to give a cleaner example of this. So say, um, let's say Daquan wants to have some points. He wants to earn points. He does let's see what kind of service he would do. Lawn care is kind of, I already used that example before. He does plumbing. Daquan does plumbing and he wants to earn points. And so he goes into the app and he looks for people who have issues with the plumbing or whatever, and that wants the service. And they do pretty much an exchange. They could send a message beforehand, but they could actually just do it all manually. I'm willing to give points. Like it will literally be something you could toggle between. I'm willing to give service in exchange for points. I'm willing to do plumbing in exchange for this many points. If the um person agrees to that, he can complete that service, he will get those points. Now that is more so on the back end. That is somebody that is willing to um remember, offer a service, and they will most likely have to use some sort of cash for on the other from the other person's side. If they don't want to use the cash, if they already have points, they can just give those points. Okay, I already got 100 points from what I did, it's worked a year ago, and they had that in a reserve, and they could say, well, you know what, I already have uh these points, and so I'm going to just transfer my points over to you, and you come and do the plumbing job and do the plumbing services, because again, it's designed to work without cash. If you have just points that if you already, it's like a feedback loop, and it's like a just ever growing network of Hive. And I would say you could probably even use ledger based technology with this sort of apparatus, as far as accurate record keeping and accurate tracking of who did what. You could probably put that on the ledger too. Just that makes disputes and verification very easy, I would say. You could probably even build this out as a DAO. But we do want this idea where you can, offer a service or resource in exchange for another, earn points by completing tasks or offering services, or you can transfer earned points to other users, enabling a fluid exchange system without direct trade and match each time. Again, if somebody wanted to use cash, they can, but you don't have to. And so you would QR code scan for seamless transactions. The QR codes allows quick and secure transactions between users. And when the exchange is agreed upon, the users scan each other code, and it instantly records the transactions in the app's ledger, just like so. And so let's see, what else do we have here? And again, it's a categorized service marketplace. And so the services and goods are listed by category. I said that earlier, but they're just, let me just focus more so what's on the screen. So you have home repair, you can have educational workshops, wellness consultation, and more. And so that categorization allows users to search quickly and efficiently for what they need and what they can offer, increasing the app's usability and engagement. And so then we have the smart barter matching system that is the AI based algorithm. And so it can suggest potential partners. I actually talked about that earlier as well. They can suggest potential barter partners based on your needs, your available skills, your recent transactions, helping you find exchange partners that you might have otherwise overlooked. Okay. And so if you know you're someone that's looking to get your nails done every 2 weeks, and you put that, and that's already on your profile, that smart better matching system is going to be, that AI, that algorithm is going to be more keen to look for what you're relevant, what's on that profile. That's why it's important that you fill it out as far as what you're looking at. And yeah, you can update it as much as you want. That the algorithm will update as well. Okay. And so again, you have the point system with redeemable rewards and transferability. So this point system is acting as a non-monetary currency that can be earned through providing services, completing community-oriented tasks, or sharing resources. So you can earn points by completing a service. Yeah, sure it can. Now, you could transfer those points, but we're talking about, like, say somebody does not have any points. Say there's somebody that offers a service. They fix chairs, they do carpentry. They don't have any points. But then someone else needs carpentry, but they want points. Any event like that, if the person that does not have points is willing to just pay in fiat currency, that transaction could happen. Or else the algorithm will reshuffle and it will find someone that has those points that also does carpentry. So they have points and they does carpentry, and that person wants carpentry and wants points, and they could just transfer either the points, or they can just they could let's see, that person needs carpentry services and they have points. Yeah, they would transfer over those points, or they can just offer the service. Yeah. But that's just an example of how it would be if the person just, if they don't have any points, then you would obviously have to offer another service that they want or pay. But let's keep going. Learning and knowledge sharing hub. Okay, so we're not going to cover that because that's not important. So now let's go through some use case examples. So imagine Alex. He's an experienced gardener, and so he's looking to learn basic home plumbing. So through the Nakhti Barter, Alex offers a gardening consultation in exchange for plumbing service for points. In exchange for a plumbing service, or he's doing it for points. And so a match is made with Jamie, a plumber who is eager to learn more about organic gardening. They meet, they scan each other's QR codes and trade services. They can also scan each other's QR, not scan each other's, but they can also do it through the app. They don't have to actually meet in person if they don't want to. They can also do it through the app. If either has points left overs, these points can be shared within the community or saved for future exchanges. You can give your points away if you want to as well. And so obviously there'll be some security and privacy features. All transactions are encrypted. That's why I'm thinking. I think that this could be protecting transactions within the app's ledger. Again, there could be something with blockchain that gets implemented here, or not, for people who don't trust blockchain. I'm not hell bent on any technology yet. It's just in terms of building this out. Okay, and so why Nakhti Barter works again, and this would be in locations where access to cash is limited, or in a situation where you're on your own. Okay, and you get locked out. And again, that could happen if they implement a social credit score, if the state succeeds. Again, we're talking about philosophical governance. And so let's look at the case studies with the QR codes. So let's look at the first one. Let's do childcare for lawn care. So Maria is a working parent. She needs help with lawn care. She finds Chris, who offers lawn mowing and maintenance services on the app. In exchange, Maria offered childcare services, which Chris needs for his young daughter during work hours. They agree to a service swap where Maria provides 2 hours of child care in exchange for a lawn mowing session. They use the QR code feature on the Nakhti Barter to confirm the transaction, which logs the exchange, deducts the services hours from each, and updates their trust ratings because they get to do a rating. So now let's look for farming. for plumbing services. So Sam, a small scale farmer, has an overgrown irrigation issue that requires plumbing expertise rather. He connects with Zoe, a skilled plumber on the app. In return for her plumbing services, Sam offers her a weekly delivery of fresh produce. Okay. So they both scan each other's QR codes, record the plumbing session, and scheduling the weekly produce delivery on the next month. The app tracks fulfillment of each delivery and completes the barter exchange upon completion of all produce deliveries. Obviously, you could do this for hair services for electric work. Okay, I want to do, because this is quite a bit, I want to do just one more, then we can move on to the next option. So you have hair services for electric work. Ella, a licensed hairstylist, is looking to install some additional lighting in her home salon. She finds Jackson, an electrician, on the Nakhti Barter app. Jackson is in need of a haircut and styling for an upcoming event, making the trade deal. So they agree on a direct service for service exchange, with Ella offering one hairstyling session in exchange for Jackson installing her lighting. The QR codes are scanned and a transaction is logged as each service is completed. Okay. And so now there's a case study using a mutual option agreement option in the app. Okay, so let's see. Let's do one of these. So you have child care for lawn care. So we have Maria, a single mother. She needs lawn maintenance but wants to avoid monetary exchange. Chris, who offers lawn care services on the Nakhti Barter app, needs a reliable child care provider for his daughter. And so this is how it will look on the app if you don't have a QR code. Okay. So they agree to swap Maria's child care for Chris's lawn mowing services. And using the app's chat feature, they set the hours of exchange and confirm the agreement. So instead of a QR code, Maria and Chris, they select mutual confirmation within the app. Okay. Each pressing complete once the services is rendered. This double confirmation method sends a unique verification text code to each of them to authorize the point exchange securely. And so now let's do a case study that uses the one-time code exchange feature in the app. So let's do farming for plumbing services again. So we have Sam. He's a micro city farmer. He has a leak in his irrigation system. He needs a plumber, Jamie. The licensed plumber on the app is looking for fresh vegetables for her family. Sam lists his produce available for trade, and Jamie contacts him through the app. Sam and Janine agreed to exchange a set amount of fresh vegetables for plumbing work. Instead of using that QR code, Janine selects a one-time code exchange feature in the app. So it's a feature, one-time code exchange feature. After Janine finishes the work, Sam uses his app-generated one-time code to authorize the point transfer directly made from his profile. Janine enters the code into her app, verifying the transaction is complete, and the points for future barters are now credited to her. Okay, so that's how we'll look without the QR codes and with the one-time trade exchange. So now we're going to do a case study using service scheduling because now you can do this schedule a service in advance. So let's do it with lawn care for hair services. So we have Lana. She's a hairstylist. She has overgrown grass and landscaping needs for her front yard. She connects with Ben, who offers lawn maintenance on the app and interested in getting regular haircuts in return. And so Ben and Lana, they set up a recurring barter using the app service scheduling feature, which keeps track of ongoing services and split points accordingly. And after each lawn care service, Ben points are transferred to Lana's account through a set and forget automatic confirmation setting. Ben receives a monthly summary of his service while Lana points accumulate after each transaction. Okay, so this is just case studies. Okay, so case study using option to manually confirm each transaction via a request points button. Okay, so now you can manually confirm the transaction, request your points. Tracy is an electrician. She needs nail care services for her upcoming wedding. She finds Tanya, a nail technician. They negotiate an exchange where Tracy will do electrical repairs for Tanya's home in return for a series of manicure sessions. So this is how the transaction process will look. The transaction begins with the QR scan on their first service. If unavailable, they have the option to manually confirm each transaction via a request points button within the app. Once one party completes service, they send a notification with the other party can verify and authorize within 24 hours completing the point transfer. This gives both parties a flexible way to record their transactions without relying on a QR code each time. There's also a quick transaction option in the app. we're not going to cover everything. Okay, so that's advanced. Okay, so that was actually our last one because this one we're not going to go over. Okay, so this is actually our last case study. So let's do it. So case study using the quick transaction option. So we have plumbing for childcare. So we have Malik. He's a plumber. He needs childcare support and connects with Kendra, who offers childcare services. In exchange, he offers plumbing repairs for her home issues. Okay. So after Malik completes each plumbing service, Kendra goes into the app and uses quick transaction option to send him immediate point transfer based on their prearranged terms. Because normally you could do the request points, but this one is just quick transaction prearranged terms. In an app notification, it will track their transaction history, and Malik receives a monthly summary, helping him keep a record of how many care points he can redeem later on. And so, again, this is just one option because, again, there's an advanced economy, and that's for the entire country. That's just like how you would, and we're not covering that on this channel. We're covering it, it'll be covered later on, but we're not doing that online pretty much is what I'm saying. The advanced economy goals are for the entire nation, but this one, as far as the Nakhti Barter exchange, that is more so for state level and local level and intentional communities, organizations that wanted to operate within their own silos of community. And so that is what that is for, I have to say. And again, there's different ways to get this done, but I would say an app to start. If you didn't have access to technology, you can obviously set this up um through sticky notes and a point. I mean, we talk about like that's like real basic. That's like if you have to go completely off grid, with no internet. That's more extreme, but you can also do this with technology as well. Quite advanced technology you can use decentralized autonomous organization style. You can use ledger technology. You can use traditional like make it like a social media site and marketplace combined, you know. And whatnot. And so that's the Nocti Barter Exchange. We are going to get into our next topic. I do have to use the powder room, I have to say. So we will take a brief intervention. Um, but let's see. The next thing that I want to talk about is more so the situation with the New Orleans events, some of the events that we saw, the Tesla and Trent Tower situation with that cyber truck, and then I also want to talk about uh, delineation movements and just movement work in general from a philosophical level. But we do need to take the intermission. I took some sea moss gel and quite a bit of other herbs this morning, and it's kind of like working as a diuretic. And so I'm like, I was working through it, and I'm like, I have to use the bathroom, guys. So we'll go through a brief intermission, and I will be back. Let me put this on mute, and let's see. Do they have that thing? I think I lost that. Let me see. Where's that banner? Media assets. I'm trying to look for where I can play that file that I had with the intermission where it says stay right, I'll be right back. And I don't think I have it. I wanted to play where it says be right back so people would know that we're coming back, you know what I mean? Um, but nonetheless, I will I will play this one and then we'll be right back. Make sure I'm good on Rumble. Okay, so we'll be back. So I'm back. Okay, let me make sure I can take this off now. Okay, let me go on Rumble and take this off as well. Okay, let me make sure I check my sound. But yes, I'm back, guys. So now I want to talk about that situation. And I know I'm kind of late as far as discussing it because people are pretty much they pretty much discussed it um at nauseum in terms of the situation that happened with um that army vet and that situation in New Orleans, and then uh the connection. For me, I'm going to be looking at that more from an esoteric level, I have to say, because there was quite a bit of code in connection between the two events. That the other event was, I want to say, something with explosion with the cyber Tesla truck in front of the Trump Tower, and those were two separate events from the guy that was in New Orleans from Texas or some shit like that. But I think there was some connection that they were both army vets. Let me see if I can pull up something with about what happened with that situation. What was it, the New Orleans? Let's see. I just because to be honest, it's been a while since I've looked into it. That situation on Bourbon Street in New Orleans. Let's see. New Orleans attacker fired. Okay. So from what I'm understanding, let me see if I can pull up the information on this guy. Oh, what was the dude's name? Let's see. What was his name? The guy. I knew he had like a Islamic name. Suspect inspired by da, 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 da. Okay, his name was Shamsu Din Jabbar. Okay. And so he was an army vet. I think he was trained at some specific facility in Texas or something like that. But my heart goes out to those victims that just that that unfortunately met their demise in New Orleans at this event. But from what I'm getting nervous even talking about this, as you can see, because again, there was a lot of codes, that I saw. I do think this is a psyop, and I'm not saying that there wasn't real collateral damage, that there wasn't a person that actually, people that died. I'm not saying that, but um, it does look like this. There's had a lot of ritualistic underpinnings, and for my estimation, and I don't think that it was an isolated event from the truck, the cyber truck, and Trump incident. I don't think it was isolated um, at all. I think that these are coordinated, and I think that they are occurring above the level of the intelligence agencies, or right at that level, that they're being planned out now, that they're telling the public that this is ISIS or Al Qaeda. They still going with that narrative. I mean, that the intelligence agencies are telling the public that. Those that sin and know that that's bullshit. Come on. ISIS and Al Qaeda, those are, I mean, who started ISIS and Al Qaeda? And you just need to do your research on that. You just need to do your research on that, and you'll know that that leads you back to the intelligence agencies. Um, I don't think for a second that they're going to give you the real narrative on what this is all about, for one. And you have to understand that within esoteric politics, and within even at the highest levels of the intelligence agencies themselves, it's ran by the occult. They do everything by the numbers. They do everything by rituals. I mean, even that video, they showed a POV video of this guy, Sheshmus Dinjabar, I guess, taking a stroll through New Orleans. Did you not just look at the signs and read? Did you just thought it was just a video that they put on CNN? Do you know the amount of codes that they were showing throughout the whole entire video? They let you know exactly who did it and where it came from and why they did it, right? Just in the POV video. You just have to put the codes together. He's driving past specific shops and certain. You got to look at everything as a code. the symbols, the signs, and then they put this on the news. Okay, now we're talking about propaganda and how you mold the collective consciousness and how you mold the perception in which reality would look at something. Why they tell you the false narrative of what's really behind it or who did it or what caused it. Obviously, that is ain't ISIS and Al Qaeda ain't got nothing to do with none of that. The U.S. Knew about it. They knew about it months ago. Um, um, it's a psyop. It's a psyop. It's real. It's a ritual. It's still done for a specific agenda and a specific reason, and to get out a certain message. Sure, sure. It definitely was to send a message, but and even if that meant people die. But here's the thing, these are army vets. Both of these guys, we know that they were veterans. I think it was like at least three. They were, and obviously they were. It was way more involvement with other people. Some people are the collateral damage. Some people willingly make the sacrifice. Some people want to, some people are trained for that. They're not necessarily even sleeper cells. And so, obviously, if you think that this person carried that out on its own, they give you codes. They said it was planned with AI, Chat GTP. I mean, you got to come on, guys. Like these people they just literally just think they just think that you was just not y'all listening because y'all don't have those issues, but they just think the public is just fucking idiots. They just do. They just think people are just stupid. Um, but nonetheless, I thought the POV video was interesting because I already knew psychically what was going on, and just from the codes, just from looking at the articles. But to see that video and to know the events, the three buildings that had got struck by lightning before, the patches on Eben, he wore a uniform with the lightning, then the Ford truck in front, like I mean, this Ford stuff keep coming up. Then we know the incident that happened with Ford's Twitter account, uh, just days before, just less than a week before that incident. And then even when we think about like the other incident with the cyber truck in front of the Trump Tower. There was the Ford truck in front of that, and the person that they were a vet for army veteran. I don't know if it was army veteran or I know they're a military vet as well, and so there's multiple. Obviously, it's a lot going on. It's a lot going on, and obviously, somehow our military is involved in this in both incidents. Um, my thing is, I'm a bold type motherfucker. And so if I'm sending a message or if I'm running this psyop or this is what it means and I'm letting this is what it is and this is who sent it. And I would respect our military more if they did that versus like or even intelligence agencies that's also have involvement in that versus oh, it's just ISIS and Al Qaeda. Or they're trying to spin a narrative that this is some immigrant, that this guy is from Berkeley, Texas. He is part black American. That has been confirmed. There's people in Burford that grew up with this family that knew this family before they converted to Islam. They did convert. They weren't always Muslim, and the mother is, from what I'm understanding, she's obviously she's Black American, but there his as far as like the lineage, like as far as checking it, um, there are Black Americans in that Burford, Texas areas that said that they did grow up knowing that his family, so people that are older than him, and they had the date. They said that his family had converted to Islam um when he was a baby. And again, this is what the neighbors are saying. And my thing is, the part thing, him being part Moroccan, that is, believe it or not, at least in Buffalo, New York, there were quite. I had at least three Black American friends that had Black American mothers, but the fathers were Arabs because of them corner stores. Let's be real. Let's wake that up. A lot of them Arabs that were owning them corner stores. They were sleeping with Black American women back in them days, in the early '90s, late '80s, and that could have been to get their green card. That could have been to set up shop here. I don't know, but that at that time, they were, it was like, I mean, they tried to get me. I remember, some of the, they Arab, the corner stores, they tried to hit on me growing up when I was younger. So I know what I'm talking about. But I had a couple of friends that were like half black. I mean, obviously we just called them Black American because they live with a Black American mom in the Black American community. Once them and the Arab break up or whatever, you know. But nonetheless, there's a couple. I mean, that's like a known thing, at least in certain aspects of Buffalo. And then we were also warned to kind of stay away from them because they weren't treating the women good. But they what do you call them, anchor babies, whatever. It's a reality. And so I'm not saying that Shishmu Dinjabar is an incident of that. I'm not saying that he's a product of that because I don't know that. But what I'm saying, what we've heard is that the family on the grounds, they saying that they converted and changed their names. They had Black American names. They had Black American surnames, but they changed the name to an Islamic name. That's what was told. That's one scenario. Um, and then the other scenario is that we've been hearing that he's half Moroccan and then half Black American. Now, if he's half Moroccan, um, then I mean, it could have been through the situation again, the dynamics between the Arabs and the Black American women. We don't know, but I just know from experience with me growing up, I knew at least three Black Americans in my life that went to Hutch Tech that were part. Well, two of them. The other one was just somebody that I knew in the hood, but the other two people I went to high school. They had a father that was Arabic. I mean, like the Arab, whatever, Middle Eastern, whether that be from what's that, Yemen? What's that? Yeah, is it Yemen? Yemen or Yemen, from that area, Pakistan, obviously, whatever they come from. I know we got Pakistan, I know we got Yemen, some shit like that. Is it Yemen or Yemen? I'm just saying, like that. They would sometimes get with a Black American female. They have a kid, and So I'm just wondering if that's the situation with Shesuddin Jabbar. But nonetheless, they saying that family changed their name to Islamic names. That's what they're saying. If that's the case, you know, um, this is a lot going on because there was another vet. All these situations happened within the span of 2 days, and they both from the same facility that were trained in the same facility. Now he's a white guy, and so my thing is, um, I don't. My thing is, this government put a lot of military vets through a lot of bullshit. Okay. And so we don't quite know the motives, unfortunately, as to why they done. We've seen enough codes. I've seen enough codes. I know personally why they did what they did, but I don't feel comfortable explaining all those codes. You need to look at the time of those three lightning strikes. That those buildings that were hit with those lightning strikes. You need to study forward. You're gonna have to study. Like it's like a lot of stuff that you'll have to study to put it all together. On a basic level. I would say on a basic level, you could probably find someone on YouTube that breaks it all down. That breaks down codes and symbols and whatnot. It's probably a video already up on TikTok or some shit, right? Um, to put the whole thing together, you would have to know the history of Ford, but you also need to know the history of Ford as it relates to the importance of. Oof, I don't even know if I should be giving out these codes. Um, damn. So the news started to report, I'll just say this. The news started to report that this particular suspect, the guy, the army vet from New Orleans, that he was in the NOI. And they were saying that that's false or whatever. My thing is, there was a group that left the NOI when Malcolm X left, and they went to more traditional Islam. That group and Ford, as a connection there. I'm gonna uh, see. I know stuff, and it's like I don't know if I should be giving all that out because obviously anybody can go study the history of Ford, but they don't understand. That's why a lot of Muslims, a lot of whether it be NOI the group that left NOI started their own group, and they start with an A. I mean, their group starts with an A, but then now you know why the Ford thing. And I said this in a video years ago, about a year ago, saying that when I was doing the research at Georgia State University for the After Malcolm project, and I worked with primary sources and actual people that were interviewed, actual people that were in the NOI, and I had to go on their turf, in their mosque, and their plaza. They built, there's a whole plaza out there. There's nothing but Black Americans that left the NOI, but they all stuck together. They're not in the NOI, but they still stuck together, and they practice the more traditional form. I'm not saying that what the Nation Islam doing is not traditional. I'm just saying, like, they practice more of the Middle Eastern um, Islam faith, and so they all had Fords. Every single last one of them had Fords, all of them. Yeah. Uh, my thing is, I'm not going to speak too much on that situation, but I'll say this: this half Black American and more, and they saying that his mom, is part indigenous. His mom is indigenous Black American, and his father is more Army vet. Uh, yeah, I mean, put the codes together, but then combine it with what you saw with the cyber truck in Tesla's, that situation, that guy's background, and the codes of that Ford truck in the front. Um, and then those three lightning strikes. Look at the lightning patches. This term, the lightning symbol itself, and the patches. Then go back and look at the POV video that the news released of Shetsu Dinjabar doing a drive through of the area of New Orleans. But look at the signs, the symbols, stores, whatever words you see, and start putting shit together. They gave, I mean, ooh, good God. They gave the exact name of the person who planned that, the interdimensional being who planned that. That's not a person. And see, now we're talking at a real, real, real high level. And I got to be careful, but I'll say this: that interdimensional being, he wrote his signature in that POV video, and it's not a demon though. This is the thing, guys. I know there's this. Be careful when you hear the word interdimensional, because it has no relation to just the angel kingdom or the demonic kingdom. As actually can be primordial. You know what I mean? It's like you can't take this term interdimensional, because I'm seeing people say, "Oh, these are interdimensional demons," and so now we hear the word interdimensional, and you associate that with demons, and it's very offensive, because actually all humans are interdimensional. So you're violating your own self. But interdimensional is a concept, just like multidimensional, and you can do that. We're talking about, when I use the term interdimensional, we're talking about through consciousness, through the in dimensions, but they're planes of existence, and their modes of being as well, states of consciousness as well. And so, when we say interdimensional being, this is somebody that is more advanced than a human. They still keep on human flesh, right? They still have human flesh, but they're more advanced, meaning they they are aware that they're interdimensional, and they have tapped into their power pretty much, and they could be another being posing as a human. Now, there's humans that are still interdimensional as well. This is just a matter of who's awakened and who's not. That's the short and simple of it. But that particular being is a very old soul, and you guys wouldn't believe me if I told you who it was, and who and how it is what it is. But yeah, in that POV video that news released, that went all viral, showing that he was driving. I don't know if he was riding a bike or if he was walking, but showing, going through all the different Bourbon Street or whatever they were at. Oh yeah, you better believe. You better believe, clear as day, clear as day, that person's name, who did it, who's behind that whole psyop. And again, they're not. Don't think a human is not going to be able to run up on that type of being. The army can't run. The military can't control that type of being that put his signature right in that video. So it's nothing that anybody can do. That's how bold these motherfuckers are. Now he's sending the message to another secret society. and he's letting you know the backing that he has. Now, obviously, people die. Obviously, even the killer got, whether he was a sleeper cell or not, the dude, the army guy, I think from what I know, it's a lot deeper. That wasn't just entirely a sleeper cell, but he knew he was going to go. He was up on a chopping block. It is what it is. And I had told you in 2025 predictions that people were going to willingly go on the other side to fight what they believe is the last battle. What they believe their mission was. I told you that people were going to be doing that in 20 in the predictions video. And so people say, they go on these dummy missions or these unaliving missions. You don't know what people be thinking. And with these army vets, with military vets in general, the older ones, I'm gonna give y'all some game. And pretty, I may know this already. A lot of you guys already know this, but a lot of the older military vets, they used to be recruited by the government, and these were children. These were young military vet at the time. They were extremely brilliant, and they would get recruited. Like I remember hearing stories from other Black Americans tell me how such and such they came to the house to recruit their father or recruit their uncle because he was so intelligent, or because I grew up hearing this. I know of people that whenever the son turns 18, they already got the tests and whatever, Torrance test, IQ test, whatever. They already got all of that in the system, and the teachers and the schools, they monitor all that stuff. So they already know who they're gonna go and try to recruit. Right. They keep this stuff. And I remember a lot of Black Americans telling me that, they were recruited their uncle. They came and they talked and they said he was so intelligent. So I'm just saying, back in those days, now that's not quite the case. But back in those days, the older, I'm talking about older. I don't have an exact age, but I would say at least maybe 60, at least that 55 and up. So I'm 32. So I'm saying 55 and up. Those military vets, that's 55 and up, I'm saying that a lot of them were recruited by the government because of their intelligence level, right? Um, they would get offered a package, military package, whatever, and they would join. And and so they already had, these older military vets in their system. And a lot of these military vets, they were in again, gateway gifted programs already as children. So the government already knew of their intelligence. They didn't have, it was a lot different back. I'm just saying the older vets. So my claim, and this is my claim, this is my perspective, is that a lot of the older military vets that are 55 and up tend to be a lot more intelligent than the average American citizen, than the average American. Seriously. I've witnessed this. I've studied this. They are more intelligent. They know more as well because they see the system up close. So they know a lot more than the average. Not only are they more intelligent than the average American, but they know discernment wise. And they may be crazy as a June bug, right? Because they get put through a lot. So they may all end up developing, PTSD and whatnot through things that they went through and the things that they know. Let's say they have like certain security clearances or whatnot. These people know, they know more about the system, and a lot of them get disillusioned by the system. Okay, a lot of the older 55 and up, they realize like, damn, like, these American people have no idea what's. But a lot of times the older military vets, from what I've experienced being around, they tended to be, and they would hide their intelligence. And so it's not like because back then it was not, it wasn't, it was frowned upon to kind of show and like to just kind of be braggadocious with intelligence. So a lot of them would secretly keep a lot of their intelligence to themselves, and they wouldn't say a lot. They won't tell you what they know or how discerning they are, but they'll know things about this system, about what it really runs. They already know about the two-party system being a sham, and about, there's obviously something going on with oligarchy, monarchy. A lot of them have already, through their life experiences, have amassed enough intelligence to see through the system just through their experiences. Let alone if they get way up there, you know, you'll see that they tend to know a lot. But with that comes great anguish sometimes. You know, knowing you have security clearance, you may know certain information, but with that comes anguish or a heaviness. And say if you won't play ball, then that's when shit can go really haywire. You know, say if you do find out something, or even if say the older a lot of the older military vets, they may have found somebody to be in a compromised position or doing something compromising, and they're afraid you're going to tell, so they'll use intimidation tactics to keep you to be quiet, to get you to shut up, to keep you from not saying anything. And that's where you hear like a lot of vets, talk about like surveillance and COINTELPRO. And again, a lot of military vets, they get experimented on. Again, the older, I would say 55 and up, a lot of them have been subjected to experimentation unbeknownst to them. Some we found out. But yeah, like Montauk program, a lot of military vets, they go through experimentation by the government, because once you take that deal, once you sign on to that, that is an oath, essentially. That is a commitment. They own you. I know I'm not a part of the military, if someone is asking, but my family has been. And you know, another thing, now we have to go deep. A lot of the older military vets, they were already recruited. They had already been scouted as being of higher average intelligence. They, and I don't care who say this is crazy or whatever, the children of those military vets become issuance. See, I got adopted, so I got out of it, but I still had to deal with it on some level. The children of military vets are looked at as issuance, so they look at you as also belonging to the government. And a lot of times they will finagle a way to get a lot of children of military vets into the foster care system. Now I'm speaking literally from experience. Uh, of my parents being military, and me somehow getting finagled into the foster care system, okay? Because they want to keep track, especially again if you start walking away or if you develop too much knowledge of the system. That's when they gun for you. That would become a targeted individual. And let alone if you're a military and in a secret society and you try to walk away from both or whatever, or try to walk away from the secret society. Okay. And so these things can happen. But the children of those old of 55 and up, if you're a veteran that is 55 and up and you have children, it is highly possible. If you were one that recruited, now I'm only going to say if you were recruited based on your intelligence, if you were recruited, if you're, I'll start over. If you are a military vet that is above 55 and up, that was recruited based on your intelligence, and you have children, there's a high probability and high possibility that your child has been monitored and tracked as well. Especially if they've been given issuance, which means that they are perceived as being belonging to the military as well. And if you gave up rights, or if say the state got involved and your kid got in foster care, or they took your rights or whatever, or they feel like they have issuance over your child, they put those kids in government experiments as well. They didn't have to tell you. Um, this is just how it works. This is just how it goes. It's not right. It's obviously a violation of the Constitution. It's obviously illegal in universal law. But this is what has been done. If you notice, the people are going viral on TikTok lately. There are people going viral on TikTok. I received messages from a white woman. She personally DM'd me and was telling me about the Gateway School gifted programs and these tests they were. Because remember, I'm on my channel talking ad hominem about how I skipped grades. When I was in the fourth grade, I was with the seventh graders in a reading level. When I was in ninth grade, I was with 12th graders and for chemistry class at Hutch Tech. Um, I had already had take I was in when I was in ninth grade with the 10th graders. I had already skipped all these grades or whatever. I was telling you about the SRIs, the SFAs, the benchmarks. Benchmarks were given to us every week. It was all these different tests, like all these different tests. And I told you in my time in foster care, we would as far as going to the state office to go meet with these white. A lot of those it was white males that were giving us tests. That was about 2 to 3 times a week. When I was in foster care, 2 to 3 times a week. Plus going to meet some white lady, and they would that was more so like counseling, but the other it was like tests, like here, guess here. What do you see this picture of? Describe the first word you see, or describe or test that kind of test your ability of cognitive all types of shit. Where like say, okay, guess which cup has the marbles. They wanted to test psychic abilities. As far as that went on in my childhood, I remember that being in foster care. But also even when you went to school in public school system, they were still giving people. They were still find a way to pull you out of class and test you. That happened to me all the time. We had no idea what was going on. This lady, white girl, and I appreciate her, Crystal 777. She DM'd me and she was telling me, about she was showing me a viral clip of this was a black woman who was saying about these gateway programs, and she was showing these headphones that they would put on us as kids. And that when I say my heart jumped and skipped a beat, like when I say like I was like like I kind of started hyperventilating because I remember those headphones. I said they put them headphones on us, and then they showed like these little beeps, the gateway process tapes. They was giving that to us as kids. And this is going viral on TikTok just last week. Do you know how excited? Because I'm like, people try to play on my top, you know, and I'm like, it's so many people coming forward talking about like how they was testing us in school with these programs, and it was, and then come to find out when we talk about the gateway process, whew, gateway process in Monroe Institute, and those synchronization hypnosphere of different beta waves, data, delta, theta, whatever. Um, that's actually freely available now. Those tapes. They was making us listen to those tapes as kids, just so y'all know. Now this is just now going viral on TikTok. And she sent that to me because she watches my YouTube channel, and she heard me talking about like all these different tests that they were getting, and she expressed to me that they put her in them same tests. It was like she's like, I know exactly what you're talking about. Like they were testing her psychic skills. They used to like pull her out of class and test and say and have these marbles with the cups, and say which cup has the marbles, guys, and they would give you candy if you got it right, or a chair if you got it right. And I said, I definitely remember that. And then she sent me the video. She said, see, people are on TikTok talking about how they remember that gateway process tape with them headphones, and you could hear the beeping. And they used to ask me where you hear the beeps and the frequencies. And it was so many people in the comment section like, yeah, I remember this as a kid. I remember. And then some people started talking about how their family was military, the father was military, or they were pulling us out of class. And they were only pulling certain students. They didn't pull all the students. That'd be very clear. They didn't pull all the students, even when they were giving us SRIs and SR. They was separating people based on their level, straight up. And I was like, "Yo, we remember all of that." And it just freed my soul. And I had told her that I said, "You just freed my soul in a lot of ways," because I actually forgot about that damn the tapes. I remembered other testing though. Now, obviously, and I know y'all all remember this when they used to go and pull a lot of the students out of the class and have you bend over and they would check your spine. And remember, they would have you bend over, take your shirt off, and they would check up your spine, and they would tell you that it was for cerebral palsy. Now, everybody, this is more so for the priest of the East. They'll know this saying that we're taught. You are to never allow anybody to touch your spine, right? That's like a big no-no in the esoteric world, like in the occult, like for those that's like that know shit. It's like you don't let people touch your spine. And they were taking kids out of the classroom, I remember, and guess what? It was more black boys that were doing that too. I remember. Now, when I went to CSAT, it was more white students. But when they would give these tests, I vividly remember when we go down to the nurse, it would be mostly the black boys, and then it would be me, and they were making us all bend over. So they would pull us behind the, make sure no, give me our privacy and whatnot. We couldn't see each other, but one by one, they would make us bend over, and they would check up the spine. Now I know other Black Americans have to remember this, and I know other Americans in general have to remember this practice, where they were saying they were checking for cerebral palsy, but cerebral. Look at your spine, the cerebral spinal fluid, And then that next day they'll come get you and put them damn headphones on your head and start playing them different frequencies and saying, if you hear this, these gateway signal, the synchronization from the Monroe Institute the very next day. Hmm. Yeah. And for these TikTok videos to be going viral, and that's why they want to probably shut TikTok down, because that was going viral this week, and it was so many people in the comment section saying, "Yo, I remember that happened to me. Oh my gosh, that happened to me." So when we talk about, like, the idea of people being put in experiments and government programs, to act like that is so far-fetched, or to act like that is just something that is so that this government will never do, when we know that they have gotten caught multiple times doing various programs, whether it be Project Phoenix, Project Monarch, Project Delta, Project MK Search, Project MK Ultra, Project Montauk Project, all these different projects. I think I said Project Phoenix, Project Mockingbird, Project uh, Lily, all these different experimentations. Now we know that the Monroe Institute and the Gateway Process was an experiment started by the CIA. This is a fact. And so for those who are familiar with those viral TikTok videos about them talk, and they showed them headphones, and again, my heart jumped, because I said, I remember those headphones. They were very specific headphones that they would put in school. They would pull you out, go to the nurse. It's very private. There would be a couple of adults in the room. They'll put them damn headphones on you, and it was messing with a machine. It was doing these different frequencies on the machine. You could hear it when it first started, though, and it was the Monroe voice, the Monroe Institute Gateway Process tapes. Why are a bunch of Americans just now coming forward that are my age, mind you, are in their 30s, talking about, hey, remember those tapes? That happened to me. It's pulled out of class. And they all saying, well, no, it wasn't everybody who pulled out of class. It was only certain students. So now it's a bunch of people online talking about, well, what were they testing? What were they actually doing? So now you go and you look up gateway process, and that's when you talk about remote viewing, psychic phenomenon, astral projection. And they were only testing this on certain kids of certain bloodlines. Hmm. And then that's when we started asking, well, whose family was military? Whose family was Masons? Whose family? And then you got people in the comment section discussing that as well. Or whose family, were in the occult, or whose family had spiritual gifts, even if you don't have military or secret society background. Even if you just had, even if it was suspected that you had psychic gifts or any sort of spiritual gifts, you were getting tested on. So they're now discussing all of this right on TikTok. Some shit that I had been saying, like, about these programs and these experiments, and since 2022. Hmm. Hmm. And so I'll get back to my point, is that, the veterans, the children of veterans 55 and up, a lot of them have been put in illegal experimentations with the government because of issuance, which is like a bond on the child. And we all know about admiralty law and your birth certificate and your straw man and all that stuff. And people like to crack on the Moors for saying they don't know, or they don't know nothing. It's some truth to what they saying. And they throwing them codes with you, even at that event, with that dude being half Moroccan and all those codes. I mean, you got to put this shit together. I was like, that's some heavy psyop shit, man. But it was a ritual. And it's not ISIS and Al Qaeda. But there's stuff with this, with that more, that's another code, the whole idea with the more stuff coming up. But them putting that up there like that, and letting you know about, like, when we talk about issuance within the army, they letting you know what the hell this is all about right in front of your face. And for all we know, with that veteran, like with these veterans, they put these people through hell if they don't want to play ball, or if they're really intelligent. Because right now they're not recruiting people based on intelligence in any aspect of government, even from your presidential level, even from your political level, your military level. That's not the requirement anymore. They need you to just go along to get along and follow orders. They just going based on how much of a follower are you, and how corrupt are you willing to get, or what would you do for money. That's more so the criteria today. The criteria back in the day, it used to be an honor to work with your geniuses and with your gifted children. And so the government did go overboard in recruiting a lot of very intelligent people initially in the military. That's why I said 55 and up. Also, as well as in academia, they went out of their way. Even when you look at like the project of the Harlem Renaissance, that was orchestrated. That was orchestrated by the CEO of Sears and a couple of other CEOs. They purposely went into the hood, went into Harlem, and picked certain Black Americans that they knew and groomed them in a certain path to create the energy of the Harlem Renaissance. With your Zora Neale Hurstons, your James Baldwins, all your Duke Ellingtons, anybody, the musicians and the writers and the poets, they all knew each other. They siloed them. They siloed them in a sphere of consciousness. They paid for lessons for them to learn instrumentations. They put them in a program pretty much by contacting the parents, and the kids were so young they didn't know, and that just happened to end up being, say, the Duke Ellington or the jazz musician that went on. They were paying for their piano lessons. They were paying for them to go to writing school to learn how to write. Like, and a lot of people didn't even know this was happening. And this was what happened in the Harlem Renaissance. And see, when I was at Georgia State University, I actually had to study that. Like we were studying the Harlem Renaissance, we were studying who was behind it, and how the jazz scene came into how American jazz came into play, and like that's how you could see how like movements are grown, like the psyop, the social engineering behind a movement. It's very powerful. I'm not saying it's necessarily a bad thing, but what was back then is a lot different from like what's happening now when you have like this idea of industry plants. The idea of mode of social engineering today is to dumb down society and to erode the American culture, versus back in those days, the 1920s, 1930s, especially with FDR and New Deal. Whether FDR was playing the people or not, I'm not here to argue about that. I'm saying like the programs that they started actually helped a lot of people. Either whether you look at the GI Bill, whether you look at Levittown, the FHA, like it helped people get into different positions, or even the energy behind those who were involved in the Harlem Renaissance and those students that got picked by that CEO of Sears to learn music or to learn, and they ended up, being amazing artists or amazing, all of that stuff is by design, is what I'm saying. And what I'm saying, there's a huge difference back then in what's going on today. So they're not recruiting based on intelligence today. And that's why you're going to see some major issues, because the competency is not there. The skill set is not there. The merit is not there. It's just, do you follow orders, and how uncritical thinking are you? That's more of the criteria that they're looking for now. Or how much integrity do you not have? Like this is the mechanisms to which this is why you're seeing so much incompetency in government. Um, and the veterans of a certain intelligence that pose a threat to the system, or who know how corrupt the system is, they get monitored in surveillance and they get targeted. That's what I'm saying. Because they know too much, and because they're too intelligent, and because they pose a threat, or because they have too much integrity. And so that's why you see a lot of veterans not being taken care of in this country, when it comes to a lot of them being homeless. Pay attention to I'm telling you, these homeless veterans, they be the most intelligent people. I'm telling you. Remember, oh man, I think one even made the news. He found a way to do like a lot of this. Like he was homeless, but he set up. I mean, what he did is he collected like all these different, equipments from people that would leave out their garbage or whatever, and he literally built like a sustainable off-grid living. But again, he didn't own the land. And so even though everything he did was completely sustainable, I mean, it was amazing how he figured this all out. It was a Black guy. It's like on the news. I mean, this video, like, it was like viral. But yes, I wish I could find it, because I wish I could show you guys. But they ended up going after him because it was like, obviously it was so easy to kick him off the land because he was homeless. Even if he built things and found out a whole way, you know. And what stuck out to me is how he was playing down his intelligence in the interview. And if you look at the comment section, people was like pissed because it's like, why would they keep going after him? And they couldn't see why. see, I knew. I'm like, oh man, he's such a huge threat. Like I already knew. I'm like, just from hearing him talk. So as soon as he opened his mouth and he was showing the news station like how he done set up his living arrangements and how he did it all for free. Now, nothing he did was illegal, but the thing is, he didn't own the land. And so anywhere he would go, somebody would file a complaint, or it was hard for him to set up shop long term, because they would just be like, oh, this some homeless guy. He's doing this, he's doing that. This is private land, or this is private property. So he had to just keep moving, and they kept going after him. But I mean, what he had set up, it was quite remarkable. It was like, I mean, we talking about like he found he was using whatever people were throwing away. And and the first thing that he was military, and that was the first thing he mentioned. And he was homeless though, and when he talked, you could just tell he knew a lot. You could just tell he knew a lot about the system. He knew it was a sham. He knew people was getting played. He just knew too much, and you could just tell he was hiding a lot of what he knew too. And so I'm like, damn, them type of people get targeted. And so, you know, um, we do a very huge disservice to the vets in this country as far as the treatment and the disrespect, but also the gaslighting that happens in terms of what they have to deal with after they leave, or after they serve, or after they come back from combat and whatnot, as far as like the stress levels and the PTSD, and things that they have to deal with, the depression that happens. And then if you don't answer a certain question right, or if you don't play ball, or if you don't, what can even happen, as far as getting targeted, you know? And so, I find it, I find it alarming that the events of New Orleans, or the events of not just New Orleans, but the situation with the Cybertruck and the Tesla, they occurred with veterans, and it's easy to write them off and just say they're sleeper cells, right? No, not them, not that level of code that they put out like that. Mm-mm, not that level of code, and it's stuff that I'm not even breaking down. Hell no, not that level of code. Then they tell the public it's ISIS and Al Qaeda, and it was planned by AI jet CTP. Y'all, they just think you stupid if y'all believe that. Everybody know that those are U.S. Those are intelligence founded. Like, that's ISIS is I think everybody know that already, right? Doesn't everybody know that the intelligence agency founded that? I mean, I think we're way beyond that, right? And so I found it funny that it was an actual intelligence agent that was telling people, oh, they're trying to say, oh, the public is, they're telling the public like, hey, we already knew, we were predicted that we would see some things with ISIS, bitch. The intelligence agent started ISIS. Why are y'all lying to these people? And then they got their operatives running around telling Black Americans that to kind of, placate. And it's like, because they want you to, they don't want you to study the codes. That's all it is. They don't want you to study the codes. That's all it is. They want you to just, whatever the narrative is that they want you to believe in the news, that's exactly what they need you to believe. They need you to believe that it's ISIS and Al Qaeda, and it's some disgruntled sleeper cell immigrant that joined the army in Texas and trained at some suspect facility in Texas. And same with the other guy, some disgruntled sleeper cell white guy that was a veteran. They need you to believe that. Both of these incidents are separate, but they both the same branch. They don't want y'all to look at them codes. That's all it is. And to be honest, some of it you don't need to understand. Some of it is too above your pay grade, especially how in that POV video they just put the name of who did it right in front of you. I mean, it was mind boggling. First name and last name of the initial, as far as who's behind it. And see, that's a secret society communicating to another secret society. That's obviously nothing for human consumption. That's nothing for an average American to understand that part. I would never be sitting here trying to explain all of that part to you, right? I'm explaining more than enough. Um, but that you go and look up that POV video yourself, where they show him driving through uh New Orleans and look at them signs and look at the symbols and look at all of that. Nothing is happenstance. They ain't gonna just put that up on CNN and all that stuff and you it's just happenstance. This is about controlling the perception in the minds of the American people. So you got to know that everything is a code from the time that it happens to the logos involved, to the events that have similarities. If there's too many patterns, both vets, both from the same branch, both similar age, both from Texas, both trained at the same facility, you got to like then you got to start thinking that it's connected. So you got to put two codes together now. Now you got to put a whole story together, a whole tapestry of what they're communicating. Okay, and it has nothing to do with no damn ISIS or no damn Al Qaeda. No, they didn't infiltrate our military at all. So they can kill that. That I don't know what these intelligence agencies. Y'all need to advance y'all need to advance y'all playbook, to be honest, because these Americans are not buying it, and we shouldn't, because we already know the game. We got Whitney Webb book. We got One Nation Under Blackmail. We know how y'all get down, so y'all can stop telling us bullshit, okay? And shout out to Whitney Webb. But y'all can stop trying to shove bullshit down our throat. Okay, we all know what this is about, and it is relating to uh Crowns of the Monarch. Crowns of the Monarch, and a battle of disagreement on that, even at the military level. It's as simple as that. And it relates to masonry, and that's all you need to know. But they're gonna lie and tell you it's ISIS, it's like you some damn 5-year-old child. And my thing is like that was some smooth ass programming. I'm like, damn, that was a smooth ass psyop if I ever seen one, because I'm like, damn, y'all had the nerve to put Ford in there, then y'all brought in NOI. They brought in NOI, y'all. But the thing is, they get in that group confused. That group left the NOI decades ago. I know that group that they're talking about. I've worked with them in the After Malcolm Project at Georgia State University. And I do, for those that's trying to tie me into, like, no, I'm not implicating myself in nothing. All I'm saying is that it's just a fact that they had a museum exhibit at Georgia State University called the After Malcolm Project, and we worked with firsthand documents of with the Nation of Islam and members who had left the Nation of Islam after Malcolm X had got unalived, and so we interviewed we we talked with people that former and current NOI members. We were It was a project. It was a school project. And actually, like, I mean, it was really fascinating. Then they actually had the museum exhibit that you can go, and I think that was that I forgot the facility was that an African American museum? I don't think so. I forgot. It might have been at Georgia State's, one of Georgia State's buildings where they just built the museum exhibit. But I know it was in conjunction with another university. I just can't remember the name of the university. I don't know if the school was in Savannah or maybe it's Georgetown. I can't remember. But nonetheless, um, yeah. So it's not like when I say that I've studied this enough, and I'm not Islamic or anything, so I'm not acting like I know everything. But I've studied things enough to see codes with that Ford stuff, and that was a clear message. And them trying to bring in the NOI, I don't think it's totally unfounded. I don't think that they can say that it's the entire NOI. As far as like, because people saying, well, FOI doesn't wear beards and FOI wouldn't react like that. Well, that could be true. I wouldn't say that. I would feel comfortable saying they are involved in it, but I wouldn't. My thing is, I know that there was a schism, and I know that there was a group that left. And based on the testimony of certain Black Americans that grew up with that family, who were saying that they converted and they had Black American names, and they converted, and they was talking about the parents and how they grew up and all that stuff. Um, there is reason to believe. My thing is the codes. The codes give me a lot. The codes tell me a lot. I suspect that could have been from the group that left. That went more traditional route. But from my understanding, he is part Black American. My thing is their perception of what they need y'all to believe is that it's ISIS and Al Qaeda and it's some foreign stuff and it's bullshit. The intelligence agencies, like that's why I'm getting so like upset because I'm like, I'm just a bold motherfucker. You know what I mean? Like, so if I was gonna craft out something with all these codes and science, I would be like, okay, this is the person that it comes from. And so I don't understand like all of this covering up. Like, it's just weird. It just seems so weird to me. But I guess because they need to control what people think, and what and they have to control the perception. And so if they don't want people to um they don't want people to think too deeply. And by that I mean putting everything together. And so as it relates to Trump and Elon, that situation with that Cybertruck stuff, you know, you got some I wouldn't say that is disgruntled veteran, but a lot of people see that bait and switch. And it's as simple as that. And a lot of people can see that there's a shadow government. That's all I say. They can see that there's a shadow government and they know that they get in play. And what I'm saying is a lot of military vets, what I'm telling you from what I know, is that a lot of military vets that are 55 and up are intelligent enough to see through this system. And I'll leave it at that. They are intelligent enough to see through that system. And the kids of those military vets are highly intelligent and gifted as well. And they have been monitored by the government for a long time, if not put in illegal programs. And don't let your parent be not just military, but also intelligence. It is a high probability that you have been experimented on. And again, we have viral clips all on YouTube and all on TikTok, and I had received DMs from people just this week telling me about how when they were kids, they were tested with these Monroe Gateway process tapes that were produced by the CIA in public schools. This is just now going viral on TikTok. Okay. Now, you guys know I talked about that gateway process on my channel a year ago. I actually shared it the research on it 2 years ago on my Twitter. 2 years ago about the gateway process systems and all that stuff. Been there, done, talked about that. But it's just now going viral. And so I'm always so early on stuff, but like the whole vindication of everything of where we're going and the exposure of a lot of hidden stuff, it's happening. And I have no doubt that them vets that committed that did that act, um, that they were disillusioned. But I also suspect that, for all we know, man, people be targeted. And you don't know them people be on the edge too. So you don't know if they were going through something that drove them to the damn edge, especially with that dude just letting off like that. Granted, it's weird, but my thing is for those that's in the know, you in the know. I'll say this, and I'm only speaking to a very specific minds right now, very specific people at this particular sentence. How do you know that them people weren't organized stalking that guy and it just sent him off the edge? And for those that know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about, but you're not supposed to ever talk about it because it's supposed to be a secret and it's supposed to be something that it's supposed to be white glove treatment, of, aka gang stalking. Shit, how do you know that dude wasn't going through all of that and just let off? I mean, I don't know. I'm not. My thing is they be planning psyops and shit and social engineering shit, and you can't put nothing past nothing. You can't try to create a narrative of what it is and say, oh, it's ISIS and all that, because that's too easy. You got to do better than that, guys. As far as just telling the public that, not with all them damn codes. I mean, it's somebody that could probably break it down way better than I could because they a lot older and they got a lot more experience. And there's a lot of people that have brought it down, but they quiet as hell and they ain't saying nothing. They just keep it in their damn head, right? You got that too. But we're not about to sit and act like, people just snap and, no, for all peep that shit. Him going off like that on all them people, shit, they probably was gang stalking his ass. And anybody that's in the know what that feels like, you know what that feels like, and you can't even really talk about that with anybody. And see, a lot of veterans go through that, and a lot of children of military vets go through that. Just so you know, because they can't be controlled by the system. And so, a lot of military vets go through that. The intelligent ones, again, the intelligent ones. When they give you them tests and they got records of your IQ and your Torrance test and your SRIs and the I told y'all I was in a foster care, so they were testing us 3 times a week. They was, hey, what's this a picture of? Tell me what you think. Draw this. Guess what's in here? What's in my hand? Uh, give us a scenario. They used to ask us all types of. I'm thinking it was I didn't know any better. You know, you're a kid. What do you know? Pulling you out of class, putting these damn headphones on your ass, and having you bend over, they can check your spine, where your 12 vertebrae is, and where your cerebral fluid, your spinal fluid is. That active where the base of your spine, where your energy coils is right up the base from your Muladhara chakra, from your root chakra, and they was touching all on that and going all the way up to the back of the brain stem. Are you kidding me? And then the next day they gonna put the gateway process tapes on, and then this kid's coming forward now saying in their 30s now saying they remember that shit. And y'all trying to play me, Padrino? I'm gonna get on your bitch ass later in this video too. Yeah. Is it really strange that foster care kids who have a background whose parents are military and occult masons, yeah, it's really far fetched that they could be put in a secret experiment, a government program. It's really far fetched, really. And for those who don't, also I'll compound it with this. Not only was my parents military, and I was in a foster care, but I went to Salvation Army camp as a 6-year-old. Salvation Army camp. It was a camp for kids. I went to Salvation Army camp. This can be verified, I'm sure. As far as so whoever got my paperwork, and they probably going to start going back to erase paperwork so they can cover up their damn trail. I went to Salvation Army camp. Yes, we did. It was a camp. Went every day. Yep. Mm-hmm. Then I was in Army JROTC as a 14-year-old. Army JROTC as a 14-year-old. So I was at the Army Salvation Camp at 6 years old and in the foster care system at that same time, by the way. Going 3 weeks, 3 times a week to go to the social workers state office to take tests or to go to counseling and to meet with the site with these psychologists, and they was testing our IQs and shit and looking shocked. They would be, I mean, whatever they were giving us, apparently we were passing it with flying colors. Because I mean, after that we were going. I mean, I told y'all about the outings and stuff. I already told y'all about all this stuff, like how my foster care experience was different than all the other kids. I already told y'all that. These white ladies were picking us up. You know, they're supposed to be our counselor, but yeah, we were going to the mall. We were going to Kahunaville. We were going to Jeepers, which is like a like Dave and Buster's, but for like kids. We were going to Jeepers. We were going to Darien Lake. They were taking us to the movies. They were taking us to restaurants. They were buying us a bunch of Christmas stuff around Christmas. Like we just didn't know that this wasn't normal. Like we just thought it was normal. Like, but I went to Salvation Army camp, and it was required when I went to Hutch Tech. It was required. Now that could have just been happenstance, right? To be required to be an Army JAR OTC when I was 14. That could have just been happenstance. But I went to CSAT. So before we went to Army JROTC at Hutch Tech, I was at CSAT, and they were giving us benchmarks and SRIs. That's when we had to take. We had SFA class. They were testing us quite a bit, quite a bit, and get pulling us from class. And we thought it was normal, guys. They say, oh, such and such. Then they come and get you. You thinking that is normal. The rest of the kids get to stay. Be thinking, and then you might see one or two get removed out the room, and then, whether they go back, you're like, you thinking, oh, what you do? Oh, they said they had to check our spine for cerebral palsy. Oh, they saying they checking our hearing, but they's putting them damn gateway process tapes on our head. We thought it was normal. Now we in our 30s, and this shit is just now going viral all over TikTok about them gateway tapes as children, about pulling people out of classes as children, and the different tests that we were going through. And those kids weren't even in foster care. Those kids wasn't even in the Salvation Army camp. Those was just regular ass fucking kids with their parents, and they was still getting experimented on. And so it's so far fetched. I was an Army JROTC at 14. I did stop because I didn't want to do Gerald's. I didn't like. I liked it, but I just didn't want. I didn't like the discipline part of having to wear that uniform. Like literally, the whole Army Gerald TC uniform. I had to wear that with the hair in the bun. You can't have hair on the collar. So I hated that and wearing that hat. Matter of fact, look, y'all think I'm playing. I gotta look up a picture of that because that's gonna bring back memories. Actually, let me see the Army JROTC outfit. Let's see if I can find it because y'all think I'm playing. This right here is what I had to wear. This right here as a fucking kid. And when I was 14 years old. And all my friends did too. We had to wear that. Yes, we did. Yes, we did. This right here. The whole uniform. Yes, we did. When I was 14 years old. Yes, we did. And I'm telling you, I didn't like it. I like the part where we had to perform and show how sharp we was with, marching part. I like that part. That's the only part I like. When how they do that cut, that sharp cut like that when you crossing that corner. Now that I perfected. Like this. This is what we had to do. And this is high schoolers, just so y'all know. And so, yes, this is what I had to wear. Yep, sure did. And then you had to do certain tasks, and you would get these valors and stuff. So I had that as a kid, just so y'all know. Just so y'all know. And guess and what has my family been since the damn civil rights? I mean, not the civil rights. Since the damn Civil War. Uh, going back 200 years. Uh, in the army. Do you think it was a coincidence that it just happened to? I mean, maybe. I mean, if that's quite a bit of fucking coincidence. And my dad happens to be military army. Yeah. Mm, yeah. Okay. Yeah. And I was in foster care for. Oh, yeah, yeah. Okay. I'm just saying, like, for people, because this bitch ass nigga Padrino was trying to like tell everybody I was crazy for talking about the MK Ultra programs in 2022, and also how COINTELPRO works in the reparation space as far as like there's a lot of infiltration of clear intelligence and feds in the fucking reparation space. And so this bitch ass nigga, and I recorded the whole thing, he tried to play me for talking about, you know, uh, experiments, government experiments and whatnot, as if these programs have not ever existed, you know. And it was done because these are people that are trying to cover up something, but we're not even gonna get into all of that. But I want to type in what's that the Salvation Army camp. Let me see if they'll come up. This right here at 6 years old. I'm trying to look for yep the Salvation Army Day Camp at 6 years old. Hmm? That's what I went to. It was fun as hell. It was fun as hell. But I remember they were monitoring us there. They was, you know, I mean, it was odd there too. I'll have to say that it was odd there too. And then NYSP camp. Now NYSP camp was fun as hell. All these are government programs, by the way. National Sport. Now again, I'm not saying these are bad things because NYSP was fucking fun as hell. NYSP was fun, and to be honest, the Salvation Army camp was fun. To be honest, JROTC was fun. I just didn't like the uniform. I just didn't like having to be structured like that. Having to wake up early and having to learn all those things. Like I didn't like the structure. I don't like to be controlled. If you guys haven't fucking noticed, I don't like to be controlled under any circumstances. And so obviously, I once that requirement, because it was only a 1 year requirement for freshmen at Hashtag to do Army JROTC. Once I met that requirement, oh, I think I did it my second year voluntarily, and after that, oh no, mm-mm. I don't even think I did. Did I do it my second year voluntarily, or I think I might have quit immediately. Think I might have quit immediately. I ain't even gonna hold you. I think I might have. I'm not sure, but there were people that did it all 4 years. That ended up going, of course, to the military. It was designed. The whole thing was designed, I guess, to kind of funnel us into that, right? And so I think after my sophomore year, I'm like, no, I'm not gonna. I think I picked up basketball, or I think I did basketball after that, and then did I do student? I tried to do. Did I do student government? I forgot. I mean, I know I did basketball for a bit. And then I tried to do drill, and I didn't make the drill team. Oh, I did cheerleading. I'm like, I know I did something else. I did cheerleading. Um, my senior year, and I had this big old ass. I still got a big old ass, but I had this big old ass. At Hutch Tech. And so we had a cheerleading outfit on, and my Spanx, the little shorts that you would wear under cheerleading, they got caught in the crack of my ass, and we just happened to have to do. I just happened to be in the front because I was really short, so they always put me in the front. I could coordinate and dance pretty well, so I have rhythm. So you put the dancers in front, and I was really strong, so I would always pull, push the girls up and all that, and put the girls in and catch them and all that stuff. But that particular day, we were in the middle of a routine, a dance routine that required that you turn around and bend over, and it was a football game. And I was in the front, and those Spanx, the little tiny shorts that you wear under the skirt, when you have to turn over and bend over, you're supposed to just see those shorts, right? You're supposed to just see all those shorts. Well, when I turn around and bend over, the Spanx are in the crack of my ass like a thong. And so, mind you, it was called Big Booty Judy in high school. So it was this big old ass. And I bend over, and when I say, it was so mortifying, because all I heard was like all of these guys. I was just like, and I wasn't that type of girl. So I was literally trying, as I was dancing, trying to hurry up and dig it out. I was like, oh my gosh, like but I'm right in the front. So I'm like, oh my gosh, like should have just digged it out, because it caused such a ruckus. And I was, pulled to the side. You got to wear whole pants. Okay. We're not doing just them booty shorts. Everybody else could get away with it. I couldn't get away with it. And then the aftermath of getting picked on, because of course everybody's like, "Oh my gosh, girl, what happened to them shorts, girl? We saw that ass, oh girl," all of that, of course, and that was embarrassing. And then, yeah, it was like, okay, well, you have to wear something. You got to wear something some longer shorts, capris, something, black leggings, black capris under that skirt, something. You can't just go out there. And that was the only routine where we had to turn around and bend over, like, and kind of do a dance, like, and it was normally the dances were not provocative or anything like that. But I think that particular routine, and then none of the girls in high school had ass, and so it was a bunch of white girls too on the team, so it wasn't a big deal to have to just simply turn around and bend over. But for me, that's like that. I mean, we're talking about like that. That's like a like at that age, like literally, when at that age, I literally had like the Buffy the Body's booty, like. Like to Pinky the porn star's ass, like at that age, like that's not like, how embarrassing that was. I'm like, oh my gosh. Yeah, but I started doing cheerleading. And I didn't really like that either. I mean, it was okay, but if I had to choose, I think I like basketball the best. And I wasn't the best. I was never the best basketball player. By no means of a stretch of imagination. I actually had a friend that plays basketball 1,000 times better than me. But I still enjoyed the sport. I enjoy basketball. Like I enjoy playing it actually more than watching it. But when I was a kid, like, oh, I really admired good basketball skills. Like that was something that I truly admired. Like I watched like Candace Parker growing up, Sue Bird, Diana Taurasi, Simone Augustus. Was it Simone Augustus Simone? What was it? The girl that went to Duke. She went to Duke. Tamika Catchings. Like I grew up watching these people because I was so fascinating with good basketball players. Obviously, Allen Iverson. You know, we all used to have the Iverson braids. I grew up with them Iverson braids in my motherfucking head. That was the shit. Everybody remember them Iverson braids that he used to have, and it wasn't the black kids. Oh, you had some Iversons, boys and girls. The girls, if you have you get some weave with it and have it really long and pretty and maybe put some jewels on it. You had it really, you could get the added weave and had it long. I did it with my real hair, so it still wasn't. It looked just like how Allen Iverson had his, you know. But the boys were the Allen. We used to say, "What style you want today?" We want the Iversons. I want the Iversons. That just brings back so many memories. But I say that to say, like, as far as reflecting and again, I had a decent life. I'm not complaining. I'm not acting like I'm some victim or something. But to make it seem like, okay, there was no, like, really, these gateway processing tapes being played to us when we was kids, foster care system, Salvation Army camp, all these tests. But again, I skipped grades. I was in the fourth grade. I was with the seventh grader reading class. When I was in the ninth, when I was in the eighth grade, we've already taken biology. Ninth grade, we already taken ninth grade courses. We were already taking math, high school math and science, as well as reading. So by the time we got into Hutch Tech, when I was in ninth grade, I was with 12th graders. Me and a couple of my friends. We were in the 10th grade classes. We had friends that were in classes with the 11th graders when we were freshmen. Because we were already advanced. CSAT, that little particular small pocket of group. And they kept us together literally since sixth grade. So we had the same class. They had tested our IQs. From fourth and fifth grade, they was testing us like crazy, testing us, testing. So they got the formula right, and they put people who they knew were going to be they had the same level of intelligence. And this is a fact. They went through grades the levels 1 through 4. So if you the levels 1 and 2 was they will only mingle them with the others. If you were at level 1 and 2, you were only able to mingle with other 1 and 2s. This is at CSAT, mind you. And I'm pretty sure I have friends that could confirm this. If they don't remember this, they probably remember it vaguely. I had to break it down to a couple of the black kids. Like, no, they testing us on our intelligence, and we got to make sure that with at least 3 and 4. If we got to be 4 though. And I pulled them all to the side and told them, I said, we got it. Because we were climbing around. We were highly intelligent, but the work we felt was beneath us or we were bored. And so a lot of times we wouldn't apply ourselves. Now we didn't, once we found out the system, we had already knew the system. And so a lot of us could goof off and still just do amazing. But I had some friends, some of the black friends I knew were highly intelligent, but just didn't give a fuck. They weren't going to do the homework assignments. They weren't going to study. They didn't care. And so I told them and tipped them off. I'm like, they're going to, because, and the thing of it, CSAT, they had no problem flunking your ass. They had, literally, they will flunk you consecutively if they could, or just kick your ass out. Or put you with the levels 1 and 2. And so I was telling them, like, they're going to put you at levels 1 and 2 if you don't do the basics. At least let's get into 3 or 4. Try to get into 4. Everybody that I told to get into 4, we all pretty much successfully did that, with the exception of one person, and that's because they just couldn't get it or they just didn't care. But my little crew, the 4 of us, the 5 of us, we were at the level 4, which is the highest level. And at first, they allowed 3s and 4s to intermingle with each other. Then they only allowed they took the 4s, which was my group, my class. They took, because we were 6-4, we were 7-4-8-4. Once we 7-4-8-4, they only allowed us for one at 7-4-8-4. They put us in a section with the high schoolers. We were only able to intermingle with each other. We were at the 4 level. They took everybody else that was in 8th grade, 8-3, 8-2, and 8-1, put them on a whole other side of the hall, a whole other side of the building, of the hall, down the hall, and they could only intermingle with each other. We're 8-4. We were only able to intermingle with each other with just 8-4s in that class, and then some of the high schoolers. and that was it. Because CSAT had a high school at that level. They were adding a grade every year, so they only had ninth grade. They only had ninth grader. They only had ninth grade. At eighth grade, no, that in the seventh grade they had ninth grade. In eighth grade they had ninth and tenth grade. And so when I was in eighth grade, they had ninth and tenth grade. I didn't want to stay for high school. I left and went to Touch Tech. But they were kind of sad because like most of the kids at that four level, they ended up not staying at CSAT. Like even in my a lot of the kids, they ended up going to Hutch Tech or just leaving. Some just left Buffalo. Period. And so whatever plans, and they had told us, they were begging us to stay at CSAT. They said we were guaranteed that we would graduate you at 16. They was like, we can guarantee that we can graduate you at 16, have you in college working. Would you stay? They literally put us to the side and told us this. We will guarantee that we will get you graduated at 16 and have y'all working and have you in college at 16. And we just said no. And because they said Hutch Tech ain't gonna promise y'all that. Hutch Tech can't give y'all that. Y'all gonna be funneled in. It's a magnet school. It's a good school, but y'all gonna be treated just like a public school. And we still turned that down. I turned that down. I don't know if my other friends had got that offer, but I know that I know it was at least three of us because we were talking about it. It was like they told us that we can graduate at 16 if we just stay here, and it just wasn't appealing enough. I ain't gonna hold you. It wasn't appealing enough. But yeah, it's real in terms of like these different programs that they be putting people in, and all I'm saying is that those military vets, the older ones, a lot of them children of those older vets have been monitored. They're my age now. They're in their 30s. They're in the early 30s, late 20s. That group, those children of those veterans, you want to ask yourself, was you getting pulled out of your classroom as a kid? Were you getting told to bend over and touching all over your spine and putting headphones on your ear, having you raise your hand with different frequencies and having you guess, take you out and have you look at pictures and explain what you think it is and having you guess which cup got marbles and not and giving you candy if you got it right, trying to test your psychic abilities? You better ask yourself, was that you? Because it's going viral all on TikTok of all these people coming forward. If I'm lying, I'm sorry. I got the message. Homegirl sent me. She said, "Look at this," and she told me her story. White girl. She told me her whole story. They was pulling her out of the classrooms and testing her and them headphones on her head. She sent me that picture. I almost about fell out. I'm telling you. I said, I remember that voice clear as day as a fucking kid. They put those headphones on you. And she said, and then she sent the viral clip of the black girl. It was a black woman talking about it. And she was showing the headphones and all this stuff. And then all them people in the comment section, it was a viral video, was talking about how they remember that as a kid too. And so somebody got some explaining to do. In the public education system, in the government. Again, it's all gonna come out. I just be early as fuck on stuff. I just be early, and they trying to hurry up and cover up stuff. They trying to hurry. I mean, I wouldn't be shocked if they went and erased my whole file at 241 Main Street in Buffalo, New York, trying to cover up a lot of the stuff that as far as me going to the Salvation Army camp and being in foster. I don't think they can mess with that though. I don't think they can mess with that file. But they could probably say, "Oh, after a certain amount of time, we get to throw away government documents." I'm not sure, but I saw my file because I needed to prove when I wanted I needed more money for TAP and Pell, and then I had to claim independent status on the FAFSA. And everybody knows that at 18 you're nobody you have to prove that you're independent. And so I had to prove that I was a ward of the state, and I had to prove that my adopted mom had died. And so I had to go to 241 Main Street and get them write up records and go through their records to bring to prove that I was in foster care. So obviously I was able to successfully do that. And so when I went down there, though, they had a file the size of Gibraltar on my ass. I saw it. She opened up. We went to the back of this. It was a state building. It was a government building, and they opened up this. They pulled out this file, made copies of some documentation, gave me the copies, and then put the file back in the cabinet. And then not only that, the file of my, I saw my sister's name, and then I saw my adopted brother and my adopted sister. They file too. Like they had been tracking us for a mighty fucking minute. Now, is it a coincidence that my adopted brother, who I technically have no relation to, did you would think, but when you start doing that genealogy, you start looking at studying cultivars and surnames and doing that genealogy, and you start to, oh, somehow we are actually all related, including the foster mother who adopted me. Now this we talking about generations back. We talking about like as far as like growing up on the same family. Now I think the family were friends. I don't know if they were related, but they were related by intermarrying. Intermarrying. So even with me just going to a foster care home, I didn't just go to a regular foster parent. I thought I did. I mean, we're not related immediately. When you start doing the genealogy, you start asking questions. I did the genealogy on my biological side and on my adopted family side. They're all Black Americans on both sides of it, by the way, on both sides. So I did the genealogy of my biological mom and my biological dad, and then the genealogy of my adopted mom. And I started going all the way back and looking. They all from the same area, by the way, going back in Georgia. And then they all sharing. Then it's the coats of arms start to look the same. But then you start to hear, okay, that particular land, that family knew the last names of these families and they lived side by side 200 years ago. Hmm? Yeah, okay. I think it's cool. I'm not sweating it. I'm not here to, I'm not trying to paint no conspiracy or nothing. I'm just saying like, yeah, I mean, you guys are smart. I think a lot of people like to play dumb, and I think a lot of people hide their intelligence. I'm telling you, I know for a fact, I've seen one of them old ass military vets that were driven into homelessness. They going around telling everybody he crazy and a crackhead and all that stuff. And no lie, I seen it. I was in an Uber. I offered the Uber to this person. They didn't want the Uber. They wanted to go wait for the bus. And so I said, "Well, I'm going to get my Uber. You can wait on the bus." As we driving past them, and we drove past them, and I saw them. They mind you, it's in the winter. There's no sun out. They wear shades. I'm driving past him in the Uber, and I'm looking at him, and you know what my first thing in my soul, because I'm very clairvoyant on some levels. I said that is an extremely, extremely, extremely brilliant and intelligent man that is totally hiding who he is. Like, it's like he wanted people to think he was some low ass homeless crackhead or something. Like it's like he wanted people to think that, and I don't even know. Like my ego, like I don't even know what that would feel like. Because it actually, I was like crying as I was like as I was witnessing, because we were at the red lights, because I was able to observe him. I was really observing him, and I said, he really like it was so obvious, the aura. Like I was kind of seeing the aura, and I was kind of seeing the brain, like whatever was inside of his brain, of how truly intelligent that person was, but how they wanted to hide it and didn't want nobody to know. Hmm. Hmm. And that person happened to be somebody I'm related to. Yep. And he is former military. Well, he's a veteran. I mean, he was driven, and he knows a lot. And them type of people, they won't tell you all what they know. You just got to figure it out. But yeah, them kids, are those veterans, they get tracked and monitored. And again, at that time, they don't do no recruiting now. They don't do no recruiting based on intelligence, like how they used to back in those days, because they realized that having really intelligent people in your army, for those who are corrupt, who have things they want to cover and keep covered, that's actually a threat to them. So back in the day, where they used to recruit based on your intelligence, and say if you came from a Masonic family, even better, because you had the psychic gifts as well as the intelligence. They don't do that shit no more. They see those people as a threat now. So there's many military veterans that they see as a threat, is what I'm telling you. And so they are driving them to homelessness on purpose. They are. putting them in illegal government experiments to experiment on their mind, like giving them different to try to see how they can control them, to see how they can even break them and get rid of them. They're doing that as well. And they're also experimenting on the children because they see the children as a threat. As they talk about the King Alfred plan, and the idea of even say, like, for instance, Black Americans having military training. Y'all want to go deep? I'll give you a story that's true. Y'all remember young Pharaoh? I remember young Pharaoh. Me and him grew up together, known each other since he was 10, I was 11. We grew up together until he left his aunts and got into more of the streets. But then after that, we had reconnected. His father was military, and his father was extremely brilliant. His mother is extremely brilliant. These are naturally intelligent Black Americans. He was recruited. Like, they showed up to his house and recruited him for his intelligence. Um, Obviously, whew, remember when young Pharaoh was telling everybody that he got drugged and he was never the same again and he went off the deep end? Now, I'm not making no excuses for the bullshit that he got himself into, and that, him doing them shrooms and whatnot, and whatever he did. And remember when they were saying they drugged him? And then he was saying that the Masons had infiltrated, and he was saying they drugged me, and and he was going off the deep end. He was never the same, and he lost his platform. He was deplatformed um, for coming at certain folks and for exposing certain things. We all know that, right? But then they gave him that drugs, and it caused a chemical imbalance, and he was never really truly even recovered to an extent, right? Do you know that they did the same thing to his mother and his father? His mother was given a drug, and she was never the same again. Same thing happened with his father. Same concoction. Same concoction, by the way. After they was done with him in the military, his father in the military, and they couldn't control him, and they realized this, because that bloodline, we're related to that. I'm related to that bloodline, even though that was just that was my best friend. But that once you start looking at these last names and these surnames and these coat of arms, you start to see the connection of, like, how certain families stick and stay together, or just through the spirit or ancestors, whatever. Um, yeah, his same thing happened to his mother and his father, with giving a drug and never being the same again. Now, his father was recruited by the military for his intelligence. He was this really, really brilliant guy. And again, those bloodlines are seen. Certain bloodlines are seen as a threat that are in Black American lineage. It's a certain connection. It's a certain um, admixture and genealogy that gets targeted more than others within Black American community. You don't have to believe this. We don't care, again, because we so far beyond, like, what no one would, like. We understand that people just is just not there yet, or they are the aged Smiths being paid to cover all this stuff up. But yeah, they've been targeting young Pharaoh's family for a long time, just like how mine. Like, it's been a long time. I mean, your mother and your father are given the same concoction, and they never the same again, and still to this day. Now, his father is dead now, but then young Pharaoh, he says he's drugged, and then he's never really the same again. I mean, he's still functioning, he's still the same, but I'm just saying, like, that shit almost took him out, and it took him a long time to recover, and he's still not fully recovered, because that concoction alters the brain chemistry of that particular admixture, and it permanently disrupts their chemical balance. And so that particular bloodline can't handle certain drugs. They can't handle, certain. And my thing is, I wasn't in the picture at the time when that had happened to young Pharaoh. I had left around 2017, 2017, 2018, 2017 is when I had left out the picture. Um, and so, by the time the drugging incident happened, there was nobody in. Like, obviously, I would have saw the play and clear as day because I already knew that happened to his mother and his father. I knew that he didn't even know that. He didn't even know that. I knew that because I talked with some of the elders in his family, and they told me. And see, he didn't even know that, and so it was easy to get him. So had he known the context of that, if somebody brought drugs around him, he would have instantly would have been a red flag. Instantly, that's a plan. Instantly. But he didn't even have that background of what happened to his. I think he knew with his mother, but even what happened with his own father, he didn't even know that they had been systematically targeted and given drugs and was never like it's like a known thing that happened to his mother. That's like I knew that honestly when I was my friend told me that when I was like 15 years old because we were like I said, the thing is when I would see his mother all on the train stations, hooping and hollering and all that stuff. Again, I could always see things spiritually on people. I could always see things spiritually on people, even as a young girl. And I had said when I had saw her, I said that lady, whoever that is, she has a spirit of pure raw brilliance on her. When I was 15 years old, I saw, and I didn't even know that was his mother, because she would be around, all around Buffalo, uh, talking to herself, or what people would say, "Oh, it's the crazy lady." But I had knew I said, and then that's when my best friend had told me. She said, "Yeah, that's my aunt," and they did this. They gave her a spiked drink. They gave her a roof. They drugged her, and she was never the same again. And then I asked her, I said, well, she used to be really intelligent, wasn't she? I said, she used to be highly, highly intelligent, wasn't she? And my friend at the time, she was like, I don't know. I'm gonna go ask my mom. I said, ask your mom. I said, can you ask your mom for me? And she went and asked her mom, and then we all had talked about it. We had a whole conversation about it, and that's when she was like, yeah, she was really, really, really naturally intelligent, really naturally. And mind you, this is all now that I'm older. I'm like, and I know that same thing happened to young Pharaoh. And again, I'm not saying he got to take accountability for a lot of the things that he has done. I'm not saying he's totally innocent, but when he was telling people that they drugged him, I did believe it. And I do believe it because I know they did that to his mother and his father. Same thing, same technique. Father gave the same concussion to the father. Father go crazy, you know. Um, and then, so they had been watching him for a long time. As I'd say this to say, because we were all grew up together. Now, is it a coincidence that we all grew up together? You know, young Pharaoh was in a foster care program too. Yeah, I do know that, right? That he was awarded a state too. Is it a coincidence that we all grew up together? And my friend, my best friend, that they all live together. That's his cousin. You don't think that we have the same stories? We went to the same high school. We went to CSAT with all that testing they was doing on us. Same testing techniques. We went to college together. She the one that came and woke up some stuff to me. She disappeared. I guess she disappeared just off the face of the earth, just one day. Left Michigan with with 10K and drove from Michigan to Washington. I'm sorry, I was say to Washington or California. You're talking about Washington State without telling not a soul, and disappeared for 2 years. And I thought she was dead. Disappeared for 2 years. Nobody knew what happened. No, not even her own mother. Nobody knew. And that's when, for those who who know the context of when young Pharaoh was questioning me about that particular person. Now you know the whole backdrop of what that was about. And he thought I had something to do with it because he was. That's when he was screaming on the line saying people he's sacrificing people and trying to. And he was going on, and I didn't know what the hell he was talking about. I thought he was crazy as hell. And he accused his aunt of being involved. And he said, "Well, then because he was trying to look for her, and he couldn't find her, so he thought." And then that's when he was like, "Did you have her killed? Did you sacrifice her? Did you?" And I'm looking at him like I literally thought he was out of his mind. And I'm like, "No, absolutely." And he apologized, obviously, because you know I had nothing to do with that. I had no idea what was going on. But yeah, that stuff is real. When people be talking about somebody runs across the country without a peep and disappears for 2 years and was homeless. Come to find out that person was willingly homeless. and ran to the church. What the hell are they involved in? What are y'all involved in? You know, it's like, and then the situation that happens with me in 2022. Hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Y'all better wake up. Y'all better wake the fuck up, man. This stuff is deep. Now she did reappear. We were able to find her. She came back around. Not the same though. That's why I'm like, damn, did they chip your motherfucking ass? What the fuck? Like, I don't know. Like, it just not never. It was something was just off. It just wasn't never the same. I understand what that is now. I'm not going to go into detail about that because it's extremely private. And it's like it's some things are just too wild. The human population won't even believe it, anyways. But we obviously, she obviously came back around. But I'll tell you this: she was the one that was telling me about all these experimentations and programs and mine and all this years ago, and I just thought she had lost it. I did. I thought my friend had lost it, and I'll never think that again because I know I overstand now. When she was talking about gang stalking in 2019, 2018, and she told me not to tell a soul. She said, "You got to promise me right now." She said that you won't tell a soul that you spoke with me, that you talked to me, and that and the reason why if I'm telling this information now is because there's other context that makes it okay for me to tell this information. So don't think that I'm like, oh, well, she told you not to tell. Why are you doing? There's other context. Obviously, things change. But in 2018, she was like, "You got to promise me that you won't tell a soul that you spoke to me, that you won't even tell my mom, you won't tell nobody." And I had to keep that. I had to eat that. And she told me a little bit where she was at. She said, "I'm here." She said, "I'm just letting you know I'm staying away for a while. I'm fine, but don't tell a soul." But then when she disappeared like that, I ain't gonna hold you, like 2 whole years. I did think that something had happened, and I would cry. I remember I would call my family members, and they would try to prepare me for like, what if she's just not alive? And like that was heavy, and I just it did, like it weighed on me. Like I'm like, damn. And then she pops back up 2 years later. And I had a little resentment because it was like you was fine for 2 whole years. Granted, you was going through whatever your difficulties was and whatever and whatnot, and I totally understand that. But like you couldn't like tell me at least once that you was fine. Like you couldn't just but she's just like it was just that dangerous. I just couldn't. And so I had to live with that. But then she comes back and she's talking about all these programs and you know, being surveillance and all and chips and all. And it was a lot. Now I just was like, I knew it was some truth to it, but I just didn't overstand. I just didn't get it. I just didn't get it. But my oh my, at 32 years old, uh, do I understand what the fuck she's talking about now? Even with what young Pharaoh went through. And mind you, that's his cousin. Like we all three of us grew up together. Like I used to go spend a night at their house like every week damn near. Like we went to the same school together. Like we were around quite a bit. Like it's not just like somebody just capping, like, oh, you're just trying to say young Pharaoh. Like, no, we grew up together. Um, you know, and again, I'm not saying every his upbringing was totally pleasant because they went through a lot. We all did. But you know, yes, yeah. I'm just saying, like when people be out here judging people or trying to discredit someone because they trying to cover up something. Like a lot of these people, they sold out, man. They sold out to the government. They sold, and a part of that is recruiting other people to go do the same route that they went. And when it don't work, they all just go into overtime and discredit your ass. And that's just what I'm dealing with. To be the short end of it, you know, the embarrassment that I survived, uh, the shit that they were trying to do, and so they got to try to discredit me and then the actual truth that they're trying to cover up. And that's why Pedrino did that, pulled that shit that he pulled in that room. It's like y'all clearly trying to cover up something. I'm not working for the government. I'm not no government slave. I ain't take no deal with these people. I ain't take no money from these people. But y'all niggas did. And so y'all gotta cover up the fact that y'all sold out this fucking community and that y'all sold and that y'all took the oath and that y'all was trying to recruit me to do the same thing and then I just wouldn't go along with it. And I peeped game spiritually. I peeped game of what it was all about. I could see through you niggas spiritually too. And I know exactly who y'all working for and what y'all do. Y'all working for this government to keep not the not and again, I'm not saying anybody working for the government is bad, right? I'm talking about when we talk about COINTELPRO type shit, when we talk about Project Phoenix shit, where they are literally there to monitor and to honeypot and to funnel people and to fuck with people pretty much, to discredit people who they see as a threat. That's what they do. People like Pedrito, they working for the government to do that. They get paid to be on some COINTELPRO shit. And they have a network of people that are available. They usually recruit them for the Masons, but they pay motherfuckers to target someone. As far as the RISS system, the RIS system, it's a whole app. It's started by Citizens Core Fusion Centers, and it was based on changes made to the Patriot Act after 9/11, which increased the surveillance state pretty much, and so it morphed. As far as like the watch list grew and whatnot, and the targeting program Project Phoenix, it morphed. COINTELPRO morphed into something much more sinister, where if you, for very little reason, even if you just piss off a person that had access to those systems, they will put you on those lists and fuck with you. And blacklist you, financially blacklist, and just say you are a threat to national security or just put you on an illegal watch list. Let alone if you were an activist, let alone if you were a scholar, uh, former military, uh, certain bloodline, Mason bloodline. If you were a part of a cult or a church and you defected from your programming. If you went through SRA, which is satanic ritual abuse, through a cult, those people that ended up, the list started expanding to just include pretty much anybody that was looked at as a threat to exposing the cabal, to exposing the shadow government system, wicked system, satanic system. So that meant pretty much if you knew just a little bit and you weren't, and then it morphed into the more so of the psychological, the more psychographic aspects of a person as well. So you didn't even have to commit or do anything. It's just the fact that you fit the psychographic of someone who's a threat to our system, and they still target you, and that's how you got the idea of targeted individuals and in this Project Phoenix COINTELPRO program. Let alone say if you had your psychographic profile was someone who sticks up for humanity, someone who tells the truth, someone who whistleblows, someone who has the potential to whistleblow. And see, that's why I was never recruited for, you know, like the CIA or anything like that, even though I'm really good at intelligence analysis as a military scientist. I was never recruited because they don't want another fucking Julian Assange on their hands. I'm not about to sit and turn a blind eye and I know y'all trafficking children. It's just a wrap. They don't want another Eric Snowden on their hands. And so wouldn't fit the psychographic element, that last step, even though the intelligence is there and the brilliance is there, it's just like, okay, this person will not turn a blind eye to corruption or would not make them, don't want to be controlled. Like if you tell me to follow an order, and if it's something that's going to go against my personal value system and my personal morality, not your morality, my personal morality, I'm not doing it. And if it's something illegal that's against the Constitution and the human rights, I'm going to tell. And so obviously I would not be a candidate for the more secret society. I wouldn't be a candidate for secret societies. I wouldn't be a candidate for intelligence agencies. Now, the only intelligence analysis that they did try to recruit me for was the Department of Homeland Security as an intelligence analysis, and that's when I was in graduate school at Georgia State University. They sent me an email after I graduated saying, "Hey, we went through. I guess they have some type of profile. We went through your profile at the Merit.com or whatever, and we think you'll be a good candidate. Can you come and do an interview?" They was doing like open interviews right at Georgia State University to be an intelligence analysis at the Department of Homeland Security. And at that time, I had moved out of Georgia. I wasn't even in Georgia anymore, so I didn't go do the interview or nothing, or to do the process or whatever. I didn't take them up on any offer or anything because I wasn't even in Georgia anymore. But that was like the only one that I can remember that tried to like um that sent me an email, and it was through school. It wasn't like just some rant. It was definitely through the school, and the interviews were going to be taking place at the school as well. They were just, hey, come interview. Like we saw your profile, we think you'd be a great fit, and that was the only one. The Department of Homeland Security for Intelligence Analysis, but like that's been the only one because I wouldn't fit the profile for the dark psychology aspect of certain intelligence agencies that is required. That is the dark psychology it is required if you're working for the CIA, if you're working, or if even if you're going to, if you join some of these fraternal orders or whatnot, dark psychology is a requirement. And that's not the methods. That's not my methods for the way I conduct my intelligence, the way I conduct my research and my methodology, and the way I operate in the world is not based on dark psychology. And so we're never going to have anything in common. And I do know that dark psychology makes you less intelligent. That to me is an empirical fact. That's from my sole understanding. And so that's why I don't use it, because it will undermine my brilliance. And so um, that's just a personal methods um, that is within, again, that's just my epigenetics. I'm not saying everybody in my family believes in that, but I'm saying like ancestrally, that's a part of my light code where we value certain things, and certain things have to be protected. And if we go a certain route, it'll undermine that. And so dark psychology will undermine that. Now there are people in my family that are masters at dark psychology, but it totally undermined their intelligence. It totally undermined their brilliance. And I know that for a fact. And I know for a fact that they were extremely, extremely, extremely brilliant. But I know that them dabbling into that and relying on that as a method to get their ends meet, it undermines them, because somebody that does not use that method and has a superior method is always going to come out on top. And that's just by always, always, always standing on the truth and standing on integrity. But again, if someone violates the rules of the game, then you can create your own rules. So don't think, but we don't cheat. Now we catch you cheating, we blasting your motherfucking ass. Now we talking about the game. We catch you cheating, we will blast your ass. All bets are off. But we will play fair. And the moment you try to underhand us, all bets are off. We have to take you out. But all is fair in love and war. But if we play in the integrity game, in the truth game, and you come with your deception bullshit, then we have to beat your ass. And we will create our own rules. We will tell you those rules. And they will not be immoral rules. They will not be illegal rules, because we don't violate universal laws. We don't violate universal laws or laws here on Mother Gaia, on planet Earth. So because we believe in righteousness. So we totally believe in righteousness, and we will stick to righteousness. But we will not allow ourselves to be played, or people to play mind games with us, or to think that and we know you have inferior methods, and we know you an inferior ass bitch. No, we will gut your ass because we told you to stop playing with us. And that's how it go. Yeah. But my thing is with that situation, with them people, with them vets like that, y'all better follow them codes. And if they telling you that it's ISIS and all this shit, then you be a damn fool to believe that. You be totally foolish to believe that. Yes, you would. And I would think that about you too. I would look like, damn, y'all really still on that? This is another thing I want to get into. America, I wanna let you know that there's a requirement of you if you want to get to the next level. Now we talking about to Americans. You're gonna have to call out your controlled opposition in 2025. You're already doing a great job of that so far. The white boys, you're doing a great job. You're going after, y'all tearing a new frame in Alex Jones' ass. Alex Jones was always supposed to be controlled opposition. However, he went off the rails with that Sandy stuff. And the thing is, it wasn't so much what he did, is that he shed light to a whole cottage industry of the idea of the crisis actors. Whether he was right or wrong on Sandy is not my point. I'm not here to judge that situation. He awakened his following to the fact that there is such a thing as stage psyops and crisis actors. Now, whether Sandy was or not, I'm not saying that. I don't care about that. I care about the victims, but I'm not going even near that. But when we're talking about the idea that his following then went and took the whole idea of a stage theater and crisis actors, and they ran with it and started being able to look and see through the whole matrix. That's why they came down so hard on him. It wasn't so much what he did with what he said about that particular school and the students, and what happened. That didn't bother them as much as the fact that that story, that situation blew the keg on the whole science type stuff, because people started finding crisis actors. People started, we talking about just regular Americans started looking and seeing like, oh my gosh, like that event was staged, or oh my gosh, we found the body bags and people were moving inside of the body bags, and the camera would pan and we saw a person just hop out of the body bag, and like they was fine and walked off the set. Like we started realizing like people really was like, damn, like this idea, like people was finding websites where you can go sign up to be a crisis actor and apply, and the NDAs that you would have to sign, like that. Him doing that shit woke up a whole bunch of other stuff, and it put a chink in the armor of the intelligence agencies. It put a chink in the armor of the shit that they stage and plan out, and even in the media, because of the shit that's why they deplatformed it. They got him off of YouTube. They took everything away because he was always supposed to be, but let it be known, like he was always supposed to be under their thumb. They lost control over the narrative because of his actions. Him teaching that to his audience about how Masonic stage theater, pretty much. He. Now, I'm not saying he was the only one that did it. I'm pretty sure there was a lot of people that was talking about Masonic theater, stage theater, even before he was. But he brought too much attention to it. And so everybody was like, oh, that's a psyop. Oh, that's social engineer. Oh, that's fake. Oh, that's a crisis actor. Oh, look at these. This is the same crisis actor that they use in 10 events. And like people started talking like that. Then that led to the idea of the person being replaced. And, did they replace this person? Da, 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 da. It woke up too much shit. And so they whooped his ass for that. They really broke him down. $1.5 billion judgment. They took away um they tried to auction off his business. They took him off of all social media. They had then he had to do bankruptcy. I mean, they wanted to break him at the knees, to break him. And so they now it's pretty much obvious that he's controlled opposition because of the stance that he's been taking, and that's in total alignment with his audience. And so his audience is realizing it, and they're like, hey, wait a minute, did they pay you off? Did they scare you? Did they do this? But they don't understand, like, Alex Jones' issue is that he's too tied into the matrix still. Like he cares too much about the material things and the perception. I mean, if he's a real ideologue, but you can't expect a man that has a family and kids to just still, you know, ride it all out for American people. Because to be honest, a lot of Americans don't even ride out for themselves. They don't even care about. They're looking for literally a savior, and that's going to be their problem. And so you can't put it all on Alex Jones to just ride out to the end. Did you get a $1.5 billion judgment? No. Did you have to do anybody you have to pay 1.5 billion back, and they telling you they auctioning off your businesses, and you got clear evidence that the CIA is after you and all this stuff? People don't know how that feel. And then not to mention the stuff that he's not telling you from being under oath, and them giving him maybe white glove treatment or beating his ass, gang stalking him behind the scenes. You don't know what the hell they try probably doing to him behind the scenes. That's just what he's telling you and what you see in the public. I mean, this guy could literally be living in hell.
behind the scenes. Y'all have no idea what these people would do with you when you piss them off. Like you won't be able to even use your bank card, your credit card, you take an Uber, go to even a hotel in peace. You will be gang stalked everywhere you go. Your food will be poisoned, all types of stuff. And so, you know, I don't agree with Alex Jones being in controlled opposition, and I do think Americans should call him out and shame his ass because desperate times calls for desperate measures. So don't think I'm getting upset because, but I'm just saying, like, I do. I was. I mean, it's hard. See, for certain what certain some of for some of us, it's not hard because we've always been through the ringer. And so it's like we ain't never they was never gonna give us no shake. They was never gonna give us a shake, so it doesn't matter. But for someone like Alex Jones, they gave him a shake. They gave him a platform. He built the platform too. Um, and when he bit the hand that feed him, they slammed the hammer down. And now they need all controlled opposition on deck. And so that's why you're gonna see a lot of I mean they're gonna go overtime because they gotta hurry up and usher in a new world order because to be quite frank, Americans don't woke up too damn fast. You were supposed to be under that spell for 50 years. You're supposed to walk into the Trojan horse with Elon and Trump and Vivek. Yeah, you're supposed to just blindly accept the technocracy, the digital, whatever they had planning, that digital ID, that social credit score, the increased censorship under the guise of positivity, the freedom cities, which is 15-minute cities, the the digital cryptocurrency, government cryptocurrency, like I said, digital ID, social credit score, neural link chip in your head, our EV cars that can be controlled by the internet. You're supposed to be, if somebody going to shut you down, you think you're going to escape, ain't no gas, bitch. Maybe they just going to hack into the smart system or smart grid of your Tesla and supposed to just shut that shit down. You ain't going nowhere. Why you think a lot of people that work for NASA and intelligence agencies only drive cars that with EMPs? Is it EMP? Remember that post went viral that NASA had the people that work for NASA was driving all them old ass fucking cars, the 80s Corvette and cars from the 70s and 60s. I think that's just a coincidence. I think it's just a coincidence. Why they got y'all? They glad you lining up for your EV, for your electric car that could be shut off. But you thinking you trying to skate somewhere, or you thinking you on a run or something, or you trying to. And if they want, and you piss the wrong person off, or if they want to, they shut your shit off, and your ass and lock your ass in. You ain't going nowhere. If you're supposed to take that damn Neuralink in your head, you act up, they can implant false memories, all types of shit. You don't know who can be controlling your perception when you start to try to merge your brain with AI and merge your brain like a fucking cyborg with the machine and all that stuff that you can do naturally. And they talk about they're going to give you super intelligence and super. What does that even mean? There's different types of intelligences. You got kinesthetic intelligence. You got musical intelligence. You got spiritual intelligence, emotional intelligence, mathematical intelligence, actual rational intelligence. There's different types of intelligences. There's different ways a person can be a genius. That's why you have, oh, this person's a musical genius. But they may not be a math genius. That person that's a math genius, but they may not be a athletic genius. There's people that have kinesthetic intelligence. That means like things they can do with their body. Is really, really intelligent. It's really, really like what Simone Biles can do with her body. That's a level of kinesthetic intelligence that is literally at the 1% of the world. Her kinesthetic intelligence is through the roof. She can do things with her body that is actually supernatural. That's kinesthetic intelligence. You got spiritual intelligence. There's people with spiritual gifts that are highly, highly intelligent, that are otherworldly. People that have clairvoyance, people that have the gift of mediumship, all types of things, psychic phenomenon, predictive distribution, all types of stuff. You got that type of intelligence. You got mathematical intelligence, people that can understand numbers and shapes really well. You got I forgot the other intelligence where people are connected to the earth, where they can understand things naturally through frequency and earth patterns, but also like understand botany and herbs and gardening and food and agriculture. That's intelligence too. Because not everybody. It takes a lot to be an excellent farmer. You know, Not all of us can get out there. You give us some seeds and shit. Our plants will be dying, all types of shit. We got to control the weeds. You got to control the way the weeds is growing, insects and pest control. It's people that come up with genius ways to prevent their crops from getting destroyed by pests and different full irrigation systems. It requires a level of intelligence. It's like the person that is able to turn air into water. You know, you got people that have oratorial intelligence that know how to speak well. You have people that are, uh, you have combative intelligence. People that are really good. When we talk about more so as a military strategist, military science, like say Hannibal of Carthage of the North, Hannibal. There's been plenty of military strategies that have been built based literally off of his techniques. Just so you know, just like Machiavelli, but Hannibal of Carthage. There's literally like people that even I wouldn't say even World War II, even the United States government has studied some of the United States military has studied some of Hannibal's techniques, just like Sparta. We study the technique of the phalanx in Sparta. That's a military tech. That's that technique that is still even being used to this day. The idea of a phalanx. Um, and so you have different types of intelligence. So when they promise you that this AI is going to give you super intelligence, what the fuck does that mean? You are the quantum computer. You create the singularity. You don't need a machine to create singularity for you. You know what that feels like? Like humans can get that on their own. That's why I'm so confused and disgusted, kind of like that people want to take a shortcut and deal with that demonic ass technology instead of doing the work and the meditations for yourself. And to be honest, you don't have to be perfect. Like, I know a lot of people say, "Oh, you can't eat this. You got to be vegan. You got to go fast." It will help. Fasting will help. Oh, for sure. But some of you already were born indigo. You're already born starchy. You're already born a crystal child. You fast for a couple of days. You're out of here. You're gonna probably float into a rainbow or something. You're gonna be in a different galaxy, and then they're gonna lock your ass up because you're talking about different dimensions and shit. Some of you guys you do need a dissension process, and I didn't understand that when my sister was saying that. One of the priestesses was saying that. I thought she sounded crazy because she's indigo, but she was like, "Yo, I don't need to ascend. Like, I actually just need to go to a fucking bar and relax and have a drink." That's what she said. Like, this is what she said about herself. And come to find out, this girl can astral project at will. Like, yes, a person like that, like not everybody's not on the same level. There's people whose souls are old. And when she said that, I was confused at the time. She was like, "Why are y'all trying to make?" She's like, "I don't want to be a deity. I already like, because humans are obsession with like this obsession with we have to ascend, transcendence, and that's always been my obsession too, And so I understand it. And so I couldn't understand, when she would be like, "What is all this obsession with transcendence? Like what? I really couldn't get it. I couldn't get it until I had to fight myself to come down. Like if you get up there and then you realize like, oh shit, like, and then you trying to bring it on down. That's what they call, you want to ground yourself or make sure And I remember, there's a powerful priestess who knew. Oh, he's a priest. He's a male. He knew what I was going through in July of 2023. Right. He sends me a message on in a Twitter Spaces to go join his room. And I did click on it. So he knew I was in a quantum entanglement. He knew I mean, I was zooted and booted. And no lie, as soon as I jumped in it, I jumped in his face and he was like, "I know exactly what your problem is. You gotta ground yourself. Your crown chakra is open like a motherfucker, and your shit is split wide. He's like, you need to ground yourself. And you know what I want you to do? I want you to go to Chick-fil-A and get a chicken sandwich to ground yourself." Now, to be honest, like you want to ground yourself? I'm telling you, like, I don't eat Chick-fil-A. I know people would think like Chick-fil-A is healthier than like all the other fast foods and stuff. Nah, man. Something in Chick-fil-A that will really lower your vibration. It got 54 ingredients in just the bread, the bun alone. 54 ingredients just to make a fucking bun. I think it got like over 100 ingredients in a mac and cheese and shit. So like the reason why I don't eat Chick-fil-A is because it's something in that food that just drastically that bring me down too low. That would lower my vibration way too low. And I felt it. Like one time I thought I was even getting a healthier option at Chick-fil-A. I had got the gluten-free bread with the grilled chicken sandwich. A grilled chicken sandwich. This was like 2 years ago, and I ate that shit. And whatever it was, I'm like, I don't know what the fuck is in this shit. But whatever it was, it just was too low. I'm like, that vibration. That's like you might as well be in fucking McDonald's or some shit. The vibration was way too low. But he was recommending that because it would have done enough to get me to kind of shut off what was going on. And I didn't do it. I didn't actually listen to that. I did something else. And I knew I kind of know what to do to kind of bring it down. It seems similar, but it's not. I can't do Chick-fil-A. That brings me down too low. But for the average American, like they just think Chick-fil-A is the business, right? They think that's the end all be all. But whatever is in that shit, I'm just saying spiritually what I know. Like whatever I ate and that grilled chicken sandwich, oof, I was like, it's frequency wise, there's something off with it. But nonetheless, yeah, like they promise you this AI stuff. Y'all be careful with that stuff. They want to tell you that they're gonna put this neural link in your motherfucking head. Y'all be careful. Yeah, that's all I gotta say because not everything that glitters is gold, and you have the capability of developing super intelligence on your own. I'm telling you, you have the ability to develop super intelligence on a quantum level. You got the ability to do quantum entanglement, quantum superpositioning, quantum teleportation, access to Akashic records, which is information data building, predictive probability distribution science, which is psychic phenomena and clairvoyance, access to data information of the universe, which is pretty much being able to not just look at the Akashic records, but look at what we call mediumship or people who speak to the dead. There's information. Those are nothing but being able to decipher frequency signals. Humans, you could do that on your own. You could do that on your own, but you got to put in the work. Some people are born with those gifts. Some people are. And people can say that's unfair. How could somebody be that gifted? How could somebody be born with all those gifts? That's God's decision. You don't know what they did in a past life. You don't know what they did, or you don't even you may think it's a human in human flesh, but that may not even be a human. That could be a cherubim, an angel, a seraphim, a serpentine naga. It could be a primordial in the flesh. It could be someone whose family sacrificed and whose family did sinister things to get their gifts. Not all the gifts come from God either. And some of them are similar, so you have to be careful. Some people got them same gifts from the demonic kingdom. Some people make a deal and take an oath to get those gifts from the demonic kingdom. And some people they get those demonic gifts from the demonic kingdom and they pass it on to their kid, and their kid gets those gifts too. And so you have to be careful, like, okay, where did these gifts come from, or even how are they using a motherfucking gifts? Because people can't help the bloodlines they were born into. If they were born into a cult family, or they were born into a fucked up ass family that practices SRA on their children, that believes in that that sacrifice their children, all types of shit. People can't help the families they born into, but you do. But you can't help what you gonna do going forward. You're responsible for your healing, even if you didn't. Even if you're not responsible for the hurt, you might not even cause it, right? But it's easy to stay in that victim mode. But eventually, the universe will show you its indifference. The universe will show you its indifference to yourself if you don't get control of your computational programming, of your algorithm, of your narrative, and of your universe, which is your motherfucking mind. As to Hootie said, the universe is mental. The universe is ruthless and different. You got to program that canvas. You have to tell that computer system, that computational algorithm, what you want it to do, and it will do it. The universe will bend towards justice. Now, there's universal laws, right? There's laws of physics. There's some beings that can defy those laws, of course. But yeah, you're responsible for your healing. And this is the issue. This is what we're trying to tell the American people. It's like they waiting on Trump to do it, and that's why Trump laid the fuck out of everybody. Because we at the precipice. They got the way they gotta go, and the team that they with, and they gang that they with, and it don't really include anybody that makes under $800,000 a year. I mean, I don't know what you Americans, let y'all all millionaires. I mean, you pay living paycheck to paycheck, working at 40, 60 hours a week. Whether that be at National Fuel, shit. Some of you working at McDonald's, Walmart, ain't nothing wrong. The job is a motherfucking job. It's honest pay. Trader Joe's, nursing, electrical engineering, all the American jobs. Let you tell it you live like Trump lived in Mar-a-Lago with all that motherfucking gold. Let you Americans tell it. Y'all better get real. You better get real. And like I said, y'all better start calling out y'all controlled opposition. Now, y'all been making a list. I see the white people, y'all making a whole list of it. So y'all on schedule. Now my community, I've been telling you to call control. I told y'all to call out the controlled opposition a year ago, way before I said that people should do it just all in America. Because I'm telling you, here's the thing. That's the crux to your suffering. That's the crux to to the American people being in the position that they're in now. Because you don't call out your controlled opposition. Or the fact that there are sides that work together behind the scenes and there is a bigger agenda. And you want to call out your secret societies too. And you want to start investigating them. This is for the American people who are tired and who knows that there's a lot of constitutional rights being violated and they know that they are being shambled and bamboozled. That is your key to getting out of your system. Your systems are very fragile. We have accessed your systems. There are mere illusions, and you are being cowardly. It's as simple as that. That's your gatekeepers is the ones that's causing that. That's the last step that y'all got to break through. You got to control. You got to call out your controlled opposition because that's the step towards getting. That's the chess piece that you need to beat the fuck out of to get to them elite to get changes that you want to see. So you have to delegitimize, which for the most part you guys did that with celebrity culture, but you're gonna have to do that with the two-party system. You can't just Democrat, 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 RNC, that's controlled opposition. That two-party system, none of them make the decisions. And you got to call out them secret societies that have subtle influences in your shadow government and in your government and your intelligence agencies. And that will that's when you will start to see some things. Now, don't think they won't bust back. Once I had told them white folks to start calling out your controlled opposition, they did. And it was a very good thing. Here's the thing. They are now going to go after the truther accounts. I'm going to tell you the methodologies of which you're going to use to do it and how you can combat. I'm not saying it's perfect. You probably can develop better strategies, but at least you'll have something to work on. Um, for the truther accounts that are calling out, like say conspiracies and or the Masons are calling out, controlled opposition. You're calling out shit that don't make sense, psyops, and those type of platforms that are way bigger than me. You have the huge followings. We talking about 300,000 plus following, and I've seen it. A couple 100,000. The truther accounts they're ramping up calling out controlled opposition, which is a good thing, right? However, they are starting to come under fire because they realize, okay, we need another layer to come and attack the truther accounts and delegitimize them. And so you're gonna have to the truther accounts and truther platforms, and by that we talk anybody that debunks the conspiracy theories that brings light to truth, and you're not controlled opposition and you're willing to call out controlled opposition, if you have the resources or the capability or manpower, you want to come up with a fact checking system. Why do you do that? Because the counterintelligence to delegitimizing the truther accounts is to give a bunch of floodgate you with a bunch of information and say, for one, you don't have the details. You don't know what you're talking about. You don't have access to this information. And it will give you a rundown of all this shit that you can't confirm, that you don't know, that you don't even to try to overload the information so the American people that's just looking, they'll think that, oh, this truther is just trying to start drama and they're trying to fearmonger. That's going to be another thing that you hear: fearmonger, fearmonger, fearmonger. You have to learn how to say a message without fearmongering. You're going to have to do that. So that means you have to be more solution oriented as well. You're actually going to have to not be a one trick pony for the truther accounts. But you're also going to start having a fact check, because I've seen a situation where somebody was legitimately calling out the bait and switch. This was not a Democrat. This was a person that doesn't believe in, no politics. Then they started calling out the bait and switch of Elon and Trump. They started calling out the controlled opposition even with Alex Jones. They came under major fire this week for the first time by somebody that we know worked with Trump. Now that person I know for I suspect about 95% is controlled opposition. He actually had Kitty. He had Kitty, you know what, on his computer. So a truther account that's going through that person that attacked you and threw you to the woods through his following. He got over what, 400,000 subscribers. You bring up the fact that they found Kitty, that he was messing with the little one's Kitty on his computer, and he tried to say that the intelligence agents put that on his computer. Now you want to exploit that and study that and get to the bottom of that, because there's something I've researched that behind the scenes. I never spoke out on it publicly, but there's something that's not adding up with that. And I'm telling you, truther accounts. If you know that you real, we're not talking about you pay and you to control that. We're talking about you know you the real deal, and you know that they gonna come after you when they send in a certain person, and you see all this information that they're giving you, for one, telling to provide sources. But you got to be a researcher. You can't be surface level with this type of work. You can't be surface level in the truther movement, in the awareness movement, and bringing light to things. You can't be surface level. You got to be willing to actually do research. And if you don't know how to do it, find somebody on your team that can do it, that you can pay, or that cares enough about the mission to do it for you. Start bringing up you got to come up with your own fact checking system. As the truther movement, you have to have your own fact checking system, but it has to be credible. And then you want to also ask for sources when they start telling you, this dude was calling out the bait and switch of Trump and Elon and them, and this other dude was saying, "Oh, you don't understand none of this. You just don't know. You surface level," and started giving all this information. Now I could see through it. I knew it was bullshit, and I knew, I mean, we're not dumb. But the other person, like, I don't know if they're surface level, but they didn't know how to handle that. And then he was getting attacked by this follower who was just attacking him. And so it was like, now you have to say, I need sources. I need sources. And but you also need to be able to fact check what the fuck he's talking about. And then you need to also look into the character and the things about that person. So we know that they found Kitty, you know what, on his computer. He admitted to it. I saw the screenshots. I saw all the screenshots. That's something that that's suspect. Like when somebody try to get at me, they don't have much of nothing. They literally, when Ernest and Pedrino tried to attack me this week with the COINTELPRO stuff, the only thing they could bring up was the fact that I said I'm indigenous, that I'm part, which my mother is fucking Indian, bitch. You can look at my picture. For one, you can look at my hair. I'm not from Africa. Like they want, like these weirdos want all Black Americans to, I don't know, be a slave from some boat or something. Like it's really creepy. But they was trying to delegitimize me by saying, "Oh, you were hanging with the American Indians on Clubhouse." I was hanging with everybody on Clubhouse. It's a fucking social media app, and people were on it during a fucking pandemic. I was hanging, and I'm like, the person that was called, like, bitch, you were hanging around me every day. We were in rooms together talking about reparations. And my thing is, and you were talking about reparations, I was most likely going to be around. Y'all were doing the name banging, y'all were doing the gang banging and all this stuff. And I'm talking to Ernest and Padrino. Y'all were on Clubhouse doing all that. All I know is y'all was some niggas on there talking about reparations. I didn't know you was ADOS, Freedmen's, FBA, none of that shit. Who was American? And then it was a group to talk about genealogy. I was recruited to learn about, when I say recruited, like somebody literally messaged me and say, "Hey, have you done your genealogy yet? We do genealogy rooms. You want to come and visit? Go and visit." It's a bunch of American Indians that say some of them say they Black Americans, some saying they Indian. I don't give a damn. You doing genealogy? I want to learn about genealogy. You're telling me, but I started doing my genealogy. Okay, that was a life saving lesson for me to learn about genealogy. Life saving lesson. Do y'all not understand that? And so that's why I don't throw the American Indians under the bus, and that's why I don't deny my indigenous background, which my mom is fucking Indian. It just is what the fuck it is. She's Black American. Like she calls herself Black American, but it's a known thing. Like this lady will not she will not pass for no African over in Africa. I'm sorry. I don't know what y'all getting mad about. She just won't. Plus, I heard that my whole life, but we all know we all say we Black American. It is what it is. What the fuck is like? How is that something that? So this is what they were trying to use to discredit, and then saying, "Oh, you were talking about the MK Ultra program, bitch. The MK Ultra program is real as hell." I already went through. I already told you about my life background itself. Foster care kid, military background. Put Salvation Army camp as a foster care kid 3 times a week at the social worker office. Army ROTC. Families of bloodlines of Masons for over 1,000 years. Family bloodline that founded the Knights Templar. Are you fucking stupid? Yeah, you gonna be tracked and monitored, bitch, by the government. The government monitor damn near everybody. Did y'all not read the Patriot Act? Am I not a reparationist? Am I not an activist? Did I not teach military science to Africans and Black Americans for free in the book Military Science Framework, where 7 state attorney generals caught a boule gatekeeper to grill my motherfucking ass in? 7 state attorney generals, bitch ass Pergino and Ernest. But somehow I'm just making everything up. And you say, oh, nobody should take her serious. Why do 7 state attorney generals take me serious then? Why do the U.S. military take me serious then? Why did they ask me to help be interested in your military science that I freely gave you black ass niggas that sold me out? Y'all niggas sold me out. You can't say it was the other way around. And it's the guilt, and y'all got to cover that shit up. That's why it's an obsession with trying to discredit me, because y'all know what y'all did. Y'all know what y'all was behind in 2022. Because y'all was some Mason ass niggas that took the oath and sold out the black community. And now y'all want to call yourself Freedmans or whatever, or FBA or whatever. And then not all FBA people is involved in that. They not all involved in that at all. So don't think I'm trying to attack all people that call themselves FBA. There's a lot of people that's literally caught up in shit that they just have no idea what they involved in, just like how I was. So that's why I do give the pass still, because I do know in 2021 and 2022, I was just as fucking ignorant and I had no idea what the shit I got caught up in. Everybody that was around me was in a secret society. I had no idea. I'm thinking these are just some cool ass niggas that want to do reparations. And if you want to test my thoroughness, test my thoroughness in terms of me. This one of these people in these reparations space, they in a picture with somebody that works with the NSA that got a top security clearance, right in the picture, right in the motherfucking picture at their motherfucking house, bitch. And one of these people I called out, like y'all not fucking with me. That's why it get quiet. But this bitch ass nigga Padrino was sitting up there like, oh, talk about how the government detained you, bitch. I never said the government kidnapped me or abducted me. I was illegally detained on a 1014 by the government in 2022 after 3 days after I called out bitch ass niggas in the reparation space that I know for a fact are feds. Not maybe not all of them that I said, but more than half of them, yeah. And I don't regret that, because everything came out. Everything that I was saying that I saw psychically, it all people ended up exposing shit. People ended up exposing Liberation Ventures, exposing um people lying about certain movements, people falling out. It was a bunch of shit that happened after that event in 2022. People fell out. The shit was fractured because shit came to pass of what I was seeing, of what I saw in the spiritual realm. But as far as testing my thoroughness, yeah, one of them people that I called out, yeah, they were in a photo with somebody that got a top security clearance for one, and that worked at the NSA. Then told us a story about how the government was wanting to pay her to be a spy for some prince in Africa. Now you Black Americans gonna act like you don't remember that? There was like 200 people in that room when she told us that. Y'all niggas can't be serious. Just because y'all sold out at the last minute, now you gotta spend your time and target my ass. Nah, bitch. I know I'm very thorough. I know exactly what the fuck I'm talking about. And a nigga like Padrino, or they can only move in a group. If me and that nigga was to have a conversation, it's just me and this person one on one. It would be revealed about what that person is about. That's why I recorded that space. I have a folder that I'm gonna be releasing in 2026, because there's a group of these people. They all hang together, And the people that hang with him is the same people that told Black Americans, and I also got that recorded, that they don't need a Bill of Rights and that they don't need the 14th Amendment. And so I got that space recorded, and I got that room that Ernest and Pedrino was in, that where they attacked me. I got that space, that section recorded. Only that section. Only me and him exchanged, not the whole room. So you guys don't have to worry about that. Just the only exchange. And I did that purposely because I knew what I was doing. I'm a military scientist. And in 2026, I will be releasing that folder because Black Americans gonna want somebody head once they figure out all what's going on. And I'm gonna release that folder. And that's them the niggas y'all need to go after. Them the niggas that sold y'all out. Y'all already know who sold y'all out. Y'all just it's just not apparent. I'm just so early on shit. I'm always early on stuff. I'm always early on shit. But I know exactly what I'm talking about. And again, I never said no government detain. I never said no government kidnapped me. I don't even talk like that or abducted me. You bitch ass niggas went around and told that lie and spread that rumor. But illegally detained, yeah. I mean, you act like okay. So are we not in an activist space? Are we not in a reparation space? Were you trying to get something out of the government and they don't want to pay out, and then you're not going to sell out? Will they not come after you? Will they not target you? Since when? Like, I'm a study. I'm gonna try to study that recording when I release it next year. Since when does someone calling out COINTELPRO and calling out that a government detained them? How is that something to use to discredit someone, Pedrino? This is how stupid these people are, and they walking right into the trap that we set for them. They have no idea what this shit is about. They walked right into that trap. They exposing themselves. They literally exposing themselves. Okay, you the niggas that had some involvement to do it. Because why are you bringing up something from 2 years ago that we ain't even talking about that shit? We ain't even on the topic of that, bitch. So you want some COINTELPRO shit? Because you're bringing up some shit from 2 years ago, and then you lying saying I said abducted when yeah, and I have facts and proof. Like you guys do know that I have paperwork on that. That I was gone for 2 weeks, bitch. Like that's documented. The fuck? And if you want to test my thoroughness on how I can draw 2 degree separation of through triangulation because these people use plausible deniability. So when you use plausible deniability, you have to search through different patterns. And these people, again, if you use dark psychology, you undermine your brilliance. So I caught like I can draw 2-3 degree separation from motherfuckers who from that also has ties to CIA, but then a motherfucker that's in a picture with somebody that worked for the NSA in the reparation space, you bitches are fucking stupid. And that's why, like, and I know that, I got a hot mouth and I know I piss off a lot of powerful people and I know I probably piss off people that probably are in an intelligence that don't have nothing to do with this shit, because it'd be like, damn, you just judging all of us. You just think all the Masons are this. You think all the people are this. I don't necessarily, I don't think that, but the group that's infiltrated the reparation space, oh, they are wicked. They are Satanists. Like they do get paid by the government. They have sold you out. That I stand on that. Like they are worse than what you could ever imagine. They will set your ass up to get killed. They will sell your ass out. I'm telling you from experience. They will set your ass up to get killed. They will target you. They will work behind the scenes to blacklist your ass. That's why most of y'all know what happened to me. Y'all just so cowardly and y'all don't want it to happen to you. So you just be silent on it. And that's fine. But Dorino and Ernst, don't bring your bitch ass around me and we talking about a whole nother topic but you scared of my power and my intelligence and my light that you gotta find a way, you gotta go overtime to try to find a way to discredit me. Y'all been trying to do this shit for 2 years. And the only discrediting campaign was to say, "Oh, you said you was hanging with Yashika and the American Indians." Yeah, bitch. And guess what? The American Indians, they treated me like a stepchild because I was still saying Black American. That's a known motherfucking thing. I was not a leader over there. I was just learning genealogy from them. They never really I mean, it wasn't like they disliked me, but they never was like, okay, you not saying, you still saying Black American. So we don't really, it's like, yeah, you cool and all, but like, but I never denied my indigenous background. I never threw them under the bus and I never had beef with them. But there was a divergence and they knew I was wanting those reparations and they was kind of laughing at me sometimes like, damn, you really over there talking about reparations with them dumbass Freemans. They couldn't stand the Freemans. And at that time, I didn't know much about this name banging stuff. In 2021, it wasn't as bad because the Freemans were just now growing into who they were. So it was still like ADOS and FBA over there on Clubhouse. And so we didn't, like, to me, I wasn't going by, I didn't care to say, okay, well, that's ADOS. Let me stay away from them. Okay, those are FBAs. Let me stay away from them. Okay, those are Freeman. This was a Clubhouse app and niggas were talking about reparations. And I literally at that time thought that there were a bunch of Black Americans on an app talking about reparations. I swear to God. You know how excited I was? I'm thinking that these is grassroots niggas that just got their ass on the app during the pandemic and we talking about reparations. So, baby girl comes in my email, some Indian, literally, these Indians came in my, hey, did we do genealogy? Hey, you want to check us out? You know, this will probably help you with the this will help you understand your reparations if you're entitled to it. That's where that whole thing of proving your claim and doing a genealogy to strengthen the argument. That's where that came from. That came from those American Indians. They crafted. Freedmen took a lot of their game as far as the status thing, but they botched it because they are pawns of the government. They are oppressors. They are pawns of the oppressor. And so they work. They have to work hand in step with the government. If that means selling your ass out and lying and saying you from Africa on a boat and all this shit, that's what they got to do. That's what they're willing to do for a check. And I know that for a fact. I talk with these people behind the scenes. You have no idea. And they told me it's a business decision. Either you want the money or you don't. You know, this is a business decision. Yeah, we know that y'all indigenous. A lot of y'all indigenous, but the way the government has it cracked out, we have to say that we from that. And to me, I remember I talked to another person and I said, that's what they told me that we got to do. And the sadness, this was a person that goes by indigenous, and they said, yeah, that movement is cursed. And they told me, they said that movement is cursed, and that's not gonna work. God is not in that. That's not something that you can do ancestrally. You cannot sell your bloodline out like that. And I didn't understand at the time. I'm like, well, they told us it's a business decision, and they were like, no, you cannot sell your bloodline out like that. You have no idea. You can't just giving up a birthright. If you give up your ancestral land to go say that you from another some Africa, whatever, and call yourself African American, so you can get a check from the government, knowing that this, and if for those who know, this government serves Satan. Y'all better wake up. And it's like, no, I'm good. That's to me, there's something not right about that. The structure, I don't take issue with reparations. I take issue with the structure of the claim, the actual structure of it not being rooted in the legitimacy or the multifacetedness of American chattel slavery. American chattel slavery with American proof, with American documentations that we have, whether you be listed on those slave ledgers or have that documentation add up, those bill of sales and all those things. People have those documentations. Not all Black Americans have that documentation. And so when you want to blanket something and say, hey, we all gonna say this and we all gonna stick with that story, that's why they got so pissed off at the American Indians. That's why they get pissed off at the Black indigenous, because it was like, y'all fucking up everything because we supposed to get a bag and we supposed to just, as long as we stay this, the government's gonna give us a bag. These niggas they've been planning on selling us out. That's all it was about. It was a bag for them. That's all it's about. So when people come along and say, well, hey, I actually have a bill of sale, but I have genealogy that says I'm Indian. And then it's like, oh, fuck. You're fucking it up. We all supposed to just say we remember this is what these nonprofit stuff. This is what N Cobra and Narcan, all this with these CJs. That's what they all is all this been about. Trying to push niggas into one narrative and get us to all go along and get along. And to actually be a slave and a bootlick to the fucking government. They gonna dictate the parameters of which we get our reparations and whether there's gonna be a check or not, or these programs. You already saw the bot shit that happened in Cali. I told y'all a year before the results came out what was gonna happen, and what happened, it happened, and it's all documented publicly on YouTube. So if I could see a year that the Democrats and whatever they were going to do in California, if I could see a year before it happened that they were going to do that, why didn't those reparations listen to me? Why did they actually try to kill me 2 weeks after I made that video and after I released that book on military science for Black Americans? Why did the government try to kill me? In fact, after that, directly after I called all that out, because I already saw it. I knew it was going to happen. I knew it. You have no idea that the timestamps are available. The day that from the when I call that out, and me fleeing and going all over Tennessee and Georgia and all this stuff, and going through the hell that I went through, because I called it out, and they freaked out. Like the people that's at the top, these freedmen or whatever, these people that's in the secret society that's slaves to the government, they they got upset. I'm supposed to just join and shut the fuck up, get my little boule job, work with my little with the boule niggas, and get and work underneath the boule. and shut the fuck up and get my money. And I saw things spiritually that did not allow for that, guys. I'm sorry. You don't think like sometimes I've been thinking like, man, but what if I just would shut the fuck up, or what if I just did this, or what if I just did it? You guys don't think I don't. It's not even like you can control it. Like when you tell somebody like, okay, that's why I'm telling you. That's why I was never recruited by the intelligence agencies. They would have had another fucking Julian Assange on their damn hands. You think I can really be quiet and I'm seeing and I know that motherfuckers is trafficking the little ones and I ain't gonna say nothing? I'm telling you right where the tunnels are. The tunnels is right there, right there, right there. Y'all remember that movie, The Beauty and the Beast? I know y'all remember that movie, The Beauty and the Beast, when Guest Dawn and the whole village was going after when they riled everybody up and they had pitchforks, fire, weapons all in their hands to go get the beast, and they was like, kill the beast, boom, kill the beast, boom, and they was trying to get and break into the palace, kill the beast, boom. Y'all remember the Beauty and the Beast movie? I know y'all gotta remember that part. And I guess that was like, kill the beast. That's literally what I would have riled up Americans to go do. Had they recruited my ass, and I found out about some tunnels, I found out they was doing something to some kids, I would have been. Do y'all remember that? Y'all remember that? Hide your kids, hide your wives, because they doing everybody up there. What's that dude's name? He said, hide your hide your kids. When he said hide your kids, that gift right there. Y'all remember that? Hide your kids, hide your wife. That would have been me right there. Hide your kids, because they doing everybody. They would have been mad at me. Yep, I'm gonna been hide your kids, hide your wife, hide your husband, because they raping everybody around here. that I would have been right on the news saying that. Just like that. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. I already know myself. I wouldn't be sitting idle for that shit. No way. And that also means you have to, it comes with, I sleep good at motherfucking night. I sleep good at motherfucking night. But it does come with other things that you have to deal with. But the thing is, long as my soul is intact, I'm good. I'm good. Okay. But yeah, like I couldn't believe that they try to use that. And I'm like, motherfucker, did you not see that it's people going viral? It's about to be a bunch of viral shit of people talking about these type of programs and global systematic forms of Project Phoenix and COINTELPRO and the shit that they people went through as kids and stuff and the programs at the gateway programs and all this stuff. This stuff is going viral just this week. So I couldn't believe Padrino and Ernest try to use that as like a way to discredit someone. Bitch, did you not see the affidavit of Ted Gunderson, who was the chief of the fucking FBI, who was killed, and the affidavit that he wrote talking about Project Phoenix program and targeting program and how secret societies target arrests with the help of the CIA and the FBI. It is totally real. And see, that's why they trying to hide, they trying to cover up that they involved in that shit. And I'm trying to tell y'all, stay away from them niggas. If you a real grassroots, I mean, unless you being paid, if you over there, I'm gonna assume that you one of them motherfucking niggas. That's why I don't come over in them spaces all like that no more. I don't fuck with them niggas all like that because I already know what it's about. And if I see other people over there constantly, I'm going to assume that you are one of them motherfuckers. I'm like, okay, they a part of just like the way Pedrino, he gave himself away to me, and this nigga was following me. Same with Ernest. You know, like y'all niggas was following me all on Clubhouse. We had plenty of conversations on Clubhouse, me and Ernest. So I'm like, how the fuck is you sitting up there trying to tell? He was trying to tell Mel, Sonny, and Booby, like, oh, she was over there with the American Indians, and y'all trust Kylie J. Bitch, me and Sonny and Booby, we already had me and Sonny in particular had that conversation in depth 2 years ago. This is how late he was. He didn't even know that Sonny had already grilled me about that. Sonny, like he didn't even know that. Like we already had talked about that. Yeah, they questioned me about that. Like, okay, what's going on? You know, when they all had fell out. I ain't got nothing to do with that fallout with them and the American Indians. I'm not throwing neither one under the bus though. I'm not, because for one, that genealogy, that was a life saving fucking lesson for my motherfucking ass and my ancestors just spiritually. So genealogy, like I'm not about to sit up there and act like, and a lot of them did not sell out, and that's another reason why I don't throw them under the bus because I've been watching motherfuckers. for like years, decades. And a lot of people have folded and a lot of people are sellouts. And the ones that happen to not be all involved, that don't want to be involved with all that government shit, don't want to lie about the claim, don't want to lie for money, they happen to be in the indigenous camp, more so over than these freedmens. It is what it is. It is what it is. And I'm not over here checking for nobody anymore. Because they know ain't nothing in it. I already know like it's controlled opposition and a lot and them government, the government got full control over that movement. Y'all have been totally infiltrated. Y'all are too cowardly to call it out. And y'all are totally going off the rails. You're gonna be on a hamster wheel because the government got you right where they need you. Y'all have no leverage, no incentive. They have no incentive to actually pay out that money that they owe, and there's no actual strategic plan to get it because the people that were in front of the movement all sold out for the most part. These nonprofit organizations, as well as even the ones that claim to be like grassroots, they now trying to pivot the delineation reparations movement into the transgenderism movement. Even if it was done through trolling, you let in the reparations movement get trolled by a transgender, you know. And so I'm gonna get back to that topic because we do got to cover that with delineation. But you want to call out your controlled opposition, or you're going to continue to suffer, and that goes for all parties. I don't care what sphere they're in, whether it be politics, music, grassroots movements, activism work, academia, especially media and entertainment. You better be willing to call it out of all races and all genders. And how do you know if someone's controlled opposition? If they're willing to protect the core deception of a system that they claim to be against. If they claiming they against the status quo, but then doing something that protects even an iota of the status quo, then they are controlled opposition. You can bet. If they won't go too far on certain topics that you know is the truth, and you got evidence of the truth, but they won't go near it, that's controlled opposition. They bought and paid for it, and you got to go out. And then white boys, they doing a good job of it. Here's the thing, like I said, them truther accounts, you want to have some sort of fact checking mechanism on your side, and then you also want to ask for sources and verify whatever they're trying to do to discredit you, because they are going to try to discredit truther accounts now, accounts that call out the Masons accounts. And another thing they're going to do is they're going to try to throw certain figures under the bus, historical figures under the bus that were considered enemies of Masonry when they were alive. Like they trying to tell everybody that Nikola Tesla was a part of the cabal, part of the club. No, he was not. Like that's just not true. And it's like they hated that man in life and they hated that man in death. Now they try to run around because they don't want people to go and actually study electromagnetism. Okay, what was he talking about? About free energy and what? How can I build upon that research? But if you already, and they just come out and say, "Oh, hey, he was a part of the club. He's a part of the cabal. He was part of the system," like Thomas Edison, and put him on that same boat, then people won't go and research what he was about, or they just tell you he's crazy and talk to birds. They used to just do that one, say he's crazy. And since people are actually starting to go and research it, now it's like, oh yeah, he was a Mason, guys. No, he wasn't. Y'all have no proof of that. They just literally came out, and I'm telling you, like, and they doing that with so many people. They tell it. The next thing, this is what they're gonna do. They're gonna try to discredit any original book of the Bible. One of them being a book of Enoch. They're gonna tell you that stuff is fake, and they're gonna tell you certain figures that are honorable to. They're gonna try to smear campaign them in death. It's the same thing they do with Michael Jackson, but they're gonna be doing that with Nikola Tesla. And I'm trying to think. I just know he's the latest one. Michael Jackson, they still do that too. Trying to think of anybody else that they're going to try to do that with, and they're going to try to tell you that certain information that has always been looked at as, say, somewhat valid, they're going to try to tell you that that information is now fake, and it's done because they realize that everything that they have with the system the way it is, even with all of this information, even with all of the illusion, even with all of the stage Masonic theater, even with all the fakery, people are still able to get enlightened in this system because there's too much symbols and there's too many things that people can decode. And that's very dangerous for them. And so some of the figures, some of the stuff they have to, in their eyes, I'm talking about the elites, they feel like they have to delegitimize it because it's like, okay, they can't have people looking at Nikola Tesla because then they're going to talk about, hey, I want free energy. Well, why do we have to pay for electricity? Duh. Why wouldn't they come out and try to smear campaign this man? They smear this man by died broke and penniless. And even if you did join and apparently he walked away and became a targeted individual. So yeah, died broke and penniless, blacklisted by J.P. Morgan. They took his funding from his research. His inventions were stolen by other inventors that were a part of the club. Yeah, that doesn't sound like somebody that just made it. And then they were saying he was crazy talking to birds. They discredit the fuck out of him. And I'm telling you what they're going to do. I'm telling you the plan of the Masons is to totally discredit Nikola Tesla for the year 2025 to 2026. Why? Because Americans we're going in the route of looking at free energy. And who has blueprints and frameworks for that? Nikola Tesla. So they don't want people looking in that direction. If they can prove that he was the same as Sigmund Freud, like Sigmund Freud was a fucking creep, right? You know, you got people that were really, really fucked up individuals, like Aleister Crowley or whatever, with strange ideas. But it's like you cannot put Nikola Tesla on that boat. Now, if y'all have something, you better prove it. And my thing is, with all this stuff with this AI, they can manufacture anything. You can't even trust it. I'm telling you, anything pre 2023 was sacred, and you want to hold on to those things as far as like what you can use to still enlighten yourself or gain knowledge from. But they're gonna go back and try to warp information. They're gonna go back and try to switch up a whole bunch of bullshit because they realize, like, yo, like they still waking up way too fast. We gotta throw them off the trail. We gotta throw people. We gotta throw. I mean, obviously, Michael Jackson gave out so much game and code. That's why the fuck they always telling you he's doing this, he did this, he did that. Wacko Jacko, this because he gave out so much code just in his music alone. But you gotta be smart enough to put it together or do the work. The code, everything is out there. It's not even about being smart enough. It's just like do the work. And so yeah, they was always concerned about fucking his legacy, you know. But now they want to do that with, and they did that with Malcolm X for a while too, and they stopped doing that with him. Now after he's dead, they did that with Nina Simone. But now they want to throw out Nikola Tesla, the person that's talking about free energy. That and it's a lot more stuff that he talks about. And I told y'all that story about my friend when I was 15 that she told me when we were in high school. She came looked scared to death, and she said it was like her great grandfather, her great grandfather. He's like, yeah. She was like, yeah. The feds raided my great grandfather because, and they went at it because he got like some part. It was only a part. It was only a piece of a Nikola, and I didn't even know who this person was. I didn't know. I remember Tesla. I remember Nikola Tesla. I remember that name because she said it. She's like, yeah, yeah. It was just a piece of a part of its invention, and they went and they confiscated, they took it, and and I'm like, I'm looking at her like, what the fuck is you talking about? And come to find out, Buffalo, New York, like come to find out some of the inventions with the water canals in Buffalo, New York, Nikola Tesla had a role in some of that stuff, and so it's not far fetched. And we talk about people that work like in water, you know, in the with a water company and all this stuff. And it's like, okay, so that's why the connection come. I don't know how it can, but you'll be shocked, like how this same person was related to BB King. Like BB King was her uncle, so it's not related. It's not far fetched that you'll have Black Americans that know certain information. I remember that story when I was 15. Clear as day. She said, "Yeah, the Fed." She said, but she said the FBI. The exact words. They came and they raided my house. They raided my great great grand. I forgot if it was a great grandfather or great great grandfather. They raided him. They knew the house. They owned that house. They owned that house on that block. And she said it. She looked scared. Like she was like, and she was just like, it was just a piece of an invention. It was just a piece of an invention. It's just a piece of an invention. Mind you, we kids, we don't know. We like, oh, okay, I don't know about all that. I mean, I remember that name though, because I said, well, who was it? I said, who is Tesla? Like, well, I started asking her. I was like, well, who is it? And she was like, some inventor. And that's all she said. She's like, some inventor. And then we just changed the topic. It was eating our breakfast. And we were just looking. I was just looking, but she looked. She was tore up that whole day behind it. And she brought it up again at lunch. And she said, I hope he's gonna be okay. He didn't go to jail or nothing. They took whatever they wanted and got the fuck on. Just like as soon as he died, they confiscated all his stuff. They came and took everything with the quickness. Didn't leave nothing, no room for nothing. Took all that research and had their own team of MIT go through all the comb through everything to see if that fit, if they could find anything, the Achilles heel. Like, okay, is there anything that is a threat to our power and our control? And that physicist said no. He was lying, but he wanted to cover for Tesla. He was lying. He's totally lying. And said, told the government no. Now, obviously, these people are all dead now, so it doesn't matter, right? But he told them no. But yeah, they about to come and tell you, they about to tell you, they like, that's like how they discredit. I'm telling you, like, this is what they do. This is what they do. They've been doing this shit for a long time. So you Americans, you need to call out. You'll control opposition. It's as simple as that, or you're screwed. These people are not coming out the sky to save you. Trump and Elon are not going to save you. Or if you don't want to call out your controlled opposition, walk into slavery on your own if you want. Okay. And like I said, um, Black Americans, as far as the things that you want and your concerns as it relates to reparations, you definitely want to call out your controlled opposition. That's just obvious. And you got to realize that you thinking you gonna have a seat at the table. I'm telling you, this government don't give a fuck about none of y'all, whether you black or white. To be quite frank, and they damn sure don't give a damn about Black Americans. Um, and don't think like when we talk about like how the government will target revolutionaries or people who won't join their cabal or won't sell out or become a Mason. You want to research that. You could be quiet. I'm not asking nobody to go out and speak out like how I be talking or talk like how I talk. I'm not asking for that. But I'm saying like you're not dumb. When you see somebody on a stage like Virginia and Ernest who took the oath and sold out the black community, these are government owned slaves. And they get their marching orders to come after people who are still a threat, who are still not a part of the system. That's why I don't come around a lot like that. Okay, these Freemans and and the founder of FBA, they a lot of these people were behind it, and they knew, and they left breadcrumbs at that time where they know that I am intelligent enough to put that all together. There's a lot of stuff that I know that people behind, and I still haven't said anything. I haven't said it. I haven't said much of what I know. I know how it's all going to play out though. I know that, but it's a lot. It's a lot of stuff that obviously I've been able to put together. I just haven't said anything. When I say if I have a photo of someone who was at the house of someone who works at the NSA, but it's a security. This is all gonna be. This is a public figure. This could be something that's. This is something that's on their fucking Wikipedia page, dumbass. And you think that I don't know what I'm talking about when I was saying that how that reparation space was infiltrated with people that's all. Oh, where do they come from? The entertainment industry. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And y'all thought y'all was gonna march your asses up into politics and have this government. This government is a beast. You have no idea what you're working with or what you're getting in bed with. You go ahead and be a government slave if you want. And I'm not talking about somebody that just works for the government at like a government job like USPS or um, a social worker or that is not a government slave. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about people who are literally on payroll to illegally surveillance people who other American citizens who they think are a threat. And they're not a threat. It's just that they're a threat to the satanic that hired the cabal that runs the government. That's what I'm talking about. They're a slave to. They're a slave to that. You're not a slave because you're in the military or because you work for the government. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about people that literally took an oath and a deal to a much more sinister system, the cabal, and they have to deliver a certain amount of how do I say this? I don't even know if we can go that deep. They have to follow orders. If they tell you to go after somebody with a defense contract or whatever, they got to do it. If they tell them that you got to go after somebody that you know is innocent, that you know, and they pay your ass to do it, and you got to do it, or else they gonna put you on a watch list, put you on the blacklist. And so This is what people are involved in. That's why I'm telling you, you got to call out your controlled opposition. You got to call out your secret societies. If you don't want to do that, then shut the fuck up and deal with your slavery. And stop fucking complaining because I don't want to hear it. People don't want to hear you complaining, thinking someone gonna come and save your ass when you can save yourself. And if y'all waiting, I know everybody's waiting. A lot of religious people are waiting for Jesus. Fine, but you still responsible for your life now. You still gotta create the world that you want to live in now while you waiting. The fuck is wrong with you? I could wait all day. I don't give a damn. I'm not here to judge what another person believes or what they don't believe. I don't care. But you gonna sit on your ass and put that neural link in your head and you claiming you a Christian? Yeah. Or you claiming you forgot? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. You sitting there dick right in Trump, but you ain't call out when he took that picture with Daniel Penny, and now y'all trying to push the delineation movement and reparations movement and conflate it with some transgenderism shit. Now y'all niggas is wilding. Y'all niggas is wilding. And like I said, I'm keeping that folder, and I'm not sitting here. My thing is, I'm an ideologue when it comes to righteousness and when it comes to justice and when it comes to liberation and good governance frameworks, enlightenment, truth. I am an ideologue about that. And so I'm not here to try to stir up trouble or stir up and fuck with people. That's not my job. But if you fuck with me, it will be documented and we will be collating that shit and we will be releasing information to prove that you bitch ass niggas is COINTELPRO. A lot of them in that reparation space. We already got enough evidence to prove that now. I'm just doing more research to put more dots together. And I know there are people that are involved in it that act like they don't know what the fuck going on, and I already clocked your ass too. I just don't say nothing. It's the same people they be working together, but they told Black Americans in a recorded space that I have access to, that I got the recording of, that they don't need a fucking Bill of Rights. And you can't see that them people are sellouts. And they work in a group. And they all decided me to target me in that particular recorded space. And they gave themselves away because they didn't think the room was being recorded. The room wasn't being recorded. I recorded it because I already knew what time it was. So the first time, as soon as I saw the person, I said, "Oh, here we go. A government slave, a bitch ass cowardly bitch ass sellout slave is in the room now. So I gotta document my interactions with this bitch because I already know that they targeted me. And then that folder is going to be released in 2026. It's going to be made public for those who want to study for our military science department, for those who want to study reversion intelligence analysis and discernment triangulation methods to uncover COINTELPRO and diminish the plausible deniability. It will be literally for case study purposes. And but also the public will know, okay, you a bitch ass sellout. And because you thought you was in a secret society that had plausible deniability, you didn't think you was gonna come up against a motherfucking genius who was gonna be able to create strategies to dismantle that. And if I'm so crazy, why was seven state attorney generals contacting people about me? And why did the military want to know about my military science? Hmm? Hmm? Why is Boule gatekeepers contacting me in 2023? Writing me at 1 a.m. in an email. I know what the fuck going on. I didn't know. I didn't understand. I was still very, very fucking naive. Still thinking that people are my friends. Still thinking that that black folks look out for one another. That black folks care about each other. That shit was so fucking heartbreaking. You have no idea. And then for them to keep bringing up when the government illegally detained me in 2022. It was an illegal detainment. I didn't sign no paperwork that allowed that, and I did that purposely. I was very much in my right motherfucking mind, and I had that paperwork. I just don't understand how bringing up something that a government does as it relates to going after a revolutionary with a clear track record of some of the most radical material since France Fanon. It may be in a book, but they say you niggas, you want to hide something from you niggas, keep it in a book. But all my books are for most of the books that count. A lot of that stuff you can find for free. I just don't understand how that's used as a method to discredit someone, to bring up someone talking about the MK Ultra program. Bitch, do you know how many people's about to come out? Do you know how many these white people about to come out on a mainstream level and start talking about this shit? They already are. Bill Elmore was having viral spaces on Twitter talking about MK Ultra on a weekly basis with this researcher named Sophie, who was a brilliant ass fucking researcher that brought. I mean, you thought I could break some shit down. This motherfucker broke down. Man, broke down everything you could motherfucking think. I was like, damn, this shit. I didn't even know all this shit. His again, his premise is that this shit is still ongoing, and it is, and it is, and you niggas is about to see. Y'all talk about they clone Tyrone. Y'all saw how them experiments in that movie. They clone Tyrone. You think that's just a movie? But you say, oh, that's real. But somehow I gotta be discredited for saying that the government came after me. And you look at my body of work, and I'm sitting here trying to teach you black ass niggas military science on a psychological level. But you don't think that the government gonna come after me? I don't give a fuck. I don't think y'all realize that we TTG. I don't think y'all. I don't think like you niggas. I'm not a coward like you fucking niggas. I don't need to move in a group. I don't need to sell out. I don't. And so I don't. I don't need to act like a bitch. I stand on what I say. I believe on what I say. I mean what the fuck I said, and I say it to anybody. It is. It is what it is. I'm a soul in a human body. I know that, and I know that we immortal. I know that that motherfucker is infinite with the cosmos. What I need to be afraid of death for? I'm not afraid of what the fuck is you afraid? I don't understand. What can they possibly do? What can they? Oh you afraid they're gonna take away your money? I'm not attached to money. I'm not attached to nothing. I don't think y'all realize this. I told you, I showed y'all the movies in 300 when that guy was laughing, talking about a glorious death and ha ha ha, and how they was picking on them weak ass Arcadians. I told y'all. That's how my mind really be thinking. Y'all know that movie Ants? Me and a family member used to watch that movie, and the whole time we used to laugh because that dude Zeke. We gonna watch the movie Ants on my birthday. Y'all remember the movie Ants? No lie. That character Zeke. That's my personality all day. When they were saying, you know what your problem is? You think too much. You know what your problem is? And when he was going off talking about the pawns of the oppressor. I told you when I was a little kid, man, I love that movie Ants. That movie Ants. When I tell you that's the story of my mom, that's like that's that character Zeke. All we are saying is give Zeke a chance. Y'all remember that movie Ants? That's literally that's my personality. Even the way he talk and act, like you can't like it's such similar. That's why me and my family member we was cracking up because it's like you talk just like that, like with that anxiousness. You're talking not 50 miles per minute and shit. Overthinking the systems and all this stuff. That's how my mind always been. Just like James and the Giant Peach was my favorite movie as a kid. Like that centipede. I mean, not the centipede. That spider in James and the Giant Peach. That's also how my personality is. Like what the fuck? Y'all not about to get me to be no. You know what? I already know the nail that stands up gets hammered down. So the fuck what? So what? You gotta stand on the truth. If you don't stand for something, you'll fall for anything. You really will. If you don't stand for something, you're gonna fall for anything. And money is not enough for people to sell out. Like y'all gotta stop thinking that everybody think like you. And don't nobody care about the validation of no dumbass niggas. We ain't on planet Earth to impress none of you bitches. We came here to evolve our soul, have fun, get fucked, eat good food, relax, chill, read our Bibles, read our spiritual texts, meditate, go out in that sun, chill, have a good time, learn on planet Earth, learn what taxonomy is, learn what contrast is, learn what duality is, and get the fuck on. Go back to where the dimension we came from. This is a fucking school. Y'all try to make it hell on earth. Y'all let yourself get harvested by these fucking archons and your energy get harvested by a weirdo ass cabal. By these by the reptilians. I'm just playing. Y'all y'all let y'all asses get no. Stop joining these organizations. You don't need these groups and cults. You don't need to join no cult. You don't need to rename yourself. You don't need to reclassify yourself. Do your fucking genealogy. To be able to stand by yourself, I can stand by myself. I wouldn't give a fuck if this whole world turned on me. It already did. I don't give a fuck. That will make you 1,000 times stronger. Stop trying to look for validation from approval from these bitch asses that sold they soul a minute ago any fucking way. That's what you people in the reparation space need to learn, and you definitely need to call out your controlled opposition. And don't be so dismissive of people who talk about government experiments and the government coming after them, all types of shit. Especially if you know that, okay, they background. Like, damn, that's just too many coincidences. And so the reason why somebody would downplay someone being a victim of the government illegally targeting them is because they are agents and are being paid to silence and discredit that person. And so it's very weak and cowardly. And that's what happens to me all the time. People want to say, oh, you know, you said you were indigenous, or you said that the government attacked you in 2022. Tell us how you were abducted again. Ernest and Pedrino does that. I'm like, bitch, that ain't, how is that something to use to discredit someone? You could never fuck with me on any level on any day, even on my worst day. I had a crazy ass week today. I had no structure this week. All I did was watch Squid Games. I got my 8 on, and I chilled and unpacked and focused on transitioning to my house, unpacking shit, ordering furniture and shit, stressed out, trying to put fucking chairs and shit furniture together, and with screwdrivers and stuff. It's all new for me. I already told y'all. She's looking up studying solar panels and shit. So my week, it was a lot going on. But even on my worst motherfucking, even when I feel at my worst, these niggas couldn't fuck with me. Man, this government is a beast. You have no idea what, so many assassination attempts to make people go crazy, attempts these motherfuckers will hit your ass with a sonar wave beams, all types of shit. It's a badge of honor knowing that I've proposed that much of a threat, that they will go through such extreme lengths to blacklist somebody, financially blacklist somebody, gang stalk them, poison them, label them crazy, set them up, pay family members and friends to sell me out, have COINTELPRO troll me all over the fucking place and lie on me, steal ideas from my books, steal content and act like they came up with it. Like, damn, I always knew I was a special motherfucker growing up. I told y'all when I was 5 years old, I was walking around. I already knew I was a damn angel. When I was 5 years old, I was already saying, "Oh, I already know. I already knew I was a spiritual being." I used to look up my hands and say, "Oh, I'm finally back inside of a flesh." When I was 5 years old, but god damn, like it's really sad. It's like damn, like what the hell? And I'm not the only person to go through this. It's a bunch of people that's been going through this shit, even more than me, way more than me. Because I had a pretty peaceful life. I don't have much to complain on. It's people that got it way worse than me, and that gets fucked with and targeted for similar reasons too. For similar reasons too. And I've still found solace and peace within myself and the God within. They did all of that. All you did was enlighten my motherfucking ass. The fuck? Okay. And like I said, these niggas, they revealing themselves to you, Black Americans. They revealing themselves to you every day. And they cursed by the primordials because they sold the community out along with the other oath takers. So you just need to say, get your slave ass out of here. They just slaves. You don't need to call them government slaves because I don't want people to think that we targeting people, we attacking people that work for the government or have a government job or because that's not what I'm trying to do. I'm talking about people who are informants from COINTELPRO. So maybe you say COINTELPRO slave or Fed slave. Or something. To me, I don't know. I just see it as the worst of the worst to take a ransom against the innocent. That's against my personal moral system. To take a ransom against the innocent. To take money to go after someone, a neighbor that haven't done you wrong. Like with the gang stalking that people do or the covert target harassment. I really think that is the most abhorrent. I don't understand it. I find it abhorrent. I really do. And so I was shocked. I was flabbergasted to know that there are people that do that, that would do that. And they're in their reparations space, just so you know. So be very careful. And they do it even through telecommunications. So that means they control you in Twitter space. And these people getting paid to do this stuff. So you have to be very careful. If you're a very serious person, I would say just get out of that shit. Start your own stuff. If you're serious. And if not, if you around suspect bitches, then you suspect in my eyes. I won't be fucking with you. And I ain't nobody to, I ain't saying I'm somebody that matters. I'm just saying like I'm not fucking with you. Somebody else could fuck with you. And I already know what it's about. I understand it completely, and I know that you will walk in a circle, and I know that you won't get nothing done, and I know that they will harvest your energy, and I know that they will sell you out, and I know that if you really serious, they will set you up to get your ass killed. So you want to fuck with that shit? Fuck with it. Go fuck with them people. The only way you need to be around there is if you gather in some sort of. I'm telling you, these niggas, they're dangerous to the black community. Yeah, just have no idea. And then they're not intelligent. And that's what makes it, because again, the government is not interested in recruiting anybody with genius or talent anymore. That's why you don't have another Michael Jackson. That's why you don't see another Beyonce. That's what they try to push. Did you notice the intelligence agency try to push a sexy red on the black community? They try to give you a Sukiyama. They can't give you another Lauren Hill. That's too much of a threat in terms of the social engineering of collective consciousness. That's why they push sexy red out. You really haven't heard much about her because like it's just such a rejection of that. It's like nobody would follow that. But this is their plans. Did they give you another James Brown? No, because James Brown gave out code. He was intelligent. He was more intelligent than them. They knew how to operate in a way to give you code over their heads, and they can't chance that anymore because too much stuff gotten out, guys. Even Jay Z is under fire, or whatever. But even the codes that Jay Z gave out, that's why they y'all saw the day I broke down the codes. The next day they added his name to that lawsuit. It's all documented. That day that I broke down the codes in just two of his songs, and I cried when they said they about to go after him. They gonna go after his ass. And the next day, literally the very next day, his name was added to that fucking lawsuit, and they've been going after it ever since. And I'm not gonna speak too much on that because I know some things spiritually about it. And if I am right spiritually in what I saw in spiritual, if I am right, and there's other psychics saying the same thing, there's other clairvoyants saying the same thing. Um, I'll just say this. If I am right, what I saw in the spiritual realm in relation to that case, but in also in relation to Jay Z, then he will get off. And this is much, much, much deeper than what you can ever imagine. Doesn't even mean he's innocent. You just don't understand what this shit is about. And we can't even get into detail about what it is. I posted some things. Those who got their mouth full, who was able to read it, you got an earful. You got an earful. You know how blackmail works. You know what was required to even get into those clubs and infiltrate those secret societies. Too deep. Don't want to go that damn deep. But it's all out there. I'm not even saying he's not a piece of shit or he didn't do anything that people, that he didn't screw over Dame Dash. I'm not even trying to justify anything that he's done. I'm just saying there's some certain things that the humans are not even capable of understanding right now. But if what I saw was correct as it relates to that situation, and it is again, there was true. I don't even want to go there. I can't even finish. But yeah, y'all just look at the video. I did the breakdown of them codes. Literally started crying on the air, saying they're gonna go after him. The next day was added to that fucking lawsuit, and it went viral of him doing what he did to the. And as I broke down some heavy. Again, they can't chance that no more. As far as having given actual people with talent or people with high levels of intelligence, even if they hide their intelligence. And there are people with extremely high levels of intelligence that know how to hide it. They don't want to chance that anymore, guys. Especially when it comes to Black Americans. So they gonna go overboard. They getting idiots. They bringing out. They gonna go overboard to dumb y'all down. Y'all think they got y'all asses with that fluoride. They and them chemicals in that food. They that didn't even really work because people still waking up, and so and now people don't care about celebrity culture, so they really don't know what to do because people don't care about celebrity culture, and they damn sure if they don't care about celebrity culture, you're not about to prop up no damn sexy red and say that that's talent and have us follow it. Now you got to give us some motherfucker that actually got some talent or even got some charisma, even be really really charismatic. even if they don't got all of the talent there. And see, Sexy Red is not even charismatic, so that's not even like that's not even a whammy bammy. That's not even something that nobody gonna follow. But the plants, they did want they that was the idea. They don't want another Michael Jackson creeping through the mix. At first, that's how they were going because it was propping up their system. It was keeping people in the illusion. But they were still those individuals still left out so much game and code to help other people get out if they're paying attention enough. And that for them is like, okay, that's the people that actually do decode all that information, that take the time to decode it. We won't have any control over them anymore because they'll get out the matrix, or they'll start to question things, or they'll become enlightened, or they'll start to develop their own parallel universe. They'll start to question everything, and they don't have any control anymore that way. Even if you just decode half of a couple of albums of Michael Jackson. But then it's not just people, you got people that will get like even young MA. People underestimate how intelligent that lady is. Like how she showed you that Monopoly game in the beginning. She said, uh, but she showed you the Monopoly game, but she showed you the alcohol on top of and the alcohol means spirit. It's spirit. But she was telling you about like it's certain things that she said in the code that let you know like this is just an illusion. The Monopoly game isn't it the illusion in your spirit, but you showed the alcohol being on top of that Monopoly board game. So you got to decode all of those things. And see, they know how to communicate with each other. And that's pretty much all they doing is communicating to those at their level of consciousness who who know that these are priests and priestesses that know that these people have some message to give, even as they offer a duality. So you may think, okay, this is just a video talking about some killing and rapping and oh my gosh, this is just a stupid ass video. And see, like I'm telling you, that bounce back video by Juvenile. I mean, they give that game in that, and I'm gonna break that video down one day. And people just think it's just a video, and they giving you the codes to the chakra system, tuning the system. They telling you how reincarnation work, how you get in trouble when you try to enlighten someone else, and it's all these codes where you got to put it all together. They talk to you about the sexual alchemy between alchemy between the male, all of it just in the video, but you got to put it all together. The colors, the symbols, you have to be able to put all that together. And see, they know how to communicate to those on their level. It's as simple as that. And so if the rest of the people just want to take away that it's just a rap video of them talking about bounce bag, then that's fine. They don't give a fuck. They talk they language. It's okay now to break those things down because we at the precipice. We at the precipice. I want to talk about like movement derailment as it relates to delineation and reparations. Now, I'm no longer, heavily involved in the space as the way it is now because it's heavily infiltrated. And I do know that there's a concerted effort to placate the energy of real grassroots movements, or rather, real grassroots niggas, to be honest. And so, like, there was this space of, like, this the time and space of where, a lot of Black Americans were talking about identity and ethnicity and cultural collation and whatnot. And obviously those things are very legitimate um, and whatnot. And how we got there, there's a lot of growing pains within that. Obviously, this thing with name banging. And so I originally was of the mind that I was not going to do any name banging, and I didn't care what people call themselves because I don't. Again, I don't. I'm a sociologist. And so I can see things as a ethnographer, as a participant observation. Mind you, I'm a part of Black American ethnicity. And so I didn't feel the need to splinter off into just being a freeman or just being an FBA or just being an ADS. But I also didn't feel the need to um, start an active beef or anything. But I did witness those beefs and I did understand why they started, and I know who started them and I know who's behind it. Especially um, when it came to like the distractions and the infiltration that was designed on purpose. And so once I started, I said, well, you know what, let me just observe. Who's doing what? What's going on? What are the patterns here? What I said, let me just chill out and just observe. And I myself, I can say that I've seen enough to know that yes, there are honeypots in the reparation space, and yes, there are groups that are like stage theater in a sense that are working for the government, and they are in the reparation space. Now, there are a lot of people that wouldn't care about what's going on in our space as it relates to Black Americans because there's a lot of white people that don't even agree with the premise of reparations. And so anything that has to do with like targeting reparationists or grassroots activists, it's not like anybody's actually going to care, especially if it's a Black woman. This is why, you know, in my situation, nobody really cared because it's like it's not white people, they don't want reparations anyway. So it's not like there are people in high levels in intelligence agencies that know what the fuck is going on. There are people that had no choice but to step in because it's bigger than just this reparation stuff. All of this stuff is a guise for something much deeper. You guys are just fucking stupid or sellouts. And I don't mean to sound frustrated, but it's like, what the hell can like it's so obvious that this is not what you think it is. And I was warned and told that years ago and didn't understand because they were talking in code. That's why I hate that's why I said I'm gonna tell you what it is. I love people that can communicate in code and do it efficiently and well, but with me, I don't really I talk in a lot of code, but I also spell things out pretty clearly, even at the behest of sounding crazy. Um, because like it's just that parallel. I mean, it's just that imperative rather. It's just that imperative. Um, but obviously, when it comes to reparation space, and say in regards to catching honeypots and entrapment or discrediting of certain scholars or revolutionaries, that's a perfect setup because again, most of the nation does not agree with the payment of reparations. Most of the nation doesn't even agree with the structure of the way the freedmen set it up because nobody can prove that they came from a boat from Africa. No, very few Black Americans. Um, Most of us cannot prove that we came from Africa on the boat as a slave. And so when you do reparations for slave, and then none of us was a slave, you have a problem versus doing it from which I said was exponential lineage injury, which is what you're working from the back, from now backwards, like a EMA, like a weighted average, like an exponential moving average. But that's how you would treat the issue with Black Americans, like an exponential moving average, but you're starting from all of the data and all of the injury coming from what you can prove in today's time, which is quantifiable. Like I can use an AI algorithm to prove that there's disparities in today's time. Then you go backwards. That's how an EMA works. I told the reparations space this years ago. It's record, it's documented. These idiots still haven't figured out. Is it because they're so dumb? No, it's because they're paid. They're sellouts. They know this. It's designed. That's why when people say, "Hey, are we getting reparations?" But what's the first thing they say? You wasn't a slave. I never owned a slave. What do you need reparations for? How much does it cost? How much can you quantify? And it's like, okay, okay, bitch, we're not doing it based on slavery. We're doing it on exponential lineage injury based on the disparities that we quantify today of the latent functions of slavery. I've been told them to restructure that claim that way and it rooted in American chattel slavery because you had the transatlantic slave trade, Pacific slave trade, and American Indian slave trade. You think these people do not know that? Yes, they know that. I have confirmation on the phone talking with these people behind the scenes. Oh yeah, we know that. They don't care. They want a bag. They don't care. They know that your shit is fucked up, and they know that they're getting the bag because they get grant money and government contracts for their nonprofits. But they're never. But they not. When we say that's their payment, that's the way they get their money. But as far as like getting reparations for all 50 million of us, oh, that's they know that that's never coming. They know that the way it's structured now, they know that the government's never going to pay that out. And it's by design. That's why they wanted. That's why they got so mad at people like me. That's why they got so mad at Black Indigenous. That's why they got so mad at American Indians because it's like y'all fucking up everything because we're making too much sense. What you have to actually prove that you have that claim. It's a legal claim. You have to actually prove that you are the person that are injured. You actually have to prove some sort of quantifiable data that you are affected by that today. And you have to get a quantifiable cost. You can't just blanket and say, hey, you guys got to pay reparations for slavery from 400 years ago. And then where's your genealogy to prove that? Then you structure it and say that you're an African American, that you came from a transatlantic slave trade boat in Africa. You got to prove all that. This is just common sense. This is nothing intelligent. It's not rocket science. It's common sense. Let alone proving it through genealogy. Let alone proving that you actually were enslaved. That you were actually a descendant. It's not all Black Americans are descendant of slavery. That's why I said to do it from an exponential lineage injury and treat it as a EMA, where the weight of the injury is based on today's time and moving backwards in your calculation. And you can quantify that because we know about medical apartheid and educational apartheid and disparities and healthcare and jobs and median income and racial wealth gap. These are things that you can quantify today. So there should be no reason to try to structure a claim just on slavery from Africa and America. Like they did that on purpose. It was designed. It was industrial complex to funnel money to nonprofits. That's all it is, guys. Whether they get what money from Liberation Ventures, which is George Soros, um, whatever it is, and that's all it's pretty much been about. Let me put this on something more serious, because that kind of looks distracting when people look at. Is this mic enable? Wait a minute. I'm on live on Rumble, but I got a feeling that mic has not been on this whole time. Enable mic. Has it been on? If not, if you guys are on Rumble, it's a possibility that my mic was off. Let's see. I actually want to check that because that's kind of crazy. That this whole time that I did it enable. But anyways, yeah, it's just an industrial complex to funnel funds. I'm not saying everybody is corrupt in it, but it's like my thing is just be honest. Like this is how y'all get your money, and this is a play for your nonprofit to get funds. But my thing is you grifting off of somebody's pain and somebody's ancestors, and so there's a curse that comes with that because you using the pain and the grievances of what's going on through your people in real time, but then you're not actually helping your people in real time. You're just getting money funneled to your nonprofit, and then a whole bunch of us is just still suffering. That was the issue with the boule and stuff. And so they just wanted to mainly merely replace the boule before the Republican side. And everything is getting torn down. So I don't know. There is no run to another side of a system. There is no more of that. If you guys are just now joining on Rumble, if it has been muted the whole time, I apologize for that. It is a possibility that it's been that my mic was muted, so I apologize for that. If you are on Rumble, you can catch this on YouTube if you missed out or on Twitter Spaces. Okay, so I got knocked off the air. Like no, like my internet just like completely went down. So I guess I went too far. Holy shit. Okay, so let's try that again. Yeah, I it completely just like my internet completely just like shut off. And so obviously, we're ruffling the feathers because we are going too far. Let's see. Yep. Okay, so are we back on? I believe so. Let me just check this. That was really interesting. I mean, it totally shut off though. It totally shut off the air. Let me see on Rumble. Okay, I think we're still good on Rumble. Jesus Christ. Okay, so let me check on here again. Okay, yeah. Yeah, that was definitely by design. But I mean, it's true. I mean, it's a fact that it's just again, it's a threat to national security when you allow sellouts to sell out any aspect of American citizens. You know what I mean? Like that's the biggest threat to that's why I'm saying like controlled opposition is the biggest threat to the control to the Constitution, and secret societies are the biggest threat to the Constitution. And when you can anytime you can set up people and innocent citizens and American citizens because you feel threatened by them or you're trying to cover up a crime and all that, that's those are huge threats to national security. And you're degrading your systems and downplaying your systems by allowing like covering for corrupt people that you know have committed crimes, that you know have done things unjustly to other American citizens. It's better to come clean, and it's better to either deal with it, you know, um, in a way that is not just, oh, we're dealing with it behind the scenes and you got to worry about it. Like, no, like it has to come out of what's been done. There has to be some sort of admittance in terms of making it right. In terms of making it right. Okay. And so obviously the legitimacy of reparations, I would say is a valid one still. I just think the structure of it as the way it is designed, it's designed to never go anywhere, and it's like that on purpose, and they want it that way because so many people came forward and say, hey guys, you actually need to do your genealogy. Hey guys, it's actually a legal matter. Hey guys, why don't you do a three-tier approach where you make it legal, you do the programs through the legislative, you do the actual case claim of justice, monetary compensation through the legal aspects, and you do an executive order at the presidential level for say like a hate crime bill. So you do things. You could why don't you do a three-tier approach? I also give 5 hour strategy on that as well. Um, Again, these are not like these ideas won't work. They know for a fact they work too well, and that's why they target me. And that's why I have a bitch ass nigga like Badrino and Ernest. They'll target me. It'll be 10 years from now. These niggas won't get nothing done because it's designed that way. Because they're sellouts, and that's a fact, and that should be obvious. That should be very obvious. And if not, then it will be. Because again, the universe bends towards justice. And we're not dealing with, I'm telling you, like this, the energy of Saturn is authentic. The energy of the age of enlightenment, the age of nine, the energy of the Aquarius. It requires an authenticity. It requires truth telling. It requires authenticity. If you cannot, even if nobody did anything, these systems can't sustain themselves. The perception of controlling someone else's consciousness through perception management, through stage theater, through propaganda, through the media is not going to work. It's not sustainable long term. Dark psychology is not sustainable long term. It's out of alignment with universal law. It is, and again, it undermines brilliance. So all you got to do is stand on the truth, and you increase your brilliance. That's just the way that the I mean, how do you add heat to a system? How do you add heat to a system? When we think of entropy, how do you organize entropy? It doesn't need to be diminished, it needs to be organized. Now we're talking about the law of thermodynamics and physics. But you gotta that's how the whole world works. That's how the universe works. That's how the consciousness works. That's how psychology of consciousness works. The analytical psychology works as it relates to consciousness and evolution of the universe. I don't want to get too deep, but Black Americans, You want to be able to call out when a movement also gets derailed. You remember when it was a known thing, I want to say around the time like Black Lives Matter had came out, um, where it was a known thing that natural grassroots movements would get derailed into like LGBT to distract or neutralize. And you remember like every time like it happened, Black Americans did a very, very good job at calling it out, right? Every time. And again, there's nothing wrong with I mean we're not here to denigrate Black LGBT by no means. So I want to make that very clear. We talk about the centering of of another agenda and interest that was that has nothing to do with the agenda of say reparative justice or liberation work, not in a way where it needed to be centered based on the racial stratification system that we see in America. And so I want to first preface this with saying that I am not here to denigrate LGBT. Um, but we're talking about the derailing of a movement by conflating certain interests and goals together or centering another goal over another goal. And that doesn't have anything to do with actual LGBT. Now we're talking about strategy and just common sense. Like if there's one goal, you can't come and then bring me another goal that has nothing to do with my goal and then try to center yourself in it and then you derail a whole movement. That's just common sense. So it has nothing to do. We're just saying that LGBT groups were used as that. And so we were pretty much able to catch it every time it happened. It happened with Black Lives Matter. It happened with even certain activists that were sent in the community. They would pivot their work. We were able to call it out even within the propaganda of the media, like how the chai. Remember the show The Chai? How it just went off the rails and just it was the chai, and then they started pushing transgenderism right in the middle of like it just didn't even it seemed forced because though there's always space for all walks of life and all groups of people, right? In your life, you're going to deal with people from all walks of life, all different types of lifestyles and all that stuff. And so that's a reality that is reflected in the world and in shows. But it was like they were forcing it. It was like it had to be a part of this. Same thing with black movements. You have to have this component of it. And it was like forced. It wasn't organic and natural. You see, like we have James Baldwin, right? He was a gay black man. And what he stood for, his writing, his brilliance, his intelligence, his activism, it made sense. It was organic. It was natural. His interviews were natural. He was, it was organic. Now, I'm just saying, I'm not saying that, because I think he was in a Harlem Renaissance. Uh, I'm not saying he didn't have ties to whatever. I actually don't know much about James Baldwin, but I did watch all of his interviews and I did read a couple of his books. And I thought he was absolutely brilliant. I did. I do. I still think that about James Baldwin. I think James Baldwin is absolutely brilliant. Gay individual, right? LGBT. Um, but you see, it was natural. It was organic. It wasn't. He's trying to force two movements to the interest of a group. His focus was at dealing with racial stratification as a gay black man and intricacies that comes with that. And he fought that, and he felt from that lens in a way where it was his truth. Whether he went to Paris for a little bit too, and he came back to America. You know, um, but that's what I mean when I'm saying like it was just a very all encompassing. It wasn't a forced where he's taking a movement and derailing it or getting people all focused all over the place. He didn't do that. Or even when you take my life for an example, I'm bisexual. I haven't dated a woman since I was 19. I'm 32 years old. I've literally not been with a woman since I was 19. I just kind of lost interest. I have more interest in men now. But you don't see me take, okay, let's focus on bisexuality, guys. It's none of your business. That's my business. Why do I need to center my sexuality in a movement about racial stratification. That wouldn't make any sense. You said you can't see the live at all? I just saw your comment. I don't know what that's about. Do you mind checking that again for me, Royal Deluxe? If you're on Rumble still, you still here, sweetie? I don't even know if he's still here. If you were here at 4:32, sounds good. Okay. Um, Damn, and I saw a Royal Wreak Havoc here. Wreak Havoc. I want to acknowledge you. I see you and Royal Deluxe. You say, can you please talk about your Ivy League experience? Yes, I will. Actually, well, I'm going to leave. I want to make sure I don't forget that. Wreak Havoc. Um, I mean, it's pretty basic. I mean, but I can definitely talk about that for sure. But that's like me centering, my bisexuality in the reparations movement. You guys know I've been around for since 2020 publicly. Like I have two YouTube channels. I've written 20 books, many of which deal with Black Americans and history and philosophy and spirituality and politics and military science and sociology but a lot. I have quite a books on Black American genealogy. And you guys can't say like you guys can't say, oh, you're just trying to grift off our community. There's been times where Black Americans they have been given my books for free. Most of my stuff can be found for free, or redacted versions at least. But there's times where I've talked with Black Americans behind the scenes, and I have sent them whole ass chapters that I wanted them to read for free, things that will help them after we. And then obviously, my books are pretty affordable. I don't have anything. I'm not ripping the community off. I don't. I would serve this community more if it compensated me more, but my energy is all over the place. I have to actually still have to work and pay for myself. But if my community paid me to work for them, they would have my attention and my time 24/7. But I still have to work. I still have to do other things. But our community don't. That's how they do. They don't look out for one another. They sell each other out. I don't get you niggas. Um, but imagine if I centered. Since I've been out, you have never heard me bring my bisexuality to the Black community. You never heard me. Well, what about bisexual? What about? Because that would be a separate. If I wanted to do something on that, that would be a separate movement. That would be a separate interest of mine. I wouldn't conflate the two. If I wanted to worry about bisexual women, that would be a separate fucking issue, a separate interest, a separate goal. I would not go to the Black reparations movement and say, "Hey guys, here's my bisexuality. Why are you bisexual Black women doing this?" What the fuck? Go take your ass somewhere else with that. Like that's not our play. And we respect you if you bisexual, you can still fuck with us, but like that's not the topic of this particular movement. This particular movement is based on reparations. So if your movement is bisexual women, then go over there and go start a movement on for bisexual women. And that's what you need to take from. Don't want nobody to try to say, oh, you're being homophobic. Oh, you're trying to denigrate LGBT Black people. No, the fuck I am not. I have licked plenty of cooch in my day growing up. Like, please. I just know that interests and goals have to align. And if a particular group is focused on one thing, you can't go to that group and then try to derail that group to center yourself. And that's what LGBT does with Black movements all the fucking time. We're talking about racial stratification. We're talking about a whole fucking caste system. And now you want me to stop focusing on my caste system to go and center transgenders? No. Go start your own transgender movement. I'll even donate for you. Just stop trying to conflate the two. We're not focused on that right now. It's like somebody a cancer organization for cancer. There's organizations for cancer. They have an organization for heart disease. People, what if people from the heart disease organization goes over to the cancer? Why are you not focused on heart? Bitch, go to the organization that focuses on heart disease. Why the fuck are you over on the cancer organization? The fuck? It's the same concept. And so what's happened is that was one of the other COINTELPRO methods to derail Black movements was to send, and particularly another group that has been marginalized, which is the LGBT, they have amassed a considerable amount of power over the last 20 years. Let's be real. But LGBT, go and bring them into the black community and start to derail the movement to focus on the LGBT, and then black people can stop focusing on racial stratification and their own goals and interests. So we pretty much need to distract these niggas, and that's all. That's been their method, and it's been an effective method. But I would say when Black Lives Matter came out, Black Americans started calling it out. They started saying, you know what, we see it for what it is. We see what you're doing. You guys got to start your own movement, or we don't. That's we were calling out. People were calling out. Like the people called out D. Ray McKesson. That's like when Darren Sills called out Black Lives Matter and called out. That's why he got killed. I mean, because he was fucking up they play. These people just want money, and so it's like Darren Sills was calling out like, why is LGBTQ trying to center themselves in police brutality in a Black American hood? The fuck, like what? Like it just, and so he called it out, you know? And so right now we're dealing with delineation reparations, right? And what's happening is, there's this transgender who's been allowed to troll the reparation space, particularly they come from this FBA movement or this FBA. They've been supported by the founder of FBA, and so they've been allowed to troll a serious reparation space and disrespect Black women who are activists in the reparation space. And it's been allowed by the founder of FBA because they say that it's just trolling. Well, why would you let a transgender troll a serious movement that has to deal with reparative justice? It just doesn't make any sense. Not only that, when it comes to uh, the history of this particular founder of FBA, the person that trademarked FBA, even if they're not the founder, they trademarked the term, right? That person was the one teaching grassroots Black Americans to call out when movements get derailed by LGBT. He's the one that was doing it first. So I don't know, everybody has a price. Did he sell out? But he allowed a transgender, a Black transgender female to disrespect grassroots Black female activists at nauseum, then allowed them to troll a reparations movement with the warrior class of Black American society, which would be those who actually care about reparations, right? That's normally the ones that care about their ancestors and at least try to, even if they may not know everything, but they're trying to at least, okay, we want to know about this reparation stuff. This person, this founder, of the trademark or of FBA, has allowed, and even this person is running around saying that they're the first lady of FBA, and that they're the first lady of FBA. Mind you, the person that trademarked this term is married and has very young boys, and is had this he started this acronym FBA, but is a transgender person that is allowed to say they're the first lady of FBA and then troll the fuck out of people. And then when questioned about it, when we questioned the founder of the FBA, the trademark of the FBA, he says, "Well, oh, it's just trolling. They're just trolling, and it's a good thing that they're trolling because they're signal boosting the message, or it's good marketing." How is that good marketing? Did you just turn the reparations movement into a LGBT transgender trolling thing? Huh? It sounds like COINTELPRO to me. Hmm. Uh, yeah, you were the one that said that any group that was doing that was controlled opposition. The founder and the trademarker of FBA told us some years ago that when they want to pivot a Black grassroots movement into LGBT, they're controlled opposition. Hmm. Fast forward to today, you are on record, on a recorded line, saying that a transgender trolling the reparation space and FBA in particular is a good thing. Now, this person, this transgender, promotes prostitution. They sold for a living. They prostitute. They've admitted to it. They've shown pictures of their body and they brag about getting flown out for thousands of dollars to sell their soul. And they're bringing this to the Black community. And every day they are allowed to reach these Black Americans, grassroots Black Americans, and tell them and brag about prostitution and trolling reparations, how we're not going to get reparations, and how, you know, we're nothing, and how every Black woman wants to be her. And this person is really ugly. And it's not because they're physically ugly, it's their personality is ugly. I'm going to give you an example of good depiction of, we talk about transgenders. The second season of Squid Game just came out. The second season of Squid Game just came out. They had a they featured a transgender in the Squid Game this season. And I thought that the way they did it was absolutely brilliant because they didn't center, and it wasn't her identity, but she was doing her thing. And they showed how the competency. Anybody that watched the second season of Squid Game, you know, guys, exactly what I'm talking about. She stood on business when it came to defending their rights to get up out that place. She didn't derail. She didn't troll. She was very fucking serious. She was a sergeant special forces. She was a sergeant in special forces when she was still going through her transition. And they showed her competent. You see how she was shooting out them cameras and how she was putting in work, and how she wasn't a pussy, how she wasn't a coward. Did y'all see that? If T.S. Giselle was like that lady in that Squid Game, do you think anybody would have an actual problem? Y'all go and watch that Squid Game. And I'm gonna say this: when y'all watch that Squid Game season 2, y'all remember in the beginning when that guy was trying to tell everybody that what was gonna happen to him, and everybody was calling him crazy in the plant. That's me. That character when he's trying to tell him, nigga, this is what they're gonna do to you. This is what they did. This is what this is about. And everybody was like, "Oh, you're crazy, or you're just a quack, or you're just a plant." And then everything he said kept coming to pass. Everything he said was true. That's me in the beginning. Now, when it comes to Squid Game, study how the whole system of the game as a microcosm, as a macrocosm for actual life, and the systems that we find ourselves in for those who decide to play the game. And when they try to tell other people about the game and how to stay out the game, nobody listens. Or when they try to expose the game, there's no evidence of the game, and so nobody believes you. Hmm. Squid Game put some heavy shit out there. Now the first season, I didn't catch all of that. The first season, I'm because I was out of, I wasn't really focusing on code or nothing like that. But this second season, I said, damn, they showing Squid Game. I mean, the second season, I thought it was excellent. I did, and they're showing you what people would do for money, how people would sell their soul, how people would sell out, how people would trade on a fellow man for money, how people don't stand on integrity, what it looks like to be of integrity. And so the transgender that they featured in Squid Game, that would be the transgender that I would like to fuck with. That would be my friend. Somebody I would look out for. Somebody I would back. Because she was standing on business. She was organized. She was organized as fuck. She was staying focused. She was fighting for human rights. She wasn't a troll. Okay, don't nobody give a damn what nobody do in the bedroom. Okay, what you do with your motherfucking pussy and dick. Nobody give a damn about that. It's about your actions and your integrity. What do you stand on? What is your character? So you gotta wise. Again, if T.S. Giselle was just like that motherfucker in the Squid Game, this lady was Sergeant Special Ops. That's what we require for all the transgenders in America. For you to stay focused and to be about fighting for your human rights and being organized. Not trying to center yourself and troll motherfuckers. We don't need trolls in the reparation space. And that's my issue. It ain't because nobody is no damn transgender. And again, when I say she's ugly, I'm talking about her personality is ugly to me because I don't even care about looks. I don't judge people based on their looks very rarely because I'm not a shallow person and a vain person. And I'm pretty good looking, but I'm not shallow at all. And I've never been. But when I say that I think that T.S. Giselle person is ugly, I'm talking about their spirit because you're derailing Black Americans into focusing on prostitution, selling the souls, making it seem cute, trolling the reparation space, or people are literally out here struggling. I'm a targeted fucking individual who's been with assassination attempts by the fucking government. or whoever, whether it be the government or secret society, whoever. It's people that's lives is really fucked. I got torn to pieces from being an activist. People are in prison. People are killed, like Darren Sills and Nipsey Hussle. Hmm. And the founder of the trademarker of FBA happens to have contacted a weak group with Darren Sills and Nipsey Hussle 1 week before they die, magically. Hmm. What's interesting is that this T.S. Giselle person, is allowed to troll for years, 2 years, a reparation space that's supposed to be serious. But now, she says she's the first lady of FBA, and that her and the founder of the trademark of FBA will be doing a podcast for gossip. Really? Um. Uh. Okay. Fine. But he needs to hang his hat up in movement work completely, because he's in entertainment. I mean, he's been in entertainment for 25 years, and so I think it's totally fine. But you got to go that direction all the way. Stop dibbling your hat in reparations. Stop dibbling your hat in activist work. Stop acting like you're a revolutionary when you know good and hell well you a sellout. You're not a revolutionary. Get the fuck out of here. And then naming yourself could be revolutionary, or identifying yourself could be a revolutionary. But you don't get the right to colonize and name all of us, bitch, because we don't fucking know you. And we know you by your actions and the fruit that you bear. You really sinister. And I've caught you lying twice on me in public spaces. That is documented. And then I caught you in a couple lies. I've caught you in about over 50 lies, because I'm doing intelligence analysis on your ass. I'm not stalking you. I'm not following you. I am doing intelligence analysis on your ass for a much bigger report, nigga. And yes, you've been caught in about a good 50 lies, and the public don't even know. I don't know if people are just dumb or if they're purposely covering for you, which is, either way, y'all the ones that suffer, not us. Like, we already know what this shit is about. But if you're gonna sit up there, you want to do a gossip podcast with transgender prostitute, okay. Can you please leave the fucking reparation space then? Why are you letting her troll the reparation space? Why are you letting her troll a liberation movement knowing that there's racial stratification? Why do you think that's funny? Why do you think that that somehow signal boosts a message? Do you know that it's caused confusion? Do you know that no one can take that movement serious if they see a transgender running around disrespecting black activist females, saying that they're better than them, that every man wants them and no one wants, and this person, I mean, I guess, I mean, maybe so. Who can compete with a dick? A bitch with a dick, a 10-inch dick, 12-inch dick. Can when you ask women, can someone keep you away from a dick? Women, a lot of you bitches is dick crazy as hell. You can't stay your mind off. You can't keep your mind off of a dick. So once somebody get a lick of transgender dick and pussy, um, it's the same way. Just so y'all know. Y'all know that there's a G spot in a nigga's prostate, right? Let me make sure I'm still in the air because we might be going too deep. It might cut me off again. I mean, can somebody keep your ass away from a dick? And they call it, and the founder of FBA said that it's legendary. Her said T.S. Giselle is legendary. And them FBA niggas, they talking. They said they had it. They said it's worth every penny. They said that T.S. Giselle is worth every penny. Get your money's worth. Dick sucking, what, ass licking, all types of stuff. And so these people, I mean, if that's what the movement want to go to, they want to do transgender rights for prostitution, transgender's rights. That's a separate issue from the reparation space and from grassroots liberation work and from dismantling racial stratification. Those are clearly two separate topics. And so they need to stay separate. And see, the warrior class of Black Americans, they knew they needed a honeypot. See, the government knows, like, okay, we need to have a honeypot because it's going to be a segment of Black American society that knows that gets very dissatisfied with their racial stratification, like myself. They're going to get very dissatisfied and they're going to find one another. and they're going to start a grassroots movement, and they're going to demand justice, and they're going to demand some sort of compensation. We need to have a honeypot to catch these motherfuckers and either have them sell out or discredit and target them. What better way than to send someone from the entertainment industry that is somewhat charismatic and that has already been in the conscious community? We already had them neutralized in conscious community. Let's have them neutralize these niggas talking about this reparation stuff. We got it all planned out. It's going to take about 6 years. We're going to roll them out. And in that final pivot year, after we thought we got Collie J.N.S out the way, this bitch is still running around. We'll deal with her later. But yeah, we're going to send out, you got to reel him back in. You're going to push Trump on these people and walk them into a Trojan horse. And then you're going to bring out transgenderism and put the final nail in the coffin to neutralize that warrior class energy and to troll them and get them focused on transgenders and prostitution with a transgender. Hmm. Sounds like a honeypot to me, especially what I've done dealt with behind the scenes. They might take me off the air again. Sounds like a fucking honeypot to me. If I ever saw one. And Black Americans know this shit. They just I don't know, man. Like I'm like, damn, like what how much did they pay? Bet you it was pennies on a dollar. I knew it wasn't shit. I knew it was it would like my thing is like my shit would start like my bid to even remotely think of it would have to be $22 trillion. This government don't got no this system don't have not a penny that they don't have enough for me because the soul is priceless, but these motherfuckers don't even have 20. You got 22 trillion? That would be like the starting. That would be like the starting price to even get me to think of signing on a dotted line or something. 22 trillion, not billion, trillion. And these niggas don't got. And I done saw some shit. Like I done been to dimensions where that number is even fucking quite low. And so it will be a hard. I'm telling you, it would be a hard ask. It would. That's why I'd be shocked when people say they sold for $1 million, or they signed that they took the oath for like 1 million, 2 mil, and people did it lower for lower than that. We talking, I mean, it's people that, especially in the conscious community, people sold they souls, especially the informant type niggas. We talking about $14,000, 20,000, and that shit is for life. You know how that's terrible. 50,000, 100K, like oh good God. And so that's why I'm not here to try to judge or what other people have done, maybe out of ignorance and lack of awareness. And so I'm not here to judge because and again you get yourself in a situation, you always get yourself out of it, right? But it requires truly getting out of it and walking away from whatever they're asking you to do and dealing with the consequences of that, because every action has consequences, including mine. But when we see this lady allowed to troll any liberation movement, that means that it's either a honeypot or it's staged, or that person that is the founder or the trademarker of these terms, particularly FBA, that they have sold out. It's either one or the other. 2 years of a transgender trolling and disrespecting every Black American grassroots activist female, including even some of the men. And let's be real, they had a vote, right? The FBA the FBA clique had a vote, and they voted T.S. Giselle. So she won fair and square. And so if they decided that she was the first lady of FBA, they voted. They had a vote. She was a clear beat out. They have that right to choose that. But they don't have the right to troll the reparations space. That we can call out. But they absolutely have the right to do a fair democratic vote, which FBA did. And all of the men, these supposed to be grassroots Black men and grassroots Black American women, they voted T.S. Giselle as First Lady of FBA, a transgender prostitute who has trolled the reparations space. And they have that group has the right to do that. that I mean, you can't discriminate. She's a Black American, and they feel like, we're not going to discriminate against, what their movement is, what they little thing is. But my thing is, you can't expect the rest of us who do something different, because that lady disrespected me as well. Um, but you can't expect us to tolerate it, or we'll call it out, or we'll separate, we'll demarcate. We have to demarcate. Like, I can't take that movement serious. Do you guys know how serious I am? 7 state attorney generals on my ass everywhere I go. There are there's I mean there's not a move that I cannot make. You know, y'all know how them dudes had them jackets with that outfit. Everybody know how the feds look when you see them. They don't hide that from me. I know I'm extremely observant when I go outside or when I go places. I know exactly who's who. Not all of it is against me. Not all of them are just, I'm not, I don't think that every single last, but I know for a fact when I go to the store, when I go, and in some aspects, you know, it could be a protective mechanism because it's kind of too obvious and it's not intimidating anymore. So I don't think they could be doing it thinking that they're scaring me, because it doesn't scare me. But when I go, everybody knows that a lot of former military works for USPS. I went to go visit an apartment. The apartment was located, it was this really small street, but it was, you look on one side of the street, you could clearly see it. You look on the other side of the street, you could clearly see the other side. On both sides of that street, they had a USPS truck just parked right there. Just like on both sides of the street, right where the opening was to get in, where you drive in to get through that street. You couldn't even get through that opening. Right on the other side, it was kind of weird, but you could kind of see the other street. We all know the police trucks, the police cars that they have now. It looks like more like an actual like SUV type thing. You kind of know it. They pull it right in front of me. So there's a USPS truck on one side, one USPS truck on the other side, right where I'm at. And then what we clearly know was surveillance, police right, boom, right in front of me. Right, just clear as day, just for me to go look at an apartment. Then they sent 2 people to monitor the situation to make sure that person wasn't going to harm me. How do I know that? I just know. They sent a code, and they made it. And there were 2 Black Americans at that, and it was very clear that they were there making sure that nothing happened to me. They weren't interested in the place. They were plants. It was obvious. You get out the US. Why would you need a USPS truck on both sides of the same street? On both sides, just sitting there. They're not delivering mail. They're just sitting there. I pull up in my house. I pull up back to my place. USPS truck just sit right there. They don't move. They don't do that. They just sit and watch, making sure nothing happen. Uber comes, surveillance on one side, surveillance on the other side. I get in, we go out. They don't even make it. It is like they don't even hide it. And again, some of it is protective. Some of it is that I know. Some of it is protection. And somebody had to tip me off and tell me that, because honestly, I was like, damn, they freaking gang stalking the fuck out of me. Oh my gosh. And if they are, I'm not afraid of it anymore. Because to be honest, some of that has been in existence kind of for a while. Because again, in 2017, I noticed stuff. Almost drove myself crazy in 2016, 2017, because I was noticing that same similar stuff happen. It's been happening for a very long time. Um, it was happening for a very even when I've lived in the front of, literally about 5 minutes away from the CDC. Not even 5 minutes, a 2 minute walk, 2 minute walk from the CDC. And so it's been going on for a long time. Well, that one was just like, it's just clearly obvious, like, and like, everybody knows how the feds look with the yellow and blue FBI jacket, khaki pants, and those boots. Um, yeah, I moved to my new place. I go outside. I mean, again, they not after. If they were going to come and take me out, they could have been took me out. Let's be real. And that wasting all them damn type of resources on trying to intimidate somebody that is not intimidated, that clearly doesn't give a fuck. I clearly don't give a fuck. And so that person, I'm telling you, that person with that outfit that I just described was literally like just out there walking, just out there walking and surveillance in the area of where I was at, just walking up and down, walking, looking around with that same outfit on, with that same outfit. Everybody knows that outfit. Everybody knows that outfit that they wear. Let me see if I could pull it up real quick. This one with the blue, this one right here with the khakis on. Yeah, with the khakis on. But the thing is, the jacket did not have FBI on it, but it still was the same exact color. It was yellow and blue, and it was much whatever the label was. It was much smaller. It wasn't this obvious on the back of the jacket like that, but it was the exact same. This outfit right here was the exact same outfit, and the yellow was a small logo though. But I saw this. And so what I'm saying is we're dealing with a much bigger issue as it relates to people. Like again, when I was I'm waking up a lot of heavy shit, but it dives into more of the interdimensional stuff and the spiritual stuff. And so there's a lot of things going on that requires, like, again, a lot of spiritualists. I'm not the only person that deals with this. It's another priestess that has a heavy amount of protection on her everywhere she go. Yes, she is still a targeted individual, but there has been a lot of people that had to step in to protect her because of who that person is. Is it a coincidence that she has her last name is the same last name as my sixth great grandmother, Phillips? That's the last name of my is it my fifth is maybe my fifth great grandmother. That's not a fucking coincidence. And we find each other, and she gave out a code that literally saved my life. And after that happened, they went scorch earth on her ass, dismantled her whole platform. And I wish, and that's why I don't ever say people's names like that no more. It's a lot of people that give me code. So much of what, and I'll never say their name again. And that was before. This was years ago when I mentioned her name, and then they went after. They went after. And so that's why you don't really see me. Like, it's a lot of people that I really appreciate so much that give me a lot of game, and I don't feel, I just don't, I'm trying to still figure out the pieces in the puzzle. And so my concern is I don't want to say someone's name and then they go after that person. They're like, oh, I learned this from so and so. I learned this from so and so. And then they go after them. That has happened to me. So I stopped doing that. Now, if I take something from something, as far as giving credit, it's credit due, and I don't plagiarize people's shit. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about, hey, this person gave me a code about the Masonic credit system, and it made me understand who was trying to blood sacrifice me. That type of, I did that a couple of years ago and put the person's name in there, and they went after that motherfucker. And so I can't do that no more. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about, oh, I read this book and this book, and I'm gonna give people credit. I'm not a plagiarizer, motherfucker. But I'm talking about, like, this person is not initiated and broke down a code, or maybe she was initiated. I'm not sure, but she broke down something in a private, in that awakened me pretty much. That awakened me, and that they view as extremely dangerous. But then there's people in the government that also will step in, that also know, like, that's actually that you can't infringe on somebody's constitutional rights. So you still have people in the government that still will do the right thing. And so I'm just trying to figure out who is what is what and who is who. And my thing is, if they wanted to take me out, they had, it's like they have done it in the past. They have tried in the past, but there's also now, I think, at the precipice of the revelation of who I am and who what they know, that even anybody that's listening to this video, you don't know stuff that they know that you don't know, as it relates to me and my bloodline. And the things that I have even told you, but you guys don't believe it because it just sounds so far fetched. It just sounds so crazy. But they know it's true. And they have no choice but to step in. They're not about to play around with that prophecy shit. They already know why you think the army is reacting the way they're acting. I pretty much stay on, like, you guys know, like, anytime I go, like, say on Zillow or say go on Airbnb, you guys do know that shit is all intercepted. You guys should know that right now. everything that it's intercepted. And so when I was going, although no lie, in July of 2023, when I left and went to Tennessee and I had to find an Airbnb, obviously it's intercepted. Did you guys know it was on a fucking military base? Damn near. I had no idea. I'm just thinking I'm going to an Airbnb. But the Airbnbs that they showed me were already intercepted. So it's already, but that when I looked in Google where I was at and the Airbnb was literally like on a military base damn near. We're talking about like it was creepy, guys. I'm telling you, it's this stuff that I can prove. Obviously, you have a receipt. We can go on Google Maps. We can look and look at and look on Google Maps. This is not something that somebody can just make up, right? And I said, "What the fuck?" Because it's intercepted. It's already is like that's the same thing with Zillow. You know, I go in Zillow to look for apartments. It's already gonna be you're only gonna get shown a certain, you ain't gonna be, it's already and you guys don't have to believe it. I don't give a fuck. I know even where I'm at now, I might as well be on a military base. Literally. Even the house that I'm at now. This area is nothing but it's a huge military base where I'm at. Huge military base where I'm at. I'm practically I'm probably do I'm pretty sure like I can make that like even when an Uber comes and picks me up, it's always someone from that works in the military, and they tell me they give out a lot of codes, like they are like it's already been pre-planned. And so what I'm saying is that there's a lot of there's 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 a much deeper war going on. It is spiritual and it is interdimensional, and not everything is just because I use the word interdimensional. Do not think that that relates to demons or shit like that. Please, please don't. Please grow up. But yeah, I'm telling you, and these Black Americans, that's why I'm like, I'm not ever going to turn on my people because just because there's some knuckleheads all on Twitter Spaces and shit, there's a lot of good people still left in this world of all races, but there's a lot of good people left even with Black Americans because they send me codes. We talking about the grassroots, like as soon as you walk outside, like the place I was at before then. I remember I did a video and I was saying how like I was explaining about the dragon riders. I was explaining the dragon riders and I was explaining, you know, um, the colors that we wear. I was like, yeah, it's red and black, and it's always been red and black, and this is what this is the colors that the dragon riders were. And then I go into the esoteric topics as a meta as a esotericist. So we're going into that. That next day, I don't care what nobody say. If I'm lying, I'm dying. I go outside and I see a person, they standing right, it's like they were surveilling, they were just making sure that nobody ran up on me or something. They had that red and black on. And I could feel energy. So I could know when somebody is for me or against me instantly. I'm like, and we had it in the head wave and hi, you whatnot. He had that red and that black on. I do a video talking about the dragon riders with the red and black. No lie, these Black Americans come out. They got red and black on, right? They had a shirt that said fucking dragon on it. That shirt with a dragon on it, red and black, and showing me the word writers. Dragon. It was like they just and it was so obvious. Like it was like they perfectly planned this. It was like, okay, we're gonna show her that like not everybody is against her. Like this they had a shirt that said dragon on it. They all had red and black. One dude girl had red and black J's. The baby girl, they had a baby with them. She in a damn rag and riding around. And they made, it's just like it was just so obvious. Like they had a shirt that say dragon, and other shirts say riders and red and black, and they just watching the area. They're just like, and they waved and hey, hi, and it's always a smirk of familiarity. Like they wanted me to see, they were wanted me to see the shirt that said dragons on it. That wanted me to see the colors. They wanted me, they want to wear the colors now to show me. Like, okay, this, not every, you don't have to, because I was freaking out like in 2023 when things started happening, and when that situation happened, like it was a lot going on. And even since 2022, and having to decipher, like, obviously I do know that there's people that don't fuck with me. There's people that want me dead. And then, but obviously another group of people that do not want that. And they made that very clear. And it goes very high up too. And I'm pretty sure it's very high up that wants me out too. Right? It goes both ways. But I have enough evidence and just enough of the awareness and discernment to have to chill out and decipher enough codes where I'm like, okay, you know, not everybody is against me, you know. Um, and so I'm grateful for that. I'm grateful for even the codes that people send, you know. Like, for instance, we all talk about like how sometimes, these agencies, they'll send you an alley loop and whatnot. It's like, what white boy gonna spend $1,000 on a damn reading, and he doing all the talking and I asking no questions about? We talking about a tarot reading, because you guys know I do psychic readings. You really gonna spend $1,000? I only got, like, I want to say like 600 of that 1,000, but it's like, really, who gonna sit and talk on a damn phone for that damn long for some damn 4 hours, spend $1,000 on a damn reading, and they just doing all the talking? And it happens several times, and it's letting me know, I'm like, that person, I know who's intelligence. I know who's, I can once it's obvious when it happens, and you could tell who's doing it. You could tell who's who. But it's just interesting, because everything that I suspect about this being a holy war, and about this being a spiritual war, and how this shit is about a perception war, frequency war, war on perception and collective consciousness, and going and fighting against a new world order, and going against, it's that shit goes so high up, and not everybody is on board. And that's all I gotta say. Not everybody just gonna willingly walk into the cabal's uh system, the new world order that they have planned for us. Not everybody gonna walk into that shit, and not everybody is a sellout. And I'm telling you, it ain't nothing to be fearful of. I mean, even if them people wanted to do something to me, I'm not gonna live my life thinking about it. I don't give a fuck, because I know I ain't. Um, I'm not here. I ain't never want to purposely hurt nobody, or take nothing from nobody, or diminish nobody. And I know that my intentions in my heart has always been in the right space, always, when it comes to the work that I have been doing. And I don't have anything to hide. You know what I mean? Like, I haven't done, I'm not here trying to grift or take, so if so, I don't live with that on my conscience. I'm not, when I say to have zero fear of death, shit, death gotta be easy because life is hard. Like 50 Cent said, death gotta be easy because life is hard. It will leave you something emotionally and physically scarred, or some shit like that. That shit is real. That song Mini Man, that song Mini Man. I remember that verse when I was a little motherfucking kid. Death gotta be easy because life is hard. Death, it gotta be motherfucking easy. Just like death is only the motherfucking beginning. So I'm not that you. That's nothing that, to me, that I could ever be afraid of. I don't understand that. I don't understand what that means to have to be afraid of that. Not death. And so that's how I live my life. Now, uh, you know, I can get out more, and I plan to engage more locally, and be and find, and I just, I have to heal more, and that I'm aware of. There's a lot of healing that I have to do, because there's a lot of heartbreak that I've had, that I'm still dealing with. And even this week, I was revealed that I'm like, I ain't gonna do shit this. And sometimes I'm so structured and so type A that I need that contrast of just a week of not doing shit. To be honest, because you go crazy just always with that structure and thinking. I didn't want to do shit this week, and I did. I unpacked some things, and when shit came from Amazon, or I ordered shit from Instacart and set stuff up, that little small stuff, and I get stuck to somewhat of a routine. But when I said I didn't want to do nothing this week, I just want to watch Squid Games and chill out, and that's what I did. Worked on options for a little bit. Actually, I'm probably going to study that. I was supposed to do options today as well. And I only did that one day this week. But sometimes I have to create that contrast in order to build up the energy to get back up there. So I have to go the complete opposite direction in order to build that up, to miss the structure, to miss the work, to miss it. Or else I'm just gonna get fucking burnt out. And so I sometimes I'll be needing just that week to do nothing. Chill, watch my shows, eat, relax, do my hair. Yeah. And I did my hair real nice. I showed the pictures. I had did a nice wash, deep conditioning, twice this deep conditioning, blow dry. I don't flat iron um from the roots to the ends. I literally only flat iron just the ends and then the front of my hair. And I leave the rest just the ends of the tips. Get a bump with a flat iron and then the front of the hair so that the edges look nice. But other than that, I don't flat iron. I do blow dry it though, but I'm just saying I don't take a flat iron throughout my whole motherfucking head. So when I like it to look thicker, I don't want it to look so bone straight. And then I don't to be honest, I don't want to spend that much time on my damn hair. It looks fuller, as just we could see, it looks fuller in that picture when I don't do the whole, just the tips, just the ends, and then the front. That's a tip for the ladies if you want a fuller look, fuller head of hair. Don't do the whole because it's gonna look flat. You know what I mean? It'll look more flat. But if you do it with just the front of your hair, get them edges and bump the front pieces. Do that all the way straight through to give it real pretty look, and then just do the ends of your hair. Blow dry it nicely, but just do the tips. Blow dry and get them ends real good. I'm telling you, I'm telling you. Even this look right here, that's from doing just the tips. Just do the tips. And this is just yesterday. These are photos I took yesterday. 'Cause I just did my hair. But that's all you got to do. But yeah, I'm very disappointed in what's been going on with the because again that person that trademarked the FBA thing, I had been learning from them since I was 19 years old. Okay, and so I'm 32 years old now. And so to see the culmination of where it's going and where he's ended up and what's going on, it's none of my business, right? Like that it's my fault that I listened to that person. I didn't have to follow that person, right? So I take accountability for that. Um, but just to see the other thousands of people that's literally being led off a cliff, it's kind of like, damn, you know. And then if you speak up, then, oh, you're a hater, or you're trying to take down the black man, or you're trying to. But it's like there's so much evidence. There's so much evidence, and it's like either you are dumb or you know and you don't care. Um, but my thing is like, where's his friends? To like either they do not have friends that will tell you that you don't let a transgender prostitute troll a movement in which you say that you're for delineation or reparations. Why did you think that that's okay, even if it was just innocent? I don't think it is. I think it's a part of a honeypot. I think it's a part of the whole stage theater to distract and neutralize. I think that personally. But why isn't nobody like where are the people that are close to you that would say, hey, that's not a good look? Like, why are you derailing your own movement? Unless you're controlled opposition. Where's your wife? Like, why is she saying like no? Why are you letting a transgendered prostitute that sells ass and sells their soul go and create a meme that says they're the first lady of FBA and that you guys are starting a podcast about gossip in 2025? Is she okay with that? Or is it that's not true? Is she trolling? Why would you allow her to troll then and say that? If it's not true, and if it is true, where the fuck is your wife telling you no, like not all money is good money. I don't like that for your brand. I'm not okay with that for your brand, knowing that you have young sons and that you were someone that purported yourself on some level to be conscious, at least of lineage. And so no, I'm not allowing you. I'm making the executive decision. You will not be doing a podcast with a transgender prostitute who disrespects Black revolutionary women and grassroots activists. I'm not allowing that just on the principle of just the principles of it. And not all money is good money or whatever they offered you or whatever they told you. No, you're not doing it. Where is it? What the fuck is going on? I mean, is these people in on this? Like, I'm telling you, I feel like I'm in a twilight zone. It must be the twilight zone. It really must be like we in another. We enter another alternative, alternate reality or some shit, another parallel universe? Because I'm going back to the other parallel universe with the Nakhti motherfucking order. Okay, Nakhti order where I'm the motherfucking president. Like I said, okay, I'm getting out of this matrix shit y'all doing. 'Cause y'all on some other shit. Y'all about to walk off a cliff. We came down here to warn people like, hey guys, it's a trap with the Trump shit. I made a mistake. I apologize, which I did 3 weeks before the election. I made it right. Nobody listened. Now y'all complaining. Oh my gosh, they talk about H-1 visas. Oh my gosh, Trump's with Daniel Penny. Oh my gosh, Trump's doing this. Elon is censoring. Yeah, we told y'all motherfuckers that was gonna happen. It was a bait and switch. I saw it spiritually though. I didn't have any evidence for it because I could see it in the spiritual realm. Because I was quantum teleporting all over the place. I was forced to by my ancestors. I didn't purposely do that, by the way. I was forced to because they were getting upset with me because I was I offended them, and so they forced my ass to. Okay, and we teleported, and I saw some shit. I said, oh shit, somebody got some blackmail. Somebody said, and there's a different agenda, and I could see things spiritually what this is about. These motherfuckers just want souls. Just wake up. You think it's just human trafficking? So trafficking of souls on planet Earth, the illegal trafficking, illegal. It's been going on for 2,500 years, and a time is fucking up. Ain't no more harvesting off of you. But the humans, you got to stand up for yourself too. You can't just keep being weak and letting yourself get bullied and then not sticking up for yourself and then falling for the okie doke. This time you have to be critical thinking. If you don't know how to critical think, you can go look at something with YouTube that will help you think about logic, rational thinking, a priori subjects, uh, ethos, logos, credos, the typical logical, coherent arguments and all those things. I mean, I know that people are not that structured, but if I didn't know critical thinking, I would look up how do I critically think? That's just me though. I mean, when I say I look up everything, I didn't know the cost of electricity. I didn't know what a kilowatt was. I didn't know what a watt was. I didn't know how to convert it. I didn't know what any of this. I didn't know what MAH was. I didn't know what milliampere per hours was. You know what I mean? And so when I don't know something, I just go and say, I dig all in. I never had a utility bill in my name, so I don't know how much fucking electricity costs. So obviously, me being a researcher, being a neurotic fucking structural type A personality, I am left-handed, by the way. I am left-handed, and I am INTJ, which is 0.3% of the female population. 0.3%. So anything I don't know, my first thing is go and look, find out. Go and look, find out, and admit it. I don't know everything. But I said, okay, what's the cost of electricity? Oh shit. Oh, electricity costs that much. I found out that to run a 1,500 watt ceramic heater that I was running every fucking day when everybody else was paying my utilities, it costs for 24 hours a day, that's $100 a month extra on the utility bill on electricity. $1,500 watt ceramic heater. It's $100 extra. Mind you, anybody that knows me, I like it blazing 80 motherfucking degrees. It gotta be a sauna where I'm at. It gotta be a motherfucking sauna. I can't wait till the summer. Y'all sit and complain about heat. 85 degrees in hours, butt naked. 82 degrees. Okay, I gotta pay for that now by myself. Holy shit. Oh my gosh, I was running a ceramic heater for 24 hours a day. It's extra $100. I like it at 82 degrees in my house every day. Oh shit. You know how much of an adjustment I got depressed over that, believe it or not. Like,
having I had to adjust to 72 degrees because I don't know how much shit costs, and I had to calculate how much I'm willing to pay. And you know, I'm going to find the equation. I'm like, okay, okay. I was literally looking, what's the cost to run, you know, because I don't know. What's the cost? How much does a refrigerator cost to run? You know, I'm like, because I mean, with me, I just had no idea. I mean, when I say I did not realize, like, I was that fucking reckless with utilities. I no wonder why, you know, ain't nobody offering me to pay my utilities no more. I mean, I had no idea I was that fucking reckless. And so I found out that a heating map, the heating pad, this is another product call for you guys to go and get. The heating pads, they only are 60 watts or they're 90 watts. So I have a 90-watt heating pad because I did get extra large heating pad. And they also have 60-watt heating pads and they have 30-watt heating pads. So I have the 90-watt heating pads and I got two of them. And I did I compared 90 watts. And they auto shut off, by the way. They auto shut off. So if you can't, you know, they after 2 hours they'll cut off automatically. So make sure you get the ones with auto shut off too. Because you don't want a heating pad and just burns your ass, you're frying or something happens, right? So you want auto shut off. But 1500 watts ceramic heater costs, if you run it 24 hours a day, that's $100. If you run it 8 hours a day, 12 hours a day, sorry, then you're $50 extra. Now the heating pad, 90-watt heating pad, that runs you $7 a month. It's $7 extra a month. It's $7 a month. Now, if you're running it, say 60 watts, we're looking at $4.36. I mean, and I did the calculation. This is how thorough I am. For those that love to say, "Oh, she's so crazy," like no, like when I say like, I'm like, if I don't know something, oh, I'm gonna figure this shit out. I'm like, oh, hold up, I didn't know. I just didn't know. Same thing with water. I'm finding out that you know 5,000 gallons or you know certain is like $1 or some shit like that. I'm like, okay, shit, I shit. I had no idea. And so I said, okay, I'm going to get me some solar panels. I'm going to study this solar panel shit. And with me, I need to know the process is how it works. It's not good enough to just say, okay, throw me a solar panel out there. Okay. No, I want to know, okay, what does photovoltaic mean? How does these electrons, how does the electrons from the sun get into those cell panels? And how does it convert from the AC to DC current? I need to know all those things. I need to know. I need to see it. I'm looking at videos of it. You know, that's just the way my mind works. I'm like, oh my gosh, this is so fucking intriguing. Because I wanted to know how can I just sit out the lamp out there? Because I bought you know, the lamps again. It has the solar. If you guys are just now coming in, the solar. I was talking earlier. I'm like the solar panels are built on the lamps on the tops. So all you have to do is just sit the lamp outside or on by a window with the sun during the day, and then at night, and it's cordless. You can charge it though. You can use electricity, but you don't have to. And you're getting like 5,000 mAh. You bring it inside and you have lights. Again, I ain't saying it's gonna be all bright and shit, but I mean you have lights. You can see. And so I said, well damn, that's all I gotta do. That's pretty cool with me. And I'm beginners with this stuff. And late bloomer, you know. But it's so motherfucking interesting. It's damn so interesting. Cause I'm telling you, I was running that motherfucking heater. I'm I run that bitch. I'm like, and I'm not gonna hold you. I had two of them. I would have two of them heaters running. So that's like 200 extra fucking dollars. And I just didn't even know. Now could I get heating pads? I could have got heating pads with auto shut off that run you $7 a month. That's it. Give me the fucking heating pads. That's right. I got one on right now. Give me that heating pad. Give me those solar panel lamps. Are you kidding me? I don't even like LED lamps, lights. I never did. I don't like them white bright lights. It remind me of prison or something. I like incandescent and I like the yellow warm look. You know, I still like a little brighter than the solar lamps that I got, but still, I mean, I buy a bunch of them things. They're worth their weight in gold if you ask me. Compared to, I mean, the amount of electricity as far as what I was burning and compared to what, I mean, you spend $20 on a fucking solar panel lamp and you just take it outside during the day, bring it in. You have lights inside for 8 hours, 10 hours, 8 to 10 hours, depending on how bright you want. The fuck? Sign me up. Milo foil. I was telling people to buy that Milo foiler when it gets real. You want to trap in heat. It's gonna reflect 90% of the heat gets reflected back into the room with Mylar foil.
and that shit works. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. It will trap in heat from them drafts. You put them mild further. You can sleep with it on you as a blanket, or with me, I put it on the doors to block out draft, and on windows to block out them draft if it's poorly insulated. And again, if you're a nigga that like, I mean, I like 82 degrees, 85 degrees. That's just how I like it, like a sauna. And you have to pay for it. It's winter time now. Now, see, when it's the summer, is not so bad because I can live with 85 degrees in the summer inside of the place. So like certain people they hate being hot. They like it 72, 68 degrees. And so with me, like I was really depressed this week trying to adjust temperature and feel comfortable with heating, knowing how much extra I was using in energy in terms of these ceramic heaters. I'm like, I just blow that. I just, I'm like, okay, so what can I do? Okay. And I figured it out. I'm like, okay, for one, I'm just by myself. So I don't think, maybe I bump it up to 75, 76. you know, maybe I just stop being cheap. So I did compromise on that level because I'm like, I can't do 72. Like that shit. It's like, at 71 degrees, that's like freezing to me. Like I literally have this industrial sleeping bag. It's like it literally on the sleeping. It is really expensive. It says for 32-degree weather. It literally said that on the packaging for 32-degree weather. So I bought that and turned that into like a cover. Then I bought Sherpa blankets. Everybody knows what Sherpa is because I said, well, maybe I'll just layer up. So I had the Sherpa blankets, this big ass industrial sleeping bag that's for 32-degree weather, right? And my motherfucking ass was still cold when it was on 71 degrees. I'm telling you, like I just like it fucking warm. And so I'm like, I was literally like, damn, like, okay, I have to pay for my own utilities now. So what am I gonna do? And so I did bump the heat up just a little bit, and then bought them damn heating pads. Them heating pads was a lifesaver. Then I bought body warmers. That's another thing, guys. Get the body warmers. They're only $8, and them body warmers will last you 10 hours. Now they're like, matter of fact, let me see if I can Google them for you because these shits right here, these are the shits. Now they actually get a little too hot. I'm kind of nervous and I actually end up burning my motherfucking ass with these. But these right here is worth every penny. Look how cheap they are. Body warmers. I bought some of these too. Now they got hot hands. The body warmers. Some of them you can. They're the super warmers last 18 hours, guys, and they do. I tested them because I got a whole pack of these. Them super warmers for the hot hands, those are a bigger package and those work 18 hours. Now the other ones are 10 hours and they do work. Some of them are stick, pill and stick. I don't have this pill and stick ones, but some of them are adhesive. I do have some of the adhesive ones, but these for emergency. But for me, in my case, like you got to figure like having such an adjustment, like I had to buy these and I do sleep with one. You're not supposed to, but I mean, I just have it in my hand. But they get hot. I ain't gonna hold you. They get hot, and if you put this on, under your cover for whatever reason, that heat will transfer. Your ass will wake up sweaty. So I'm kind of trying to figure out because now I'm like I'm a little too hot. So now I'm trying to figure out the right methods because I sleep. I put the heating pad on. That's only for 2 hours. Then I use these body warmers. And now I'm kind of too hot because now I got that big ass sleeping bag and I'm Sherpa. I got 3 Sherpa covers now. 3 Sherpa. And you guys know what the Sherpas are. That's like that wool. And there's people that like I have family members that will sleep with a in the middle of dead ass winter in Buffalo, New York, will sleep with the fucking window open with a sheet, one sheet, not a big ass cover. And I asked to be like, do you like the cold? And they said, yeah, I can't stand being hot. I love the cold. I love the cold. There are people, people have their preferences. People have their preferences. I could not understand that for the life of me. How do you sleep with a fucking window open in dead shit winter of Buffalo, New York, and you got a motherfucking sheet? Not a cover, a sheet. And they sleep like that and never got sick. Because I guess they do cold therapy, some people's cold therapy can help certain, and I don't know what that was about. I'm like, damn, there's rumors that people are fucking aliens in my family. I'm like, that was some alien type shit right there. Like, dead window of Buffalo, New York, window open, really, blanket, sheet. It's my motherfucking ass. I'm telling you, it be John Blaze. It gotta be John Blazing where I'm at. It gotta feel like a sauna for me to, And now I'm trying to. I got these mylar foils all on the windows and stuff. Now we get a little too warm. But I'm not complaining because I said I'm gonna find out a method, and I done found them these indoor uh, heating camps with the indoor uh, gel fire. They got all types of stuff now. Like people used to have firewood in their house. Remember, used to have a chimney, used to have fire. People didn't have to, I mean, was they paying for gas? All they had to do was go out and get wood. So now everything is so you got to pay for everything now. But I'm thinking like people used to just get wood and have a fireplace in their house. And so there was an inventor that came out with a version of that of indoor without using butane, propane, or kerosene. There was an inventor that came up with that heats a 200 square foot room. And it's indoor for indoor use and outdoor use. It's for indoor use, and I'm scared they're gonna take that shit off the market. So I don't even want to broadcast that on there. Like I'm like, hold up, like that invention is a lifesaver because you don't have to pay. Like you pay one time, but then what you was gonna rack up using a space heater or what you was gonna do, that shit pay for itself the first month, the first fucking month that you use it. Cause if you gonna run these heaters and stuff, them space heaters and them ceramic heaters and all that, 1,500 watt ceramic heater, it's not a space heater, and it's more energy efficient than a space heater. But you might as well just have your motherfucking blow dryer on. You might as well just take a blow dryer and turn it on. As far as the energy, it's still inefficient heating compared to like a heating pad, 90-watt heating pad that you could put on your body and that auto shut off after 2 hours. I mean, or electric blanket that shut off after 10 hours. See, with me, I like the heating pad. I'm not opposed to electric blanket. I guess I'm a little scared for sleeping in the electric blanket. I don't know. I am a little nervous, but I like the auto shut off feature, and I do like the 2 hour auto shut off versus 10 hours. I feel like 10 hours that's a little bit too long where something can happen, but that 2 hour auto shut off thing, I fucks with that. I like that a lot, I have to say. And so y'all get y'all them heating pads, but I mean, if for those that never had to that are beginners, I'm just trying to get for those that are probably 29 and younger, and then late bloomers that's new to all of this, just like how I am. I'm telling you. I never had a electricity bill or utility bill on my name at all, and so it's all been new for me. It's been a learning experience. Sure has. I think I covered everything I wanted to talk about, but I do want to make it clear that when I was bringing up the demarcation between the interest between transgenders and racial stratification, again, we expect and know that there's going to be black people from all walks of life, um, that have different things going on, different ideologies, different beliefs, different lifestyles. And I'm not here to judge what anybody else is doing. I honestly really don't care. I do expect, though, for people to still stand on business and to have integrity. And I do expect people to have good character. And so that's what I care about. And so I don't care about the personal decisions and choices that people make, but I find it odd when black movements have a history of being infiltrated or derailed with trolling, and particularly from this LGBT as a method to distract. I find it interesting that is being used in the FBA movement. The FBA, from the founder that trademarked it, who's brought this transgender to the forefront, even at the behest of so many black Americans begging, like, please stop letting her on, please stop letting her distract, please stop. letting please, please, please. And it's not entertaining, but if you are an entertainer, then you must leave this reparation space and you must leave the delineation space and you must leave active. You have like it's a different interest and goal. How could you allow you're saying it's okay for someone to troll grassroots movements that has to deal with reparative justice? That's not okay. And so if you want to do your gossip podcast with a transgender prostitute who's the first lady of FBA, then that's fine. But please do not let that seep over into what we're doing or to what I'm doing. Because to be honest, the whole movement, I don't know what the fuck y'all do. It's just all over the place. It's government infiltrated. It's just too much. And then there's strategies that are clear winners, the strategies that are clear, set, and dead in terms of organizing and being organized. When we see people ignore good research and good information, then we could just realize, then we just know that then we just know that it's a honeypot or it's infiltrated or it's a staged, it's fake. That's what you have to know. And I also want to say this, because I know we say these things like, oh about the leader stuff. You have to understand that even if you have a decentralized movement, you still need organization. You still need a structural body and structural figures. And that's with any institution that you have. So technically, even if you have a decentralized organization, even if you didn't want leaders, you would still have organizing members. And whether in a sense, even if it's not hierarchical, you still have to have management. So even if you're decentralized, if you're a decentralized organization and you just have no leaders, you still have to have the capability to developing a management body. You still need a management organized body. That's just a fact, even if you're decentralized. And any org has this. When we say, oh, the white society, they don't have any one leader. They build hierarchical structures and organizations that structurally do have leaders. Do you not have a president? Do you not have a education system where there's a Department of Education? You have a teacher. Where you have an organization, you have a corporation, you have a CEO, you have a CFO, you have a COO, Chief Operation Officer, Chief Executive Officer, Chief Financial Officer. That's an executive management team. So even if they did have a decentralized and they weren't hierarchical, white people certainly have leaders in every aspect of their life, whether that be in a business, whether that be in education. So I find it, once again, very COINTELPRO-ish that there are a black person that wants all of the capabilities of influence and leadership, but none of the accountability of being a leader. And so they say, oh, I'm not the leader. But then you want all of the benefits of pretending to be a leader. And then your excuse is, well, white people don't have any leader. They have corporations that have chief executive officers, and they have hierarchical structures that that comprise of leaders, either nonprofit organizations, their corporations, the government. You have chief directors. You have even if it's decentralized. So say you have a decentralized autonomous organization, you still have to be capable of building a structural framework that organizes the management of it. Even if you don't want any leaders. I just want black Americans to know that. If you don't want any leaders in your organization, and say you want to decentralize, you still have to be capable, and it has to be transparent, of the management organization style of that structure. That's just common sense. You guys do know that. And so somebody telling you that you don't need any leaders or that they're decentralized, but then they don't have the framework of showing the organized management of their system or of whatever they're building, then that's a problem. And that's how you also, that's why when I say something is a honeypot, like this is like somebody that's studying, I'm literally like, I've studied the Black Panther Party, wrote essays on it, whole research papers on the Black Panther Party. I've studied the racial stratification that black Americans have been going through from an ethnographic point of view. This is not, I'm not just some I know y'all like to say, oh, she's some quack. That's a discrediting campaign. I know exactly what a fucking honeypot looks like. I've been in the conscious community since I was 19 years old. A lot of people have been infiltrated. A lot of people have come and gone. A lot of people have sold out, especially in these last days. You don't have much of nothing left, really, that's worthwhile as it relates to true empowerment in the black community. And people can say, oh, yeah, we're doing the work. We're doing. Man, these people, I'm telling you, like, it's a honey pot. We ain't gonna get much of the stuff that's getting done it wouldn't be, you know, at, it wouldn't be mainstream for one, and it wouldn't be promoted by the government. And that's just it. And there are a lot of black Americans doing amazing work. And there are a lot of Americans doing amazing work. And so my job is to one, create the movements that I want to see, but also to find good people that still have a modicum of integrity left. You know, not even a modicum, quite a bit, full blown integrity. I cannot believe like that we get to the point where someone would think that it's okay to allow, after we've done so much calling out of other movements. Oh, you're trying to distract us with LGBT. I've been trying to distract us with LGBT, and then come to find out in 2025, the FBA, this founder of this FBA stuff is allowing what a distraction of transgender LGBT, just first lady stuff. Whether it's trolling or not, no one can take your movement serious, even because you let her troll it, and then you said it was a good thing, and it's recorded. And so, how much did they fucking pay you, dude? I mean, what was the bag like? Like, I don't understand. Like, shit. My starting cost is 22 trillion. What is yours, nigga? Like, what did they have to offer you to buy your ass out? I mean, I'm telling you, like, I'm pretty like I just don't understand it. I just don't understand it. Like 22 trillion to start. Well, that's the bidding price for my ass. And I already know that this government ain't got no damn 22 trillion. No, nobody got no 22 trillion to give no motherfucking human. Interdimensional being, whatever, however you want to look at it. Ain't nobody gonna give me no 22 trillion, so we ain't gotta worry about me selling out, and they ain't gotta worry about me offering me that, because they ain't got nothing that they gonna offer. I done been through the ringer of being dead, of not having nothing, of never having nothing. So just like I don't crave something. I don't crave material things. I'm not craving, or I'm not coveting. Oh my gosh, I need this, I need that, I need that, I need this. I mean, I go a little crazy on Amazon sometimes, but I'm saying, like, I'm talking about basic shit. I'm talking about, like, I'm not craving material designer things like was it they say the Balenciaga or something? What was it? The Burberry or something. I'm not craving material designer things. I'm not craving. I have to have this car. Or this is going to give me value if I don't have this Bentley. This is going to give me value if I don't have this. Then I'm not nothing. I don't think like that. I don't know what that. I mean, I'm pretty sure in the past I have, sure. But at 32 years old, no. Remember, I wrote that koan in the Nakhti philosophy. If there's nothing in the 3 to 5D interdimensional realm or object, there's no object in the 5D realm that can give you any value, then where do you derive your value from? That was a koan. As for those in the East, they would know what a koan is. I put that in the Nakhti philosophy. It was a question to get humans to remove their subject-object duality in their attachment to material things. It's in the book, the original book that was written in 2020. It says, if there is no objects in this physical reality that can give you any value, how do you as a human derive your value? And that was for you to answer. It wasn't for me to give you the answer. With koans, you don't get the answer. I know the answer, but you have to figure out the answer. And the thing is, I'm different from the Eastern priest, because if you get that answer wrong, they'll smack you on your head every day until you get it right. They don't tell you what it is, though. That's a part of the koan. It's part of the game. You got to come every day, do your meditation, answer the koan. Now, whatever koan they came up with, this is whatever your guru or your teacher would they will give you the koan. I came up with my own koan for my students, but I'm not hitting you over the head if you don't get the answer right. You got to figure out the answer. You come in every day, you do your meditation. They ask you the question to the koan. You didn't get it right, slap on the head. Slap on the head. You sit there 15 years, 20 years every day. Do you get that answer right? They ask, give me the answer, give me the answer. But you could go ask everybody, go research people, go research books, people meditate. This is how, that was old school. That was old school training up somebody's in spiritual prowess. You don't need to do that anymore. But you would get your ass hit right in the head with a ruler when you got that answer wrong. Or them hands hit. Put them hands out. Smack, smack, wrong answer. Go back. It was to get people to, that's how they were training people to do research and to meditate and to take their spirituality very serious. I mean, they would give you these koans. It was designed to break subject-object duality, to break your connection to this physical illusion, pretty much. So my question in Nakhti philosophy, there's no objects that can give you value in this physical reality. How do you as a human derive your value? I'm not giving you an answer, you figure it out. But I'm not going to hit you over the head either if you don't get it right. You know? And so when I see someone materialistically coming to the black community talking about, hey, I got flown out for $15,000 because I slept, I'm a prostitute, and they slept. And they're talking about, and it's just a transgender promoting prostitution and talking about selling souls, selling their soul, and with this material thing, that's a distraction. Like, that's a distraction from someone's soul work. See, I don't get it. See, to me, I know that this is a spiritual world that we live in. And so when I see that and I see them distracting the fuck out of black Americans, it's deeper than just, you're distracted from reparations or you're distracted from, because that, we're talking about like people's, like things that it matters in this world. Prostitution does not matter in this world. There are people that have to prostitute for a living for their own, it's their business. But we talking about when you want to glamorize it and then go in a reparation space and talk about prostitution in a reparation space as a transgender and then disrespect black women that are just grassroots activists. That's crazy as hell to me. And then the founder that trademarks FBA, this Tariq person, he's allowing that to happen and actually advocated for it and said it's a good thing. My thing is, they voted for her to be the first lady. FBA, fine. Get y'all asses out of the reparation space, please, and go back to entertainment. Since y'all go in the podcast for gossip, whether it's real or not, whether if it was trolling and she made that up, you didn't check it. And somebody need to be beating the hell out of your ass, preferably your wife, because I'm like, ain't no way in the world this will be going on. Where's your brand management? But again, that's what they do. They always do that with these people. Y'all just don't be seeing it. They always push them. They give them, they let them run their course. The same thing has happened with Alex Jones. Look how they are literally ripping Alex Jones a new one. His own following. Because they realize, like, his own following realize that he's controlled opposition. They tearing his ass a new asshole. My thing is, it's gonna be a lot like that over. White people, they gonna call out because they at the precipice, and these white boys is freaking out because they realize that they follow the Trojan horse with Elon and Trump and shit. So they ready to tear this shit up, and that's why, like, when you be seeing these psyops with these military and stuff, you don't want to you just study the codes and be fucking quiet, and because you don't know, this stuff is much more deeper, and they not about to walk off no cliff and follow these people to their hell matrix system, and to hell, pretty much. They not, a lot of these people is not dumb, and so, and white boys, they gonna call out their controlled opposition. They gonna beat ass. They gonna call out the Alex Jones. They don't give a fuck about, they was sad. They're like, yeah, I followed you for 10, 20 years, gave you a bunch of my money. But nah, nigga, like, nah, this is what they saying to Alex Jones. They're like, nah, man, you sit up there playing the fuck out of us. You ain't having our back. You trying to get us to follow some shit that we know ain't in our best interest. And so they calling it out. And they gonna call it out with, just like how Laura Loomer called out Elon. Like, these people is not about to play. They ain't about to just sit and be dicked around for 10 years waiting for spending $1 million on a school and not saying nothing like the black community. They ain't about to say nothing. They literally see a transgender trolling the fuck out of the reparation space. And ain't nobody gonna say nothing. The white folks ain't like that. Because they about organization and business and structure and keeping their power and getting power. And when you're worried about getting power, you ain't worried about none of that bullshit. You get it out the way. You ain't saying what we need you to say. You ain't doing what we need you to do. You control the opposition. Get the fuck out the way. And see, we need that type A structural personality. As much as I'm annoying as fuck or whatever. Oh, I'm always overthinking. And I know I'm always overthinking. I already know I overthink everything. I'm always thinking. Sometimes I overthink. Gotta relax. I understand that. But shit, you need somebody that's gonna be sitting there. Like I'm looking at everything. You ain't getting nothing past my motherfucking eyes. You don't get nothing past nothing with my motherfucking ass. And that's what some of the black men's they was saying, man, I ain't gonna be able to get away with nothing with your ass. I remember one time I was talking briefly to this. We weren't like dating. We were trying to date, but we were so damn dysfunctional together. It was just toxic, so it wasn't gonna work. But I'll never forget. He said, I won't ever be able to have any control over you. And he was like, damn. And it was so frustrating for he was trying to woo me with, oh, I got houses here, I got a house here, I got this money, I got this, I got, and I just didn't care about that. I was like, okay, that's great and all, but like, we need to actually get to, and he wasn't impressed with my neurotic ass either, really. He's like, dude, like, you think too much, like can I see the emotional side of you? I'm like, I'm very emotional, but I guess again, I'm left-handed. I'm an Aquarius woman, an INTJ personality. INTJ. Do you know like the type of women born on a 22? Like I don't think like I don't. I have an uncanny ability to suspend emotions if I need to be objective in a situation. Now I am very emotional. I will scream. I'm very emotional. It is a fact. I'm very sensitive. I'm extremely sensitive. But if it comes down to getting to the bottom of something and just looking at the pure evidence, or even developing the framework to get the motherfucking evidence, to set up traps, to have people walk into these traps, to set up military operations. That's how my mind works. I don't know what else you want. You shouldn't have conjured Saturn. And so this black guy, he's like, I'll never be able to have any control over you. And he said, damn, do you show any motherfucking emotion? Yes, of course. But you shouldn't have been trying to control me anyways. Why do you want a dysfunctional? Where's the peace? Why does it have to be you want to control? What is that about? Oh, I don't want to think that much. I don't want to think that hard. Okay, fine. Okay, fine. I get it. But black Americans, you need someone that's doing all that damn thinking. Cause y'all let y'all asses, man. Y'all, if I didn't wake up nothing in 2022, if I didn't say nothing, half of y'all souls would be gone, sold through y'all motherfucking booty hole. Would you be still coming out the Diddy parties? You would still be leaving out of the motherfucking Diddy party with a sore asshole. It signed in a fucked up ass contract. Damn, Rumble is really fucking up my. They really fucking up my screen. Let me see. Did they? Jesus Christ. Let's see. Rumble just completely took me off the air. Yeah, but you'll be walking around with a sore ass still. With no reparations, mind you. Sold your booty hole for what? Uh, 10K or some shit in a fucked up ass contract with Diddy. That's what you niggas in the reparations space would have been. Had I not said nothing. Thank you, Dr. Jacko 99. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Now I know Reek Havoc said in less than 2 months he said it's gonna be too hot again. Oh yeah, it's gonna be hotter than we ever seen. Yeah, I might eat my words on this one. When I talk about I like it 85 degrees and shit, I might have to eat my words on this one. You said why you think it's gonna be the hottest you ever seen? Now I know you said you wanted to know about my Ivy League experience. I'll get into that. I'm not gonna because I do want to start our party up.
But let me see. I want to cover what you said, Wreak Havoc, but I do want to look and see Royal Deluxe, what he was saying, because he was saying a lot. Post-liberation societies would need local governments. Exactly. Post-libertarian societies would need local governments. Exactly. I agree. And you're creating the base for the societies, IPO, to be added to, but not messed with the core. Exactly. Can you please talk more about your idea? Okay, that's Wreak Havoc. I want to make sure I get Wreak Havoc in there. Seem normal to me. I assume that they did different student. I've always had astro experience. Oh wow. Yep, still going strong. You said bro died penniless and his parents pillaged by the Trump dynasty. Yeah, you're right. Trump's uncle had Tesla's papers. Trump got those papers, I believe. He was trying to give free energy. I think Trump still got those papers. That's why he was able to get to where he's at. Trump is a warlock. You know, yeah, yeah, that's all I'll say. I'm not saying I had beef with Trump. I was supporting Trump. Um, I don't like the way he's moving now, and I would say that to his face. It is what it is. People change. But yes, I was aware that his uncle did have Trump's uncle from MIT absolutely did have access to Tesla's research, and I believe I'm not mistaken. Trump probably does have those files, and I could be wrong on that, but that's a fact that his uncle did it. When the FBI raided Tesla's work, the MIT professor that they had comb through and say, hey, is it anything that's a threat to our system? That I believe that at that point there was a team, but one of those was Trump's uncle. He said he was too smart. Tesla was the wrong math on purpose. That little bird told him he was too smart. Tesla wrote the wrong math on the little bird told him. Oh wow, you mean an actual bird? I see. I could believe that. See, we know it's a spiritual world. Chaos and Netflix is good. Modern Greek gods. I'm gonna check it out because I did pay for Netflix to watch Squid Games. Did y'all watch Squid Games? I gotta watch that second season. That second season, I liked it. I thought it was dope. I mean, it's gory as fuck. Squid Games, it's the vibration is low because I mean, look at what they're doing. It's heavy game though when you can get through it, you can sit through it. But I appreciate the way they showed that transgender in the Squid Game. And I'm telling you now, transgenders, that's exactly it. In America, that's we expect you to stand on motherfucking business. That lady that was in that show, she stood on business. Very competent sergeant in special forces, going through her transitioning, showing her vulnerability of the transition, showing her staying focused, showing her having integrity, showing her standing up for human rights. Like that, I respect that. They didn't center her. Other people had storylines that were shown, right? The girl, like the pregnant lady and her guy, the other pregnant girl, uh, the other guy that was in there, the other figures, the day hole dude, remember Dayho, and then the rapper guy Thanos in Squid Games who was doing the drugs and stuff just to get through all the fucking games. They showed it was a plethora of different things that they showed. They didn't just center the transgender, but they showed everybody's storyline and their story. And I really respect the ways the producers of Squid Games how they wrote that, the directors or whoever the writers. I thought that's how you do that as far as like you don't have to push an agenda. You just show in a natural state the different walks of life that people go through. You're gonna have people that are gay. You're gonna have people that are transgender. You're gonna have people that do rap. You're gonna have people that do sports. You're gonna have people that like different, and that's just life. But when you try to force the things like they do in American shows, like it's like you try to force, like the chai, what they did with the chai, like that was forced. It's like we don't need all of that. We just need it to be natural and organic. And if it just happens to be, you have a transgender prostitute in the chai or something like that, that could be something really natural. Something especially in the ATL or something like that. They show, okay, we get that. But when you try to center it like a actual agenda, a movement, it gets weird. It makes people uncomfortable because it's like you can tell the difference. And I'm a bisexual woman. You never had me bring my bisexuality to the reparations movement, and oh, hey guys, I never brought that up. I think this is probably the first time people ever heard of that of me actually, and but it's a known thing to people that actually know me personally, the people that have talked with me behind the scenes, or people who just know me, grew up with me. Yeah, that's a known thing. Like oh, like it's not a person in my family that my whole adopted family knew growing up. I wasn't nothing, but it wasn't something I centered. I'm not centering that in my life.
And, it's not like it's, oh, this is something, it's just something it's just, it just is what it is. It ain't nothing that I gotta center or focus on. And again, I haven't dated a woman since I was 19 years old. I haven't had any interest. Like I love women, but I just haven't had any interest on that level anymore. It just hasn't been a thing, you know. But once it is what it is. I'm not centering it. And what I don't like about American movements is like you guys try to center, and you want to demarcate, instead of demarcating, you want to conflate random ass movements together, and then it distracts. Somebody's going to get distracted somewhere. Somebody's going to lose focus of what they initially got into a movement for. And you say I am on Rumble. I see you're live. I'm watching on YouTube. Audio has been loud and clear the whole time. Twitter sounds good, but too, I haven't monitored it. Okay, you're very intelligent. Oh, thank you. Okay, so I guess we covered all of Royal Deluxe. Let's see, Burnout Quick and Show Their Demons on social media. Regular folk on discipline enough for the psyops. Regular folk break and everyone sees. Right, exactly. Okay, so now Rick Avick, you asked for me to talk about my Ivy League experience when I went to Columbia University. I'll go back to your question. Where was that at? You said you went to Columbia University, and then you said they hit Miss Sync the kids. Oh yeah, there was viral clips about that Road Deluxe, by the way, about the Monroe Gateway process being for people for students saying they had that experience as a kid. But let me get to Royal. Where was Reek Havoc's question? Did you delete it, Reek Havoc, or was it? Okay. For me, I would say it was a regular experience like how any other school, because I went to Georgia State University too, um in Buffalo State College. What I did like about Columbia University though is it wasn't frowned upon to show intellect. Like I fit in more intellectually at Columbia University than I did at Georgia State University and at Buffalo State. Um, because it was a good thing. Like Columbia University doesn't grade on a curve, say like Harvard does. And so that makes the students extremely, extremely competitive at the intellectual level. So, for instance, if you can look this up yourself too, and I didn't have experience with this, but I'm saying this was like a known thing that was happening at Columbia University. In the business program at Columbia University, the students would go to the libraries, right, and study some certain texts that they needed, for whatever text word that they needed, they would study it and then rip the important pages out so that the next student could not study and know the thing. And that's obviously sabotage. That's obviously ridiculous. But yes, there was rumors of that happening. It wasn't even just rumors; it literally happened. And so when you get graded on the curve, you get the gentleman C. Plus, especially if you're paying, like some of these people are paying out of pocket, right? And so you're going to get a gentleman C. To say if you go to Harvard, no matter what you do. And there's even I've even seen that to an extent at Columbia, where they're very very rich students. I've seen a group of no lie. If I'm lying, I'm flying. I'm pretty sure people remember this, and the professor that it happened to remember it. It was a course. It was online. We were still on campus though, but this particular course was online. It was in the summer. And 3 weeks into the course, no lie, when I say it was about 20 Chinese students was able somehow to register for a course 3 weeks late. 3 weeks late into the semester. 3 weeks. Mind you, this is a summer course. And when I say the professor was livid, because he said, how the fuck did this even happen? He's like, how could this even happen? They were all paying out of pocket. These were some very wealthy Chinese kids. I mean, they drove to school in McLarens and Lamborghinis. Or they bragged about it too. But they drove to school with it. It was something they were bragging about. See, the American culture bragging about that is kind of like frowned upon still. So they didn't understand the cultural clash. Like when we saw them bragging like that, like the white kids would get really really uncomfortable, you know. But I think it's something in their culture, in Chinese culture, that's not seen as a bad thing. But when they came 3 weeks late into a class, registered like it was nothing. And when I say that professor he was going off. Like he let everybody have it. It wasn't like he held back. He was like, Well, how the fuck did y'all even let y'all in register? Y'all shouldn't have been able to register. And you should have seen how them Asian kids just sitting up there looking like, bitch, would do something. What you gonna fucking do? We paying for all of this. We got the connections. We know. I mean, come on. Look at the quota for the Asians at Columbia University. There was a considerably disproportionate amount. And so I don't know what they worked out. I mean, you got money, money talks. So I don't know what the fuck they worked out either. But I remember the professor was literally stunned. Like, how the fuck could this happen? And so we don't, and my thing is from me talking with some of them and knowing how some of them, how they was moving, I got a feeling that somebody threw their weight around and allowed that to happen. For 20 Asian Chinese kids, it's like they literally did nothing for the first 3 weeks. They were on a long ass vacation. They did whatever they wanted to do for 3 weeks and came in 3 weeks late in the class. So they got an extra 3 weeks to do nothing. They were partying, living it up, having a good funky ass time. We were all in there in the summer days, taking the courses and shit, right? They somehow got to get out of that for three, and this is what the professor was saying. Is like that's not even fair. And for those that kind of knew, and they were and how the Asians would snicker and laugh, we knew that they. When I say like I was in classes with them, man, and they put me on game on how to get shit done, especially for accounting. When I say, oh my gosh, financial accounting was hard as fuck. Oh, they put me on game on how you gonna pass. I ain't gonna get nobody no methods, no nothing. Pass with a motherfucking A. But thank God for them motherfucking agents. Okay, because the thing is, I was studying the things that were. I was sitting in the back of the class on purpose and study everything that was around me and all the people that was around me and look at everything that they was researching on their computers, everything. And I would document certain things. I've seen a lot of suspect crazy ass shit too that people would be researching. I know for a fact that people would be monitoring certain things, like when they say like how the universities they recruit. I'll say this: them universities, when they say that the biggest way to recruit a spy is through a university, that shit is true. That shit is true. I believe it because even when I would witness certain things of how people would be moving and taking intel on American systems and American databases, and again, a lot of at Columbia University, there's a lot of immigrants, a lot, and I would see the way they would they would pull up something on their screen. It was like they would and download the code. You know how you can download the HTML or the code or something with they and I've seen it. I've seen them doing it. I would sit in the back of the class and just watch everybody. I would also obviously be paying attention to whatever the professor was saying. But I would just look at everybody. Well, obviously nobody was paying attention to what the professor was teaching. And one time, one of the professors they banned laptops because they knew nobody was paying attention to nothing the teacher was talking about. Them motherfucking Asian kids they was buying $2,000 shoes and $600 shirts. I've witnessed them. They were literally shopping sprees. The girls they were all online buying crazy $1,300 shirts and all that shit. Of course uh you had some weird suspect shit with people downloading codes from whatever I don't know what they was tracking through American systems or the databases at Columbia University because you hooked them to Columbia's Wi-Fi and I don't know what the fuck they was doing, but it was some weird shit going on that looked weird to me. And my instinct was like, is that a spy? And no lie, my first instinct was like, are they a spy? From the way that I would be watching a computer and the way it was moving and stuff, it looked like they was just gathering intel. I've witnessed that. I've witnessed motherfuckers, just on obviously social media. They a lot of again. There's a lot of Asians in my program. They were on WeChat. This thing called WeChat. They were all on WeChat. A lot of people, and the Americans were all on Twitter, of course, or Facebook in class. When we did have to work together, um, the only thing again, what I liked about Columbia University is that I didn't feel ashamed of my intellect. I didn't feel ashamed to show intelligence. Like at other schools, you have to hide that. Like at Georgia State University, I definitely hid that. Except for like when it came for papers, I would just let loose. I would let it rip in the paper. Um, as far as really showing who I am inside of a paper. But like saying groups are talking and stuff like that, I wouldn't show that. Even at Buffalo State College, you wouldn't show that. I had to learn that though because I had came from Hutch Tech, and at Hutch Tech, again, that was a school you had to take a test in. You had to have, I graduated top 50 in my class. Like it was school for people that were really intelligent. So it was okay to be intelligent even at Hutch Tech. And it was people like even the people that would try to act all hard, like some of the hood black folk that would try to act all hood and whatever. No, these motherfuckers were still smart as fuck. I witnessed it. It would be a person that would goof off all motherfucking day, acting dumb, acting crazy, and get a perfect score on a fucking SAT. I've witnessed it. Black kids. I was coming to town to take the SAT. This motherfucker them aced through it. This person is. I've seen people. They act like they so materialistic, and they graduate with a 98 average. You wouldn't even know it because they'd be so quiet. And so it was an adjustment for me going from Hutch Tech to Buffalo State College because at Buffalo State College it was a more local school, and the emphasis is not on intellect. It's kind of like I would say it's a diploma mill, but it's like just do the fucking schoolwork and get done. And then a lot of people at Buffalo State party they ass off. Like it was a party. I kind of want to say it was kind of party because a lot of the kids from New York City went to Buff State and they wanted to party. They would, you got to figure it's a bunch of 18-year-olds that's coming from Brooklyn and Queens and Harlem and they want to fucking party, even from Syracuse. And so it was a lot of partying at Buff State, a lot of drinking, a lot of partying. Not for me because I had already been past that stage, but I witnessed it. The white boys get silly drunk on beer, you know. Um, so as far as like showing intellect, I still graduated with a 3.8 from Buffalo State College in summa cum laude, and I was the president of my honors program at Buff State, and I was an honor Braille scholar and a McNair scholar. Um, I mean, I graduated with every honors you can think of, and I didn't even apply for most of the stuff. Like it was just handed to me. I didn't apply. I didn't go out of my way to compete. I wasn't a competitive student at Buff State. It was nothing. It was like closing my eyes. And so it wasn't much of a challenge. But when I went to Georgia State, I have to say, um, a lot more challenging, intellectual wise, but it still wasn't. It wasn't that type of school. And so Columbia University, I would say the energy. We'll get esoteric. As soon as you step at Columbia University, you see the goddess Columbia. You see a statue of Columbia. You also see the infusement of this Luciferic light energy. By that, we're talking about the intellect aspects of Lucifer. They literally have statues of Pan. A statue. Let me see if I can get a statue of that on Columbia University, so you guys can actually see what I'm talking about. Statues at Columbia, because schools are endowed with energy, right? And you got to figure Columbia is a 200-year-old school. It was originally called King's College, and this was a school for royal monarch blood for the king. It was literally a school where kings and queens went to, but it was originally just all male school too, I believe. King's College was originally male. But look at this statue right here. This is a statue. You see the goat. You see the goat hoof. That's a man. What is this statue walking in? Let me see if I can hear it go right here. Look at that. Horns on the head, but look at the hoofs. This is at Columbia University. Do you know I worked right? I took classes in front of this building and I worked in front of this building. You don't think that this is not the occult? Like, man, come on, look, it's right in front of you. This is Pan. I mean, it doesn't get more. I mean, they tell you. I mean, they put it right in front of you. This is another goddess named Columbia. This is a goddess named Columbia. Look at this. And so the school is infused already with a certain energy because of the way it was built and what it was built for, who it was built for. Look at this. That's also there. And so that statue again. This is where you get this. Remember, again, when you walk on this campus, you feel that energy. The first thing that you feel is the energy of the mind, the energy of the thinking man, like that. That's a serious. That's serious. The thinker. You feel that when you get on that campus, that you are expected to be intelligent and you are expected to dive deep into your studies. It is just expected. And so you feel that energy as you're walking around the campus for sure. And that's Bernard College. Now, Bernard, look at the name Bernard. That is a surname in my bloodline.
That is the same family that started the Knights Templar. That is a bloodline. That is my bloodline on my mother's side that goes back to Europe, obviously. This is Bernard College is the female college at Columbia University. You see, got that's Alexander Hamilton. That's at Columbia University. So you feel that energy. Look at this Holloway Scott, Susan Holloway Scott. My mom's last name is Holloway. My brother's last name is Scott. This is at Bernard College, and Bernard is my ancestor's surname. It's my people. That's my bloodline. One of the surnames in my bloodline of my great great grandparents, and they hide these type of genealogy. Now I went to Columbia University. Now they know these things. You don't just get there. I didn't know they were hiding. They again. This is we talking about my biological family. They hide the genealogy of a lot of certain Black Americans. You have to go and dig. That's why they don't want Black Americans doing genealogy. That's why they prefer to push DNA tests on Black Americans because this is where you start to really understand. That's why I said you'll never get me to throw the American Indians under the bus. You'll never get me to throw the Black Indigenous under the bus that were talking about the genealogy because it was life saving information for me to learn. You weren't going to ever learn about genealogy in college. I showed you guys about all those documents of the Domesday book and all the connections and everything. This is a spiritual world that we live in. And then I also told you guys about this story that when I went with one of with one of the classes. Now this was a guy that was a chairman of you couldn't even Google this person. He was a chairman of like Disney, a couple of companies. It was all Fortune 500 companies. Obviously, a Jew. Um, and he was a good teacher. He was a good professor, very intelligent. You couldn't even Google this person. And I remember we took a class with him. They would teach us how to write. They would teach us, how to be competitive, how to come up with a business pitch, a business plan, venture capital. They was teaching us all about these things. And I remember they say, "Do not leave out this classroom without shaking her." It was like like an initiation. I don't know what the hell that was, but they would not let us leave that classroom without shaking this person's hand. And they were by that door, guarding the door. So even if you didn't want to shake their hand, you were not leaving without shaking. And they said, you will not be able to leave without shaking our hand. I don't know what they were saying in their head. I don't know what type of psychotronics they was doing in their head. But we shook their hand when we left out. And they said the same thing. I can't remember what the words was, but they were saying the same thing to every student, like a chant, like da da da. I just can't remember what it was. And it wasn't nothing like, you know, like something that felt sinister because with me I would have did it if it did feel and it wasn't like it wasn't like no oath or no like there was a class but at the end of the class it was like okay you're not going to be able to leave and do your shaker but I remember whatever it was definitely something relating to like success and um putting your best foot forward, It was definitely like that and not giving up on yourself. It wasn't anything that was sinister for sure. I know people would say, "Oh, my gosh, that sounds so sinister." There's a lot of sinister things, but that's not one of them. I mean, you guys know about Skull and Bones at like Yale and shit. Like, it was nothing nearly nothing like that. I mean, come on. And I found it interesting and I could never really Google that person. But they told us clear as day that they was the chairman of this and that's that, whatever. And they knew who a lot of us were. They did respect certain kids more than other that had like a legacy. Like there was kids in there that there whose parents had started banks, who owned the banks in multiple countries. And then I noticed that they would get like better treatment than say some of the kids that were just like American, like me for instance. There was one guy, he was cool. He was really cool. Um, his parents, his grandfather had started like the bank in a certain country. That was his legacy, you know. And I guess his family knew some of the professor family, and so they were kind of and then there was another guy, his family like they um they like owned like all these firms in like Nigeria or whatever, and so I just noticed like the rich kids obviously got more respect, and I don't even know if it's more respect, but more favoritism versus the kids that did not have that background, you know. And so I felt that I felt that that was unfair, to be honest, because they weren't as brilliant. The kids with the you know the kids, they didn't have, they had the money, but they didn't have you either talked the talk or you walked the walk. You were there because you had the money, or if you didn't have the money, you got there because of your brilliance. It's as simple as that. Like, I didn't use DEI to get into Columbia University. I never even mentioned my race on the app at all, on the application at all. Didn't have to. And when I got there, um, yeah, I mean, I graduated with 3.8, so I was clearly at the top of anybody I worked with, whether that be, like, they put us into groups and stuff and whatnot. And nobody really gave me a problem. Like, I have to say, nobody at Columbia University. Actually dealt with more racism, believe it or not, at Georgia State University than Columbia University, which is shocking because I thought for sure, I'm like, oh, Columbia University are going to give me a run for my fucking money. But no, it was more racism at Georgia State University from the professors and from just the institution itself. It was weird shit going on at Georgia State University. And I thought it was cool, but I just noticed certain things my first go round because I went to Georgia State University twice. Um, but at Columbia University, believe it or not, I didn't deal with as much racism at Columbia University that I did at Georgia State University. Buffalo State College, no, it was I didn't deal with much racism there at all. Mhm. I'm sure it was there, but I'm just saying I didn't really have, because it's a lot of black students there, and there's a lot of black staff. There's a lot of black staff at Buffalo State. But there was at Buffalo State College. There was a lot of white staff too, but it just was pretty diverse. But at Columbia University, you know, um, again, I like that intellectual energies. I always like the spirit of intelligence. And so I liked a place where I could be myself, where it was encouraged to come up with the best ideas, to have the best ideas, to think through things, to think through case studies, to analyze things, to invent things, to come up with a whole new, like, we used to come up with like mock simulations of um companies, you know. You have to come up with the idea of building, a company from scratch. You have your senior management team. I was the CEO. I came up with the invention. I mean, this is and on my team, those are the people that, like, these are people that were, you know, uh, considerably more wealthier than I had. They had more pedigree. But when it came to the idea generation aspect of it and what we developed, now we all got a 100 in in that class, in that project that we had to work on. But it took a lot for them to trust, because it was like, okay, this black chick, and it wasn't like, okay, we're propping her up as the CEO because she's black. No, it was like, no, I had the brilliance and I came up with the fucking invention. We all tweaked it together. I'm not saying, but I mean, as far as like the level of of intellect, like, it was up there for everybody. There was one Chinese student that couldn't hang though, and she tried to set us all up, and I knew she was going to set us all up. And see, again, I think as a military scientist, so I'm always tracking and keeping stuff, like, and I think that freak that again, she went, this Asian student went and lied to the professor and said that she did all the work and that we were doing all these things to her, da, da, da. And something in my soul told me that she was going to do that. Now, I was actually the nicest to her. The other people in the group hated her because they felt like they were like, we're at Columbia University, you can't fucking hang, how did you get in here, you're fucking stupid, fuck you. That's how they are. And this was the student that his parents had, his grandparents had started the bank, the banks in his particular country that he was from, and he was the heir to. And another person, she was just spoiled rich girl. And they said that, I mean, when she wasn't in the room, that's how they was talking. And they was like, this bitch is fucking stupid. How did she get in there? She must have just paid her way. And it's like, no, they was just dogging the shit out of her. And I was actually had the most compassion. I would actually be like trying to catch her up, talking to her, one on one. So she felt comfortable only communicating with me, you know.
But when she went, something in my soul told me, I'm like, you know, don't trust nobody. She went and told the professor and just told this lie. And the professor was like, okay, we're going to have a separate meeting. We got to have a meeting with all of you guys to talk this through because this is unacceptable. We might have to get the council, the chancellor, not the chancellor, one of the deans involved, because the way she was talking, it was like, okay, we got to get the dean involved. Now she did nothing. She contributed nothing to the project at all. Now, obviously, I documented all this. When I say I mean, you think you're going to go and delete WhatsApp messages, or you thinking I'm going to have a file on your ass. Like when I say I will have a file, and I would document everything. And and then when I found, she told us that she went and lied, and we were pissed. And people, they were dogging her. Oh my gosh, they had a fit. Oh, they had a fit. Well, I remember we were all three on the phone, not just let them rant, because I'm like, I already know how to handle this. They was doing it. We gotta go to talk to the dean and the professor. This bitch lied on us. We gotta go and I said, we ain't gotta do all that. And they was looking at me like, what you mean we ain't gotta do all that? Yes, we do. They already had just emailed us and da da da. I wrote that Asian girl. I sent her the file. I said, you got 24 hours to write that professor and tell them that you lied and that you did was not fully honest about it and that we do not need to have a meeting or else all of this will be shown to that dean and you will look like a liar. It's better for this to come out. It's better for you to go and be honest or else we go and I spray your motherfucking ass. I sent her a whole file of everything that she has. When I say the history documentation of who did what on the Google Doc, I had to file. I mean, I literally screenshot everything you could think. I'm a thorough motherfucker. Like, I'm not playing that shit. Because I already know how these people, when you black American, people want a gun for you and say you ain't do shit. When I was the CEO of the mock company and came up with the motherfucking invention. And it's this bitch that do nothing and she gonna go and tell the prof. I'm like, oh no, this now you coming for me. Now you coming for me. I said, you gonna go up there. You got 24 hours to do it. And I sent her that file and said, you want to go and show them that you haven't. I said, where's your name on this Google Doc and this history since we've been working on this project? You haven't contributed nothing. See, she didn't know that Google records everything that you do. She didn't know that. She's young, and she's from China, so she didn't know that you could see a record of everything that you do, just like you think in WhatsApp, like people can collect archives all this shit. So I just collected all this data because I already know that people will lie and say, "Oh, you didn't do anything," or "She didn't do it," and it's still all credit for my work. So I don't play that. I just don't play that. Within 24 hours, it wasn't even within 20. It was within 5 hours. She said confirmed. I did it. I told the professor, and I said, "Let me see the screenshots of what the fuck you wrote." First, before she sent the email, I said, "Let me see what you writing before you send that damn email." She sent it. She showed me. She said, "This is what I'm going to send," and it was. She was honest. Like, I was not fully honest about the dynamics of the group. I felt that I hadn't contributed, and it got to me, and I kind of jumped the gun. And I just want to back up. We don't need to have no meeting. It was my fault. I didn't contribute. She was honest, and I said, then I send it to him. And she sent it. She sent it. And we ain't never heard nothing about it again. We never heard nothing about it again. Like, we carried your ass through the project. We all got a motherfucking A. Now, how you know she was definitely lying? Because we had to present the whole presentation. And we made it like other groups, they allowed for them to have notes and stuff. You know, our group, again, we had a lot of type A personalities. We had 3 type A personalities and 2 lackadaisical motherfuckers. But 3 type A personalities, me and the and the white girl and the white boy. 3 type A. So we like, no, ain't no motherfucking notes. We go up there, we look professional. We go up there, we know what the fuck we talking about. We go up there, and so that's what happened. We went up there, no notes, no, right off the dome. Memorize your speech, you know. We rehearse like a motherfucker. Again, you got type A personalities like that. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. It's a nightmare. But I mean you can get your shit done, but like for those that's like the 2 people on the team that was that Chinese girl and the Indian dude that was just like real lax days ago, didn't give a fuck about none of that. They was just like, dude, like no notes, really? Like, no, you gotta remember that shit. And the girl was like, we're at Columbia University. We need to know how to present without notes. We need to know how to talk without notes. We need to know how to that Indian boy was just like, shut the fuck all the way up, bitch. Like really, because other groups was using notes. Like other people, they was literally reading off of the other groups. But so our group was the one with all this type A personality and wanting to rise to the occasion. You know. So when we finally did do the presentation, everybody did excellent, including the Indian boy. He did it. He showed up to the, he did his thing. He did his big one. We all did excellent. When it came to that Asian student, when I say she was shaking like a damn poodle, a wet poodle, skip didn't even froze, didn't know the words, didn't know nothing. And the thing is, them Asians, they stick together. Them Chinese, they were sticking together. So when she complained about our group to her people, to the Chinese, the rest of the Chinese students, when they treated me this, they did not like us at all. Like they was like, "Oh, you treating one of our own? We got your motherfucking ass. We ain't, like, oh, we don't fuck with y'all because you treating our." And she did put in a good word for me though, so they were still nice to me. The Chinese students were still nice to me, but they was mean as fuck. They did not. They was, they was side eyeing. They was rolling their eye. They had their little attitude. But when it came time to present, and they saw how flawless all of us was, and how she was, and they did look at her like, "Did you lie on them? Because you clearly was not even fucking prepared." Like that's how they was looking at her, and it was they was looking like you got up there and you made us all look bad because your ass didn't know shit. She couldn't even get through one sentence down there, and we were trying, and I think we damn near had to help her write the speech. Like we was telling, we fed her lines, like, dude, just remember your lines, because we had to carry her. We did, and we weren't slowing down for her. Like there's at Columbia. I mean, you better hope somebody carry your ass, or your ass will get buried. It just was what it was. Um, and again, I've had other groups too where it was very. I mean, when I was it was literally, let me see, me and another black girl, and then the rest was all Chinese students. And that was for another program at Columbia. Now I have to say that group, that was a very thorough group. It was all women too. We were all women, and that was a very impressive group. But I do know some of the Asian students, the Chinese students, they understand how my mind works, and that's too much for them. And I remember one of the students, she worked in a covert way where it was like, dude, we not at that level. Like, bring this shit down. Like, bring it down. And I understood what she was trying to communicate with to me, and I did bring it down for them, and we still did excellent though, and I was still able to get my rocks off, you know. But same as like any other school. Just the only thing I respect about it is that you didn't have to hide your idea generation or your talents. You didn't have to hide that. Like I liked how they had these different types of I forgot what they were called, not hackathons, these different like pitch competitions and stuff for business ideas and all that stuff. Like I enjoy going to, I think I went to one, and I enjoy like listening to other people's I pitch their ideas, and there was like real venture capitalists that would give their feedback. And if your shit was terrible, you were gonna know your shit was fucking terrible. If it wasn't gonna work, or if somebody was gonna rip your shit to shreds, oh, they'll rip your shit to shreds, absolute shreds. You say that's garbage. You need to go back to the drawing board. You know what you're doing. So you have to be thorough. You had to be very, very thorough when presenting an idea or we're talking about something. You better know what you're talking about on some level. You can't be surface. Certain programs you couldn't be surface level because somebody was going to grill your ass. When we had to like, and my thing is like, it was hard for me to understand like financial accounting and the P&L statements, the cash flow statements, and the balance statements and all that, and balancing out, making sure everything balanced at the end, and then having, I think we were following like, what's that thing called? General accounting principle, general, it's GAP, it's called GAPP. Like learning all of that, like that is not how my mind works. Now it kind of has to because I've gotten into like options and looking at certain things with options, with options, I've kind of knowing numbers better and understanding financial accounting better because I have to look at, even if you're going to do like dividend investing or whatever, you still have to know a company's cash flow statement. You still need to know how to look at that shit and see, is their revenue going up? What is their expenses? How much are they spend? How much debt do they have? What kind of assets do they have? What are their liabilities? Like you have to be able to know that quickly. So I can look at any statement of a company and be able to like, what is their PE ratio? What is their EPS? What is their earnings per share? Like you got to be able to look at that shit, you know. And but at the time it was like really hard for me to wrap my mind around that stuff. It was really really fucking like my mind couldn't operate that way. So I had no choice but to learn that, and I'm grateful that I learned it because it's paying off now. Um, but back then it was hell, and they had it set up where obviously if you get a B minus, that's failing at the graduate level, like B minus or not, or B minus in an accounting class. Was it B minus? Yeah, it was definitely like if you get a B minus, then that's like failing. You had to get a B plus in that particular accounting class, and I was lost like a fish. Like, I swear I didn't understand what the fuck was going on. I didn't. Um, oh, we were talking about accumulation, not accumulation, appreciation and depreciation, and there's formulas for all that shit. Oh my gosh, and EBITDA. And so, thank God. All I'll say is thank God for those fucking Chinese students in front of me, because they had to plug and they knew what to do. And I watched them see what the fuck they was on, because them kids they weren't doing their work. They weren't. Look, they had to fucking plug. They did, and I looked and I said, "What site is that? What the fuck?" I wrote that shit down, and I was passing all right. Oh yeah, yeah. Hmm. But I was also a motherfucker that's like, I may be slower at getting this information, but I'm still gonna try to get it. Like I wasn't just cruising by, and I know like they would literally cruise by. They knew they would pay people to do their shit. I didn't never do that. I would sit. We gonna use whatever. We gotta use check. I gotta get a tutor or whatever. You gotta break this shit down to me. Give me the answer, but I still need to know how the fuck you got it, and I still need to know how to do it myself. I just needed more time. My thing is with when it came to financial accounting, I needed considerably more time. That would have been more helpful for me versus like the whatever the 8 weeks was for the semester. What do you get it? It was 12. It's about 15 weeks in a semester, right? For 15 weeks, something like that. For me, I needed I needed a year, and actually did take a year to teach myself options and to teach myself um better how to even come up with my own P&L statement, because I said in order to graduate with the capstone you had to come up with your with a P&L statement. You had to come up with your own cash flow statement, your own projections, your own assumptions about revenue. And so I knew that. I said in order for me to graduate I had to start early when everybody worked on their capstone that particular summer. I was way ahead because I knew financial accounting was, I sucked. And so I knew that I said I need to work on this a year in advance. And I still was still struggling. I had a full blown anxiety attack, and I said it, they were like, here, walk us through your revenue and assumptions and the equation that you're using to develop your revenue channels, your sales channels rather. When I say I had an idea of where we were going to get revenue from. When it came to, I mean, something in a formula, I had short circuited something when it came to, damn, I can't remember because this was years ago, but it was something with the COGS, cost of goods sold, and my expenses, and then how I was getting the assumptions for my revenue, for my revenue projections. And when they were asking me how to explain that, I literally drew a blank. And it was funny because the Indian girl, she knew that I knew what I was talking about, but she knew I froze. And she really messaged me on her own and she said, I want to work with you on this, because I literally said, I'm having an anxiety attack. That was my answer. I'm having an anxiety attack and I need more time. And they were like, okay. It wasn't like they were like grilled me like you're forcing me to, but it was like, if you don't have that answer by tomorrow, we got to cut you out the program. That's how cutthroat this shit was. It was like, and those who remember that capstone, and at that first week, if you didn't pass that part one of the accounting part, then you will not pass that capstone. You failed. And so when it got time for crunch, it was like, well, you got to tomorrow. And when I say I was shaking because I was like, I could not get it. And so she took me to the side. She wrote me, she said, I'm gonna work with you. She said, let's work on this together. Just me and you. because I know what you're doing and I know what she already she knew. She looked at it and was like, okay, this is what she's doing. And she explained to me, okay, this is how you do this. This is what you do here. This is how you get this. You do this. Her name was Priyanka. I'll never forget that. She did not have to do that. She sat on that phone with me in private, where everybody else, and that for like she said, "Let me give you some lunch, and I'll work with you." But she, I mean, we talking about for like 4 hours of her time of teaching me, like, and we went over it. And when I say that next day, when I did that presentation, like, and because I had got it, it clicked in my head. I just needed more time, and I needed help. And when I say that next day, oh, I went through that shit like flying colors. I was like, you ready? They was like, you ready? I said, yep, I'm ready. And I was able to explain with precise numbers, precision, like a fucking military general of where my projections came from, how we was getting what the cause was, whatever it was, I was able to explain it. Show the formula, show, and it was excellent. And then I showed a working, a working P&L statement because I worked on it all night. Yep. And I got a 92 on that. Um, and unfortunately, I did have a friend of mine that was also in that program. She was a Black American. She did end up failing. She didn't make it through. Um, and then next year she took it over again, and she had reached out to me, and I had did my best to help her as much as I could, gave her as much resources. I hope she did pass. I don't know because I think I changed my number, so I don't even know if she had update on it. But if she followed what I gave her, she should have. Because I had told her, I said, yeah, I said last year, I said I ran into the same thing. I said, thank God for Priyanka. I mean, that girl, she offered. I didn't even have to ask. Like she said, look, we spent, and she said you knew the answer, you knew what you were trying to do. You just needed to conceptually understand it. I needed to logically understand what I knew conceptually, intuitively. And I've always had that problem before. I remember a professor pulled me to the side and was like, your brain works too fast before you can process it. Like it's highly, highly intelligent, but you skip steps and explaining things. You're skipping steps. And he said you're short circuiting it. And I had that issue even at Columbia. I remember the guy, I mean, he said, how the fuck did you short circuit it? This is not how you got to go through the actual steps. And then I had another professor at Buffalo State College. He said, your brain works too fast where you're not even processing. Like, it's like you're not even processing logically for other people to understand it. And, and even how you could know something intuitively, you still got to go back and go through them steps. I knew intuitively what I did, what I was trying to do, but I was skipping steps to understand it logically. So I just knew it intuitively. And so Priyanka was able to break down that for me logically. She was able to break it down theoretically and logically to where I can conceptually explain what I am doing instead of doing it intuitively. And that's what happens with my quantum entanglement sessions. That's how I can, like, how did you know that? How did you know that was going to happen? How did you predict that? How did you know that was going to happen? It's like it's an intuitive process. It's just like how I know that entropy is probability distribution. I don't need a textbook, a science book to tell me that. That's something I know intuitively. Now I have to go back and get the information and back up and actually go study physics and confirm it. It's like that's just how my mind works. It's always been that way. But people at Columbia University understood that. It was another white girl. Well, it was a white girl. She said, it's like I have to organize this chaos. She said so. She was fascinated by. She was like, this girl's so brilliant, but it's like the fuck, like because the men couldn't get it. Like the men, they were like, okay, we'll just follow whatever y'all saying because whatever. But she broke it down like the way she planned. She said, I know. She said, I know. She would just watch me talk or watch me study stuff or watch me write out stuff, and she would look at it and organize it in a real structure, in a real logical way to where other people could say it and then explain it. Like she was studying me like a fucking hawk. She was studying me like a fucking hawk, and you should see the excitement on her because I would talk to her and just give her all of the notes and like here organize it, and she would organize and then feed it to the rest of the team, and they would get it. And that was fascinating. It was like only three people in my life, I would say understood that like about me. I'm pretty sure like the government probably, they you know probably have a psychological assessment or know that about me. But it was funny to see like how she was able to do that. Because they would be like, okay, here she just talking. It's over my head. I don't know what the fuck going on, and people would just check out. But she would just be looking like scanning my every word, writing notes down. She would literally have a notepad and be like, "Oh, I know what you're saying," and she'd be like, "Look," and she'd be like, this is what she's talking about," and she would simplify that shit and be like, "Look here, guys," or she would literally draw a map. She would have like she was drawing like grid map. So like, here, this is what she means, guys. Here we go. And then people are like, oh, okay. And then they'll just follow it and put it all together. But I'm getting better at that. I'm getting better because that professor did warn me about that. He was like, you gotta stop skipping process. You gotta relax and explain. And in my head, I'm like, okay, I get it, I see it. But having to conceptually or theoretically break that down for other people, that's been my problem now. Even bringing that mindset. Well, I've always been in the Black community, right? I've always been in the Black American community, but having that mindset, unless the Black Americans are telepathic, which I have been around telepathic Black Americans that are incredibly, incredibly brilliant that hide their intelligence, or that know things intuitively. So it's not unheard of. There's other Black Americans that get me, but growing up with Black Americans, it was a known thing. Like, okay, here you're overthinking ass, or you're worrying, because it's more lackadaisical. It's like, okay, it's a culture that melanated people in general are more relaxed. It's an intuitive flow process, a flow, and like to be in flow with things, smooth flow. And so having a neurotic, and I've always been neurotic ever since I was a fucking kid. Having a neurotic person in the Black American community around growing up in the hood, it was fascinating to some people. Like some people didn't give a shit. Like they would listen to me, like ants, like that movie Ants with Zeke talking. Da, 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 da. That's that. There were people that just in my life, in my family, they didn't give a shit. I remember my dad had a girlfriend named Miss Des, and she had three sons. They were all in the hood. Two of them is dead now. One of them in prison. I think one of them is out and they got their life together. But two of them literally were murdered, and it was hood. Like Miss Des is dead. She was a crackhead. But that was my dad's girlfriend growing up. And I talked about the story because I looked at these three guys as like stepbrothers because my dad had loved her and I had looked at her as a step. She used to do my hair, and he would go pick us up. We were in foster care at this time. He would go pick us up. We'd go see Miss Des, and I'm sure he remembered this, and I know my sister remembered Miss Des. We go see Miss Des and her three sons. They was bad as fuck. They was jacking. They was in gangs. They was jacking niggas. They was always in and out of jail. It was whatever. But when I would go over there, mind you, these some hood ass niggas. Like you get it was a crack house on one side. But when my dad would pick us up, for our foster care visitations, he would go take us over there. Miss Dad used to do my hair. She's braid, man. She could braid. So I used to get my shit hooked up. Now she do my Iversons, do those squiggly squags in the motherfucking hair. She used to hook my shit up. But no lie, all that neurotic talk, like you see me doing now, going miles a minute, we go overview the Nakhti order and all this shit you see right here, going over this shit like this. I was like this as a little fucking kid. And do you know I would come up with shit like this as a little fucking kid? Go over there to Miss Dad's house with her hood ass sons and be showing them shit like this as a little fucking kid at 6, 7 years old. No lie. No lie. I think like, and we going. I would never forget. I was teaching them about precipitation. I'm standing in the middle of the room. These niggas are smoking weed. They sitting there looking at some nigga shit. I'm sitting there standing in the middle of the damn living room talking about. Here, guys, I'm gonna teach you about precipitation. I forget that. Like, I'm going to teach you about precipitation. I'm going to teach you about stimulus and response because I was reading in this encyclopedia. And when I say they would just be sitting there looking, like, they would be laughing. Like, what the fuck? This weird ass kid. This little ass kid. Dumb niggas, they will be sitting there cracking up. They will be like, so what is it again? How does it work? How does condensation work? Tell us about the precipitation with the condensation. And I was teaching about the different cloud types. I was like, yeah, they got these different motherfucking clouds. I wouldn't say motherfucking, but I'm like, they got these different, and I was teaching them about, and they was just looking like, okay, whatever you say, cool beans. And they'll just be looking like, okay, okay. I guess. But I've always been like that. Even with my granny, I told you my foster mom. I would sit in front of she would be sitting there trying to watch TV. I'm sitting in front of the damn standing in front of the damn TV, blocking her view with a damn book in my hand, talking about some hey granny, here we're gonna learn about the science the science book in my hey granny, the I'm gonna teach you about this. She used to just be had this it would be a smirk on her face, but she would just be looking like, okay, nigga. I'm trying, like, damn, I really want to tell this little kid that I want to watch my damn soap opera, but it's rude as fuck to shut her down like this. But she was looking like, damn, dude, like, why you gotta stand right in front? But when I did that with one of my adopted sisters, they used to look forward to the fact of the day, and they would go and tell that fact of the day to their coworkers. Like, I would be like, they'd be like, "What's the fact of the day that your sister came up?" Because I was like 9, 10 years old at the time, and I was like, "What is the fact of the day?" And it would be something like every day I was expected to bring a fact of the day. It's always it's some type of research, something I don't found out of a book, and I would go and be like, "Hey, here's the fact of the day," and then she would go and then tell her coworkers whatever that fact of the day was, and it will be like, damn, everybody's learning something new every fucking day from this 10-year-old ass kid. But as I got older, it wasn't so cute anymore. Get a little annoying. But when you're 10 years old, 9 years old, you get away with shit like that. 6, 7. It was like Smart Guy of the show Smart Guy with that little ass kid. It was just like that. It was amusing. Even in my community, it was like, okay. But as you get older, it gets a little annoying because then people say, "Oh, you're trying to be a know-it-all. You're trying to be a know-it-all." So you have to calm down, and then I was worrying, I was overthinking a lot. Oh, hey guys, what is this? And especially when my sleeping, I told you how my sleeping patterns was very different from the average person, and how my sister had to constantly wake me up and say, stop doing that in your sleep and just rest. Just stop thinking, because whatever I was doing in my head, I would be counting things in my head and doing as I'm sleeping. You could see my eyes twitching and moving and shit and all. And she would just wake me up and be like, "Stop doing that and just don't think about nothing. Just relax. Stop, just relax." And so I got that a lot growing up, or stop thinking so much. Stop overanalyzing. You know what? You don't want to be that deep. So as I got older, it is what it is. Um, but yeah, that was wreak havoc. I went down memory lane at Columbia University and other tangents and whatnot. And so I hope that that answers your question. Or if you have any other follow-up questions, you can certainly ask. But I think I belabored uh my point on microsized print notes and sneak them in during the test. That's what you used to do? Record lessons with tape recorders and pay to play. That's true too. Yep. They did record the lessons with the tape recorders and pay the best note taker for to take their notes. Yep. Whom has OCD and can't help. Take amazing notes. Study halls to share the answers. Right. Yeah, they was organized. Them Asians didn't play, man. When I say, oh man, they made sure they helped each other get A's and get answers, and see the other kids were a lot more competitive with each other, and they would throw each other under the bus. Now, when it came to those Asians, the Chinese, they made sure that each other. Now, I'm not saying they weren't looking out for the rest of the rest of the Americans. And the only reason why I knew the plug that they was in, because some of them did help me out. Some of them would put me on game, or I would study whatever they were looking at on their computers and go and copy and take notes and see what resources they were using to pass them classes, because they were a beast, and they moved as a unit. I would never forget, this white girl came over and told, it was a group of the Chinese students. They was talking real loud in Chinese language. And she came over and say, "Hey guys, you guys need to quiet down and be quiet, because they're working on the rehearsal. We got to keep the noise down." You should have seen the look they gave that motherfucker. They gave this look like, bitch. And they went loud as fuck. Like, bitch, I know you didn't think you walked over here. I was cracking up because I knew the way they looked at her. I'm like, here she go, here they go. They came over there. She came over there like the Gestapo. You guys need to quiet it down. You know how white girls say, you need to quiet it down because with that nasal. And I said they didn't. They was just like, it was a look. It was just a look. It wasn't. Now she would have that to a bunch of black folks. Get your motherfucking ass. Mind your business. She would have got cussed out if it was. If she would have been the black folks doing that. She would have got cussed out. They didn't cuss her out. They gave her this look, like shut your fucking ass up, and went back to talking real loud with their Chinese language. I don't know what the fuck they were saying. They went loud as louder, even louder. And then like so they I mean, I'm telling you, like I was like I was studying everybody and I was like, damn. Now students from students from Germany and Spain, they were pretty cool. There's some white boys from Germany and Spain. They were very nice. Um yeah, and it was just different, from the other school that I went to with Georgia State University. It's much more relaxed at Georgia State for sure. Like nobody's like, people are there for to not for the experience of that level of I guess preparing for whatever. How do I say this? At Georgia State University, I think people were just there to probably just get a pay raise for whatever job, whatever job they were doing, or for it was different than the reason why people go to school at Columbia University, because those students are paying out of pocket and their parents are paying. So this is different energy versus like a bunch of students, American students, going to Georgia State University, paying, you know, through loans or paying out of pocket or paying through their job, and they're there because they want a pay raise or they just need to, they want the pay increase to get that degree. It's a very different energy from a bunch of than say Columbia University, where a bunch of rich kids already have their shit paid for and they're there for the experience of, and they're expected to be smart and they're expected to come up with good ideas. That's very different. That's a very different experience. So I'll say that, and that stood out to me. And to be honest, that worked better for me because I was already into that. My mind is already into that type of space, you know. Um, but I'll end it there because we're going to go into our playlist. Now, I do have to say today we are doing alternative, or I would say eccentric black music. We're doing eccentric music. We got Andre 3000. Obviously, we got Contra Nanda. We got the Migos. We got Janet Jackson. A lot of people don't understand how eccentric Janet Jackson is. She's very eccentric, and I like it. And so I want to honor eccentric. We got Khalees weird ass. I loved weird shit growing up. I'm telling you, like when I say the weirder the better, like that was how I was growing up. Like remember, it's right now caught out there. That was my shit as a kid. It's right now by Khalees. And I just want to get along with you. When I say that Wonderland album that got banned in America, that was released in the UK, oh, I had that shit. I had that shit. It was very hard to get that album in America. I had Wonderland by Khalees. Shooting Star. Remember that song? My Shooting Star with Pharrell and them. I love that shit with the Neptunes and all. That was my shit growing up. Khalees, that was my bitch growing up. I had that Tasty album. I know every song on the Tasty album, hands down. And every song on the Wonderland album. And every song on the Kaleidoscope album. Like, this is Khalees, obviously, the Love Below with Outkast. Like, that was my shit growing up as a kid, you know? So I've always liked I like eccentric people. I like when Janet Jackson, Son of a Gun, some of her, if you listen to her album, some of the stuff would take you down this weird, a lot of people don't understand about Janet Jackson. And I always liked her. Janet Jackson, she's amazing. Just like Michael Jackson. She's I always like when she did the song with Busta Rhymes with gonna make, and you see that video and all that. That was the shit I was in. I'm an Aquarius. I like all that little weird shit. Remember Son of a Gun with Carly Simon with the clouds in my coffee? Oh, you couldn't tell me nothing when I was a little kid. Oh, I was playing that shit every day. I didn't know who Carly Simon was, but I said clouds in my coffee, cloud with that weird ha ha hoo hoo that you get the money to a gritty motherfucker. And I mean, I'm bopping as a kid. I'm like, oh, and I remember my family would be looking like, yo, like really? I mean, they was listening to. I mean, my friends, they would be looking like, you don't turn this Mister Rogers shit off. You turn this weird shit off, and they bumping is five upon it with Pleasure P and Little Wayne, a millie, and I like that shit too. I like the Millie. I like Little Wayne growing up too. Or Juvenile. They was bumping. I like it like that. She working that don't know how to act slow motion for me. Remember that part? I hope she don't leave my dick broken with brush burns and swollen. Like I remember, like my family members would be jamming to that, rocking out to that. And here I come. Okay, what you want to play, Jenny? Police marathon. Now everybody know that that song is weird as fuck. When I say my family wouldn't let me live it up, they was like, "This song is trash," and I'm like, "I love that song. I'm like, that song is genius. I love the message of the marathon. Life is a marathon. I'm running, and I'm gonna win this race." See, I like the message of the song. You know that Khalees ain't no damn singer. She ain't no damn Patti LaBelle. She ain't no damn, she ain't, come on, she ain't gonna give you no Aretha Franklin type vocals. So she's screaming on the track. Every Black American in my household. Because I played it on repeat. We gonna listen to that song today too, so we get to be weird together. Listen to that song on repeat. And I'm listening to the message. I'm like, because at that time, I was a little kid. I went through a lot as a little kid. I'm like, yes, life is a marathon. We gotta win this race. I'm thinking I like the message of it. And when I say the song, but the vocals were really bad. I mean, come on, you're really, really like, oh, come here. But I didn't care about that. I just didn't care. But I'm telling you, we had my brother-in-law was a guitarist and a singer. We're playing this song on replay. Mind you, I got it blasting, so everybody in the house can hear it. When I say everybody knocked on my door and said, "Who the fuck is singing?" It sounds like a cat is dying. And I remember my brother-in-law was like, because I can actually sing, so they knew it wasn't me singing because I can actually sing. But they were like, "Why are you listening to that over and over again? The song's fucking trash. It sounds terrible." And I remember, I'll never forget, another family member of mine came and was like, "I'm sorry, but like that is terrible, Jenny. It sounds like a cat is dying." And I'm like, "I love this song. Don't you feel the energy? Don't you feel?" I said, "Don't you like the message?" They looking like, "No, bitch, no, ain't no message, nothing." I'm like, they like them vocals is so terrible. I can't even listen to the damn message. That's what they were saying to me. They was like, the vocals are so terrible. I don't even care what she's saying. And I remember thinking like, well, I like it, guys. I think it's genius. I think it's. They were just looking like, bitch, whatever, whatever. But that's how I've always been. That's how I've always been. I've always grown up liking some different shit. And so today I have to say, we gonna be listening to all types of different type shit. It is what it is. They're gonna be Black American, eccentric artists. I like eccentric. We got even Michael Jackson in here because he was eccentric too. I like eccentric shit. We got Childish Gambino, you know, we got B Slade, we got Duran Bernard, we obviously got Andre 3000 and Duran Bernard. I like talent and I like people being their self and being eccentric. And now you don't have to be weird on purpose, but there's some people that's a part of their personality. They're expressing themselves. And so as a kid, I just gravitated towards the more eccentric shit. I just gravitated towards stuff that was just like, oh, that speaks to my soul. But I did like and enjoy, the other stuff like Lil Wayne or what I think at the time, Pleasure Pete. Was it called Ricky? Was it called what was it called with those spectacular and all that? What was that group called? Like people were listening to B2K. See, I wasn't that was like mainstream to me, and I thought it was okay. You don't get me wrong, we all know B2K songs like "Baby Turn Around and Let Me See That Sexy Body Go Bum Bum Bum." Everybody know the B2K songs, like everybody know Bow Wow songs. But that was like, okay, everybody's listening to that, so obviously I knew what it was. But I'm like, I'm listening to fucking Anthony Hamilton, like at 10 years old, like. Okay, Anthony Hamilton, like Emile LaRue from Groove Theory. Like I was listening to that at 11 years old. Had her album Brave Bird. No lie. Her album Brave Bird. Now anybody know how that's a classic album. I had that album at 11 years old. Like it was jamming my fucking ass off to Brave Bird. To Emile LaRue, obviously Jill Scott. Jill Scott Volume 1 and Jill Scott Volume 2. Like that was what I had as a 12-year-old kid, as 11-year-old kid. So when everybody else was listening to B2K, I'm like, I like spring summer. What was that, spring feeling? And that whole Jill Scott album, that second volume 2. I think it was called being beautifully human, or what was her second album? I know that whole album by heart. That was my shit as a little kid. Like Anthony Hamilton coming where from I from. That's what I was listening to. Khalees, Wonderland. That's what I was listening to, but it is what it is. So let's get our jam started with this alternative. Um, Let me make sure the sound is good. 'Cause I do know we're gonna have to end it on YouTube though. So if you're still on YouTube, you better bring your ass over. Let me see, is Rumble even working, man? Rumble, man, you such a disappointment, man. I don't know what I'm gonna do to get that fixed. Maybe I just need to, upload, continue to just upload and stop trying to stream on multiple sites and shit. Maybe I just need to slow down and just do one at a time or something. But I do have to say we are going to end it um on YouTube because of the copyright, and we're going to continue on Twitter and Rumble. And so let me do that. Remove.